Chapter 601, Terrifying Undying. Chapter 601, Terrifying Undying. Translator, Zayamoj. In a fight, psyche is a very important part. Many warlocks from prestigious backgrounds have a powerful cultivation base and astonishing secret treasures, but they are often killed by warlocks of humble origins weaker than them. That's because their psyche is lacking, and they can't even display 30% of their ability in a fight. Eight Ogre's words are also a weapon. As long as he can intimidate the opponent, the other party won't be able to exert their full strength. Unfortunately for Eight Ogre, his threats have no effect against the undying Yang Feng named Ada. Robots have no psyche. They cannot erupt with power that exceeds their limit, nor can they be intimidated. They will only use 100% of their fighting power. This guy is a tough cookie. Eight Ogre stared at the immobile Ada, and a dignified glint streaked past his eyes. He silently recited an incantation. Strange patterns covered his body, and he expanded and turned into a 3-metal-tall, three-eyed evil ogre with an eye on the forehead. Three-eyed evil ogres are evil ogres proficient in eye abilities, and their third eye possesses the power of illusions, breaking illusions, and distorting space. They are a powerful kind of evil ogres. Face expressionless, Ada flipped its hands, and two 2-meter-long high-frequency starlight electromagnetic swords appeared in its hands. High-frequency starlight electromagnetic swords can cut through the life force field of Bright World Warlocks. They are the strongest melee combat weapon that can be mass-produced by the Level 3 stronghold. In front of Eight Ogre, Ada looks like an ordinary human standing in front of a giant evil ogre. It feels like the two are not on the same level. Bai Yuxian spoke faintly, "Begin the match." As soon as Bai Yuxian's words fell, an after image flickered, and Ada disappeared from the spot. As if it went through Eight Ogre, it appeared behind the opponent. How is this possible? How? So fast? With a look of horror and despair on his face, Eight Ogre screamed, and then his body collapsed into countless pieces of flesh that fell on the ground. Insta-kill. A starry sky warlock who was insta-killed. So fast speed. Is this a warlock from Undying Mountain? How fearsome. The warlock geniuses outside the arena inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Ada with complex emotions in their eyes. There was a dignified gleam in Zhan Mingtang's eyes. What a formidable warlock. Is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? Sure enough, it's fearsome. It's worthy of being a warlock group that once fought with the 6th Warlock Emperor Golem Lord in ancient times. In addition to being envious, the reason why Zhan Mingtang provoked Yang Feng is because he wants to test the strength of the Undying Mountain. After the collapse of the 5th Warlock dynasty and before the establishment of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the most powerful warlock group in the Eastern world, the Undying Mountain, once chased the Golem Lord to the end of the world. Regarding the reappearance of this ancient warlock group, the warlock groups in the Li Gui Province are apprehensive and even fearful. With this powerful counterattack to Zhan Mingtang's provocation, Yang Feng hopes to create an image of a silk pants who flings caution to the wind when fighting enemies. This way, anyone who wants to test the Undying Mountain must pay a bitter price. This can discourage the other warlock groups from probing the Undying Mountain. Ultimately, the Undying Mountain is a fictional force created by Yang Feng. Once this lie is exposed, he will be hunted down by countless forces. After all, the production method of the Bronze Warrior and Silver Warrior secret treasures can even tempt the warlock groups at the level of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres. But with the fictional ancient force at his back, these powerful warlock groups won't attack Yang Feng rashly. Yang Feng said, "Zhan Mingtang next." Zhan Mingtang smiled slightly and uttered full of confidence, "Lei Ming, I'm sorry to say, but I've seen through your starry sky warlock. The next match will be your loss." With that, Zhan Mingtang flicked his hand, and speck of light entered the tall warlock's forehead. Zhan Mingtang spoke, "7 Ogre, go kill him." "Yes, Lord." The body of the tall warlock called 7 Ogre blurred, and he flew into the arena. Does the Undying Mountain's starry sky warlock has a weakness? What weakness can there be? That starry sky warlock is so powerful that he insta-killed 8 Ogre. There was a touch of curiosity in the eyes of the young warlocks. In their view, the Undying is incredibly powerful. It should be noted that before Eight Ogre joined Zhan Mingtang, he was a ferocious and violent Starry Sky Warlock who killed 10 Starry Sky Warlocks. Yet he was insta-killed by the Undying. As soon as 7 Ogre entered the arena, he silently recited an incantation. Powerful spell fluctuations surged around him, and he pointed with a finger. With a flash of light, air blades invisible to the naked eye yet sharp as knives appeared beside 7 Ogre. Zhan Mingtang sneered. This is the defensive spell Floating Blades, which specifically restrains Warlocks who use high-speed movement spells. Your Warlock's life force isn't strong, yet he has such a terrifying speed. He must have pursued speed to the limit. However, in this way, he must be lacking in other aspects. As long as a targeting spell is set up, your subordinate will lose. Yang Feng couldn't help but praise secretly. He has a good eye. No wonder he's a peerless genius of the Zhan family. The Undying is a high-speed third-generation battle robot that has its speed developed to the limit. The top speed of the Undying is Mach 25, which makes it even faster than some bright world Warlocks who aren't proficient in flying spells. Apart from its high speed and Undying property, the parameters of the Undying are much lower than those of other third-generation battle robots. It has no other special abilities. Bian Zixin praised with a look of joy on her face. So that's how it is. As expected, Big Brother Zhan, you're really amazing. You could tell that Warlock's weakness at a glance. The other Warlocks also showed an expression of realization. Bai Yuxian said, "Begin the match." Bai Yuxian's words have just fallen. When the Undying Yang Feng named Ada suddenly turned into a stream of afterimages as it flew towards 7 Ogre, and then knocked into the air blades in an instant. With its Mach 25 speed, the Undying was instantly chopped into 9 pieces by the air blades. But the most important Undying chip was not damaged. Ada waved the 2-meter-long high-frequency starlight electromagnetic swords clenched by its severed arms and slashed at 7 Ogre. In a flash, 7 Ogre turned into numerous bloody pieces that scattered on the ground. Ada's body, chopped into several segments, didn't shed a drop of blood. As if dragged by invisible threads, the segments gathered and glued back together. The Undying was completely restored in an instant. Shocking, too shocking. Is this a secret method of the Undying Mountain? How scary. He didn't even die with his head chopped off. How awful. Reportedly, some Infinity Warlocks who practice special secret methods won't die even if their head is cut off. Their heart is pierced, their limbs are cut off, and their blood is drained. I didn't expect that the Undying Mountain's secret methods are so powerful that even a trifling Starry Sky Warlock can achieve this much. Is this an Undying secret method? It's so powerful. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Warlocks breathed in cold air and discussed spiritedly. In the world of Warlocks, many Infinity Warlocks who practice life-saving secret methods can preserve their life even if their head is severed, their heart is dug out, and their blood is drained. But in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, only Warlocks who practice special secret methods can accomplish the same. The 5th Warlock dynasty's Death Lord cherished the life and death text he created very much. Only the Undying Mountain grasps his life and death text. fgiwebnavuel.com. After the 6th Warlock dynasty's Golem Lord destroyed the Undying Mountain, he only got the remnants of 2 volumes of the life and death text. Due to the lack of the most essential parts, human Warlocks cannot create more powerful secret treasures from the remnants of the 2 volumes of the life and death text. Therefore, in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, it is very rare to see a Warlock who has an Undying secret method. Zhan Mingtang inhaled cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. Amazing! Is this the secret method of the Undying Mountain? How powerful! Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes glimmered. Astounding! They have 5,000 of such Warlocks. No wonder they are a Warlock group who could contend against the Golem Lord in the past. Even though they declined, but the secret method is still this powerful. Yang Feng said flatly, "There's no need for the last match. Zhan Mingtang, please prepare the 10 million high-grade magic crystals within 1 month." Zhan Mingtang's face twitched, and he responded indifferently, "Fine. 10 million high-grade magic crystals is not a small number for Zhan Mingtang, but for the Zhan family as a whole, it is still manageable. Ada's body flickered, and it returned to Yang Feng's side and stood silently like a sculpture. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. The Warlocks of extraordinary origins looked at the four Undyings standing next to Yang Feng with an enigmatic glint in their eyes. The four Undyings who can even threaten Moonlight Warlocks are just ordinary bodyguards under Yang Feng's command. With this, the young Warlocks have more speculations about the strength of the Undying Mountain. Chapter 602, Secret Talks. Chapter 602, Secret Talks. Translator, Zhan. After the challenge, the atmosphere became peaceful, and no one else came to provoke Yang Feng. Instead, the youngsters were enthusiastic about making friends with Yang Feng. After the flower festival ended, Yang Feng returned to his chambers, and then frowned slightly and said coldly, "Who's there? Come out. No wonder you're the young master of the Undying Mountain. To be able to detect my presence. How remarkable." Along with bright laughter, the space in a corner of the room rippled, and the beautiful like a fairy by Yuxian came out, smiling. She beckoned with her hand, and a white gauze flew into her lily-white hand. Yang Feng praised, "Worthy of the Moonlight 7 Stars Merak Star. To be able to conceal yourself from my servants. I'm impressed." In fact, Yang Feng's residence is full of countless surveillance robots, and is equipped with various scanning systems. When Bai Yuxian sneaked into Yang Feng's residence, she has been discovered after she crossed the third line of defense. To cross all the lines of defensive and enter Yang Feng's bedroom without being discovered, only glorious Sun Warlocks proficient in stealth secret methods may accomplish this. However, Yang Feng naturally won't reveal that he already knew that Bai Yuxian has snuck in. If one day the two fall out, he can take advantage of this point and give her a big surprise. A delicate smile on her face, a fragrance wafting out from her. Bai Yuxian sat on a sofa in front of Yang Feng. "Young Master Lei, you're sweet." Yang Feng asked, "Miss Bai, what can I do for you?" Bai Yuxian spoke with a smile. "Call me Yuxian. Does the Undying Mountain want to get their own territory in the Li Gui Province?" Yang Feng's eyes flickered with intense light. "Of course we do." As a warlock group who wants to return to the Zhangji Plain, their biggest desire should be to get a footing in the Zhangji Plain. The Zhangji Plain is a treasure land, but the places most abundant in resources are occupied by powerful warlock groups. The Li Gui Province is rich in resources as well, although the Li Gui Province can't produce infinity warlocks. However, it is entirely possible to cultivate an infinity warlock in some other place in the Zhangji Plain with the Li Gui Province's resources. As an ancient warlock group who wants to return to the Zhangji Plain, the Undying Mountain cannot possibly not want to gain a foothold in the Li Gui Province. Bai Yuxian waved her porcelain finger gently and uttered full of enticement. 100,000 pieces of silver warrior and 5 million pieces of bronze warrior. As long as you give me these secret treasures, I can guarantee that the Undying Mountain will get a foothold in the Li Gui Province, and their territory will be as large as that of any of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. When he had that, contempt shimmered in the abyss of Yang Feng's eyes. He responded with a smile. "Is the Great Cloud Dynasty planning to send troops to the Li Gui Province?" 3 years ago, the Great Cloud Dynasty expelled the 10 great sects from the Eastern world. It will take you at least 100 years to recover from this ordeal. His Majesty is wise and mighty. Naturally, he knows that the Great Cloud Dynasty should stay quiet at this time. How could he send troops to the Li Gui Province? If you don't send troops, then how can you seize such a large piece of land from the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres? The Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty Bai Wuqing is shrewd. After driving the 10 great sects out of the Eastern world, he began to recover his forces and reorganize the imperial court. Everyone knows that the Great Cloud Dynasty will be able to recover its strength or even reach a higher level after several hundred years. During this period, the shrewd Bai Wuqing will never send a large number of troops to the Li Gui Province. Otherwise, if they lose, restless ambitious forces hidden in the Great Cloud Dynasty will rebel. Bai Yuxian spoke with a sweet smile. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty won't send an army into the Li Gui Province, however, there are ways for the Undying Mountain to gain a piece of land. Of course, The Undying Mountain must also send troops to cooperate with us when necessary. Yang Feng asked curiously, which force does the Great Cloud Dynasty intends to tackle? Smiling silently, Bai Yuxian stared at Yang Feng with her limpid eyes. Staying collected, Yang Feng picked up a glass of wine and sampled it calmly. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. Bai Yuxian spoke with a sweet smile. 100,000 pieces of Silver Warrior and 5 million pieces of Bronze Warrior. Give me these secrets treasures and I will tell you. Yang Feng refused decisively. Please leave. 100,000 pieces of Silver Warrior and 5 million pieces of Bronze Warrior is equivalent to the all-out output of Yang Feng's bases for 1 month. These secret treasures can make a Warlock group with a single Moonlight Warlock standing guard be able to contend against a Warlock group with a glorious Sun Warlock standing guard. Bai Yuxian wants to take away all those secret treasures by virtue of unreliable and incomplete information. Yang Feng can't agree to this. Bai Yuxian smiled and said, 10,000 pieces of Silver Warrior and 500,000 pieces of Bronze Warrior. I can ask the higher-ups to grant you the title of Major General of the Li Gui Province and Viscount. The Great Cloud Dynasty has inherited the governmental system of the Magic Note Dynasty, and its nobility is organized according to 5 titles: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron. Viscount is already an aristocrat of very high standing. A title in the Great Cloud Dynasty is much more precious than that of other forces. No matter where they go, a Viscount will have all kinds of privileges. Yang Feng smiled and refused tactfully. 100 pieces of Silver Warrior and 10,000 pieces of Bronze Warrior, and I can consider it. Bai Yuxian spoke with a light smile. It's not impossible. However, I need your help. If you kill Zhan Mingtang, I can ask the higher-ups to confer you the title of Count. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he refused directly. To kill Zhan Mingtang? Sorry, I don't have that kind of ability. Zhan Mingtang is a peerless genius of the Zhan family of the 5 heavenly lords and a future leading figure of the Zhan family. Yang Feng humiliated him and won a great bet against him in the Flower Festival. With the fictional Undying Mountain at his back, the Zhan family won't do anything to him. However, if Yang Feng kills Zhan Mingtang, the Zhan family will mobilize all their power to kill Yang Feng. Even though he has the support of the Undying Mountain, he cannot resist the Zhan family's revenge. Bai Yuxian spoke with a solemn expression. The Great Cloud Dynasty has found out that the Zhan family has colluded with abyssal fiends and wants to destroy all other forces in the Li Gui Province. Yang Feng said with a smile. Collusion with abyssal fiends, what is there to fear? The endless abyss runs through countless planes. Legend has it that is the dark side of the universe where the evil force of the countless planes gathers. There are countless powerful beings in the abyss, but the abyss is full of slaughter and chaos. Abyssal fiends like to kill and devour each other the most. The most cruel, ruthless, and cunning abyss fiends will receive the favor of the abyss and evolve very fast. Without the control of a higher-level fiend, if 10,000 abyssal fiends are put together, they will be down to less than 100 individuals at 10+ days later. The collusion between the Zhan family and abyssal fiends is simply a joke in Yang Feng's view. If the Zhan family opens a passageway for abyssal fiends to come to the Zhangji Plain, the abyssal fiends will attack the experts of the Zhan family first because they are the closest. Bai Yuxian said with a grave expression. If it were ordinary abyssal fiends, there would be nothing to fear. But they colluded with abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor. A dignified gleam streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered slowly, So it's him. If it's him, then things will be tricky. No one knows how many floors there are in the endless abyss. But abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal on the 666th floor is famous throughout the Zhangji Plain. Poidal is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank abyssal fiend. He is cunning and wise, and has a fallen angel legion under his command. The fallen angel legion was created by Poidal, who on one hand corrupted the angels of gods, and on the other hand used pure and holy souls and powerful soul stones coupled with a special method to make fallen angels. Poidal's most famous exploit was when he sent the fallen angel legion to besiege and kill a warlock monarch after the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty collapsed. Later, when the 8th Warlock dynasty collapsed, his fallen angel legion barged into the Zhangji plain and slayed another warlock monarch. Additionally, over the years, more than 100 infinity warlocks died to his fallen angel legion. Even though Poitl's fallen angel legion has suffered successive heavy losses, but it's still a very powerful army that infinity warlocks fear. Poitl is one of the abyssal fiends of whom human warlock are the most apprehensive. In the endless abyss, there is not a small number of abyssal fiends stronger than him. However, very few abyssal fiend lords have a fallen angel legion guarding them. The 666th floor is also the most orderly floor of the abyss. Compared with the rest of the abyss, it resembles more the infernal world controlled by devils. If the Zhan family colluded with Poitl, then the Li Gui Province may really fall into Poitl's hands. Bai Yuxian spoke with an enticing tone. Young Master Lei, if you kill Zhan Mingtang and expose the conspiracy of the Zhan family, you'll become the hero of the Li Gui Province. The Zhan family will be destroyed by the rest of the heavenly lords and heavenly ogres. In this way, won't the Undying Mountain have the opportunity to get involved with the Zhan family's territory? Yang Feng replied, if there is no concrete evidence, I won't take action. Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly and pushed an envelope in front of Yang Feng. As long as you investigate these, you will get the evidence you want. Chapter 603 Zhan Ing. Chapter 603 Zhan Ing. Translator, Zayamoj. In the deepest part of a mine strictly guarded by the Zhan family, a void assassin stepped out of the void. After a moment, it entered back into the void. In the moment it was out in the open, the void assassin has scanned the planar passageway under construction inside the mine. In the mine, there is a starry sky warlock with his eyes closed. He didn't notice that a void assassin has appeared here just now. While examining the data, Yang Feng was thinking, from the information she gave me, the Zhan family has really colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl of the 666th floor. They want to unify the Li Gui Province. This is really bad news for the Undying Mountain, who is in the process of returning to the Zhangji plain. Similarly, the Great Cloud Dynasty is reluctant to see the Li Gui Province being occupied by an abyssal fiend Grand Duke. If the Li Gui Province is occupied by the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl, he can use the province as a bridgehead to attack the Great Cloud Dynasty at will. The fallen angels in the Fallen Angel Legion require precious and powerful souls as well as soul stones to be produced. The best soul material for making fallen angels are the souls of human warlocks. Therefore, once the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl occupies the Li Gui Province, he will definitely attack the Great Cloud Dynasty and plunder the souls of human warlocks. Yang Feng sneered in his heart. However, to have me take the initiative, wishful thinking. Even if the entire Li Gui Province is occupied by the abyssal fiends, I'll withdraw from the province at worst. With the evidence of collusion between the Zhan family and the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poitl in her grasp, since Bai Yuxian didn't announce it to the world, she clearly doesn't want to offend such a colossus as the Zhan family. She wants Yang Feng representing the Undying Mountain to break the facade and expose the Zhan family's plot, and have the Undying Mountain and the Zhan family become mortal enemies. If the Undying Mountain really wants to use the Li Gui Province as a base for their return, they won't miss this opportunity. After all, only by getting rid of the Zhan family will space for the Undying Mountain to take root in the Li Gui Province be vacated. This is an irresistible overt plot. But the Undying Mountain is a fictional force created by Yang Feng. If he can gain a footing in the Li Gui Province, that would be certainly for the best. But if he can't, Yang Feng can withdraw from the Li Gui Province and go to another place. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Before he entered the Li Gui Province, Yang Feng has prepared for failure. 10 days later, the Moon Heaven City in a manor. Bai Yuxian taking a walk inside a garden filled with blooming flowers frowned slightly and uttered, pensive. This Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is a troublesome guy. He can really keep his composure. Soon after, Bai Yuxian sighed and said regretfully, unfortunately, I have to use another pawn now. With a wave of her hand, a ray of white light entered the void in a flash. Half a month later, a handsome young warlock of dignified bearing entered the water moon heaven. Immediately after, An explosive news came from the water-moon heaven and spread to the whole Li Gui Province. The news states that the Zhan family of the 5 heavenly lords colluded with abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal of the 666th floor of the abyss. When this news came out, a commotion broke out in the Li Gui Province. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Once the abyssal fiends come, it will be a huge disaster for the Li Gui Province. Although the abyssal fiends in the 666th floor of the abyss are more orderly than the other abyssal fiends. But make no mistake, they won't refrain from slaughtering humans. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal's fallen angel legion is fierce and powerful, but the birth of fallen angels is accompanied by the death human warlocks. Poidal won't care about the fate of human warlocks. Once his fallen angel legion arrives at the Li Gui Province, they will certainly unleash a massacre and harvest the soul of Li Gui Province's human warlocks. When the Water-Moon Heaven made a public appeal, apart from the Zhan family, the other warlock groups of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres formed a Zhan subjugation alliance. Almost 80% of the Li Gui Province's warlock groups joined the Zhan subjugation alliance, and Yang Feng has also joined the alliance on behalf of the Undying Mountain. Although the Zhan family denied all the evidence released by the Zhan subjugation alliance, but the alliance still declared the Zhan family traitors of humans. Under the orders of the Zhan subjugation alliance, the warlock groups within the alliance all took people to the Wave Cloud Mountain City. The Wave Cloud Mountain City is only 500 kilometers away from the Zhan family's largest fortress, Steel Fang Fortress. For warlocks, this distance can be crossed in 1 hour. So long as the Steel Fang Fortress is captured, the hinterland of the Zhan family will be exposed to the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, and the alliance will be able to attack the Zhan family from any direction. The Zhan family will only have left their holy land Wu Hui Tian City as their final line of defense. The Wave Cloud Mountain City originally had a population of approximately 1 million people. But now 80% of warlock groups in the Li Gui Province led their warlock armies here and stationed around the city. Extending for hundreds of kilometers, you can see beautiful palaces everywhere. Warlock means are incredible. Of course, the place where warlock armies reside is not a simple barracks, but luxurious palaces. In the palaces, there are many ordinary people who serve the warlock soldiers. A light shone, and a huge warship descended and landed in front of the Wave Cloud Mountain City. From the huge warship, 5,000 third-generation battle robots and 100,000 second-generation battle robots alighted orderly. The 105,000 battle robots exude a jagged aura that is unique to elite warlocks of the Other Plane Development Division, making those who see them bear fear in their heart. A warlock came to Yang Feng and said a little respectfully, "Excuse me, are you young Master Lei from the Undying Mountain? I am Zhao Ming, the Alliance's quartermaster. We have arranged an encampment for you outside the city. Get out of the way, we're going into the city. If you don't let the Undying Mountain enter the city, then I will tear the Wave Cloud Mountain City down." Yang Feng pushed Zhao Ming to the side and took the 105,000 battle robots into the Wave Cloud Mountain City, domineering. The elite troops commanded by the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ghosts are stationed in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. On the surface, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain is not inferior to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. So how can they stay outside the city like other ordinary warlock groups? Simulating soaring killing intent, the 105,000 battle robots barged into the Wave Cloud Mountain City together with Yang Feng. The quartermaster flung aside by Yang Feng had no choice but to give up a place in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Otherwise, the Undying Mountain's warlock army would have a fight with a warlock army inside the Wave Cloud Mountain City. When Yang Feng returned to his bedroom, he glanced calmly at a corner of the room and said lightly, "Come out! Amazing! I expected nothing less from the Undying Mountain's young master." A lady no less beautiful than Bai Yuxian, dressed like a man and exuding an astonishing charm, came out, a smile on her face. The beautiful lady smiled sweetly and said, "I am Zhan Ing. Young Master Lei, won't you invite me to take a seat?" Yang Feng sat down on a sofa. "Please take a seat, Miss Zhan," a fragrance wafting out from her. Zhan Ing sat opposite Yang Feng. Smiling a bit like a rogue, Yang Feng's gaze as sharp as a knife wandered about Zhan Ying's body. "Miss Zhan, to come to my quarters, I have to commend you for your bravery. Outside my quarters, there are 105,000 elites. As long as I give the order, Miss Zhan, you will be in a bind to get out of here. The Zhan family is now the public enemy of the Li Gui Province. If I capture you, I will make a great contribution to the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Zhan Ying is the #1 beauty of the Li Gui Province, as well as a peerless genius of the Zhan family. Her status in the Zhan family even higher than that of Zhan Mingtang. She is the leading figure of the Zhan family's younger generation and the sole female heir of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. Although Xuanhuan is the young mistress of the secret treasure city. But she is not the heir. She is only the daughter of the city master of the secret treasure city, which is why she is addressed by others as young mistress. The heirs of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres must be the most outstanding warlock geniuses of the respective forces. Although Xuanhuan is very remarkable, but she is not the most remarkable warlock genius in the secret treasure city. Zhan Ying uttered with a smile. Young Master Lei, clever as you are, you should know what it means for me to appear here. Yang Feng responded flatly. Either you have been hiding here all along, or you have people on the inside. At this moment, the Wave Cloud Mountain City has a detection barrier opened, and dozens of extraordinary life forms with detection abilities are stationed throughout the entrances of the city. It is extremely difficult for someone to sneak into the Wave Cloud Mountain City without alarming anyone. Zhan Ying smiled sweetly and said, Yes, we have people on the inside. If we want, the Warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City can be easily eliminated. I came to invite the Undying Mountain to join the Zhan family alliance. As long as we win, the Li Gui Province will be in our pocket. Yang Feng uttered. The 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres have formed an alliance. Faced against such a force, I fail to see how the Zhan family can win. In the Li Gui Province, even the Great Cloud Dynasty is not their opponent. Zhan Ying offered a very generous condition. If a major event takes place, you can choose to stay neutral. After the Zhan family and them have decided the victor, you are welcome to join the Zhan family. Chapter 604 Insidious Scheme. Chapter 604 Insidious Scheme. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said lightly, I can consider it. Zhan Ying smiled, and then her body disintegrated and disappeared. Then I'll wait for your good news. Only the fragrance lingering in the room served as proof that the beautiful girl was here. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Feng revealed a pensive look. In the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the Cloud Mist Hall is the headquarters of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. In the Cloud Mist Hall, there is a dais suspended in midair. The dais is distributing 13 faint bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The Zhan Subjugation Alliance is a huge warlock alliance formed by most of the warlock groups in the Li Gui Province. If this force is grasped, unifying the Li Gui Province is entirely possible. The ambitious and ruthless 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres naturally attach great importance to this alliance. As such, bright world warlocks who won't easily leave their headquarters came here to compete for the leadership of the Warlock Alliance. Underneath the suspended dais, there are 13 seats. The 13 seats are occupied by the sect masters and patriarchs of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. They represent the will of the 13 bright world warlocks hidden on the dais. On the 2 sides of the Cloud Mist Hall, the leaders of different warlock groups stand in accordance with the strength of their warlock group, their numbers impressive. As the representative of the Undying Mountain, Yang Feng stands on the right side of the hall closest to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. Following the competition between Yang Feng's and Zhan Mingtang's subordinates, the reputation of the Undying Mountain's elite troops spread in the Li Gui Province. The Undying Mountain's army, formed by 5,000 Starry Sky Warlock rank 3rd-generation battle robots, can even daunt Glorious Sun Warlocks. The strength of the Undying Mountain is deep and unmeasurable. This is a fact recognized by all warlock groups in the Li Gui Province. The Undying Mountain is regarded as a warlock group second only to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. Many warlock groups even think that the Undying Mountain is more powerful than the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. But the Undying Mountain has never revealed a bright world warlock. Thus, it cannot compare to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. The Song family's patriarch Song Tianqiong of the 5 heavenly lords spoke unhurriedly. Since everyone is here, then I will announce our decision. The Zhan family is declared a traitor to the Li Gui Province and to humanity. After destroying the Zhan family's territory shall be divided according to everyone's contributions in the war. The 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are the leaders of this coalition, while Song Tianqiong is the nominal leader. The Song family is the weakest force among the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. Song Tianqiong was able to become the nominal leader of this coalition as a form of compromise of the many forces. Full W current novels on freewebnovio.com. The bland words made the eyes of many Warlock group leaders lit up and flicker with excitement. The Li Gui Province is a lesser province larger than many of the 36 greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. As one of the 5 heavenly lords, the underlying strength of the Zhan family is much greater than that of the entire Fuso subcontinent. If the Zhan family is wiped out, these Warlock groups can get land and resources. This is one of the main reasons why the Warlock groups actively joined the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Song Tianqiong's eyes fell on Yang Feng, and he said indifferently, "Lei Ming, is the Undying Mountain willing to be the vanguard and attack the Zhan family?" Yang Feng declined tactfully, decisive. "Great Commander, the Undying Mountain is too weak to be the vanguard. The Steel Feng Fortress is one of the Zhan family's 9 strongest fortresses. In fact, it is rated as the 2nd most powerful fortress. In the Steel Feng Fortress, there are numerous Warlock towers and glorious Sun Warlocks standing guard. If Yang Feng mobilized the 105,000 battle robots to attack the Steel Tooth Fortress, he is sure to run into a wall in front of the Steel Tooth Fortress. Warlock means are unfathomable. The Undyings aren't completely invulnerable, and may be suppressed by powerful Warlocks with incredible spells. Of course, Yang Feng won't take the initiative to act as the cannon fodder of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. A slender Warlock dressed in a silver hat and a white robe embroidered with a silver dragon stepped out and said, "Great Commander, I have something to say." Yang Feng looked at the Warlock. At a glance, he could tell that the Warlock is a glorious Sun Warlock, the leader of the Silver War Dragon Warlock group Xuanhuan. In many small Warlock groups, the strongest experts are the sect masters and patriarchs. Only in Warlock groups like the Battle Demon sect, who are a huge force with a long history, the ones in power are the great elders. Song Tianqiong said lightly, "Xuanhuan, speak your mind." Xuanhuan smiled and made an astonishing statement. "I have conclusive evidence that Lei Ming and the Undying Mountain have colluded with the Zhan family." As soon as this statement was made, the hall erupted into a hubbub, and eyes filled with dread, anger, killing intent, gloating, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. His voice frigid and filled with killing intent, Yang Feng spoke. "What evidence do you have that proves that I colluded with the Zhan family? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, the Undying Mountain and the Silver War Dragon will become mortal enemies." "Of course I have evidence. Take a look." Xuanhuan raised the corners of his mouth, glanced at Yang Feng with a look of pity in his eyes, and spread the fingers of his hand, and a silver image crystal suddenly flew out and released light that formed a projection in midair. In the projection, Zhan appeared in Yang Feng's room, sat in front of Yang Feng, had a pleasant conversation with Yang Feng, and then disappeared. Very cleverly, the recording in the image crystal was made from an angle that concealed Zhan Ying's mouth, making it look like Yang Feng and Zhan Ying are talking about something secret. While watching the projection of the image crystal, the faces of many Warlock leaders became unsightly, and they gazed at Yang Feng full of hostility. Anyone knows that once a traitor appears in the alliance, it will deal a serious blow to the alliance. Yang Feng just wanted to explain himself, when a spell to detect lies cast by the Chen family's patriarch Chen Sheng landed on him. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank might spread from Chen Sheng and shrouded Yang Feng, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Lei Ming, is everything depicted in the image crystal true?" Aware that he fell into a trap, Yang Feng quickly defended himself. "It's true. But so it is true. In this case, your Undying Mountain colluded with the Zhan family. You wretched traitors. I, Chen Sheng, hate scum like you who collude with other races the most. Now stop resisting and surrender. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed fiercely, and he extended his hand and grabbed Yang Feng. Don't kill. Suddenly, a black rune seeped out from Yang Feng, and he issued a miserable scream, a look of despair in his eyes. Rumble. With a loud noise, Yang Feng's body shattered into countless fragments. Xuanhuan was taken aback. Dead? What's going on? I didn't want to kill him. Song Tianqiong chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a series of detection spells enveloped Yang Feng's original position, and the aura of a collapsed soul filled the area. From the dais suspended in midair, a gray ray of light shot towards Yang Feng's original location. Countless small fragments flew up and formed a broken moonlight core in the air. A bewildered voice came from the dais. He's really dead? The Undying Mountain is a force with the Empyrean grade secret method life and death text. Among Empyrean grade secret methods, the life and death text has the most profound research on the law of life and death. Of the 8 Warlock emperors, the Death Lord has lived the longest. The young master of the Undying Mountain Yang Feng died so easily. This carries a heavy stench of a conspiracy. Resolve streaked past Song Tianqiong's eyes, and he ordered, "The Undying Mountain colluded with the Zhan family. I hereby declare the Undying Mountain a traitor to the Li Gui Province. Pass down my order. Destroy the Undying Mountain's army immediately." Now that Yang Feng has died here, the Zhan Subjugation Alliance has become mortal enemies with the Undying Mountain. Under such circumstances, the most proper course of action for the Zhan Subjugation Alliance is to destroy the Undying Mountain's army. At the moment of Yang Feng's death, the 105,000 battle robots suddenly went crazy and went to break out of the Wave Cloud Mountain City. Yi Shang, a moonlight warlock of the Yi family, led more than 3,000 Yi family warlocks to block in front of Yang Feng's mechanical legion and barked, "Stop! I am Commander Yi Shang of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance. Anyone who moves shall be killed." The 5,000 Undyings at the front suddenly accelerated to Mach 25. With a flash, Yi Shang and the 3,000-plus Yi family warlocks were chopped into numerous pieces. After slaying the Yi family's blockade, the 105,000 battle robots fled away. A bunch of idiots. To engage the Undying Mountain's elite soldiers head-on, how moronic. To deal with these elites, you must exploit their weakness. Zhao Quangfeng, a burly Zhao family's powerhouse, smiled coldly, took out a level 7 secret treasure fire bottle and aimed the secret treasure at the battle robots. And a fearsome attractive force gushed out from the bottle and sucked 300 second-generation battle robot into the bottle. The fire bottle flashed with light, and the 300 modified second-generation battle robots were burned to ashes. Chapter 605, Sudden Change. Chapter 605, Sudden Change. Translator, Zayamoj. With his glorious son Warlock rank cultivation base, Zhao Quangfeng was barely able to chase after the 105,000 battle robots. Urging the secret treasure flame bottle to launch attacks, he destroyed 300 battle robots with each attack. Wanting to fight back, the mechanical legion besieged Zhao Quangfeng several times, but the opponent escaped easily via strange spells. Making full use of the maneuverability of a glorious son Warlock, Zhao Quangfeng employed kiting to grind away at Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Besides, he only fought the mechanical legion when in his best form. Whenever he consumed a bit of life force, he would immediately fall back and restore his strength. Struck dumb, the Warlock group stationed around the Wave Cloud Mountain City didn't budge. They just stared blankly as Zhao Quangfeng hunted the huge mechanical legion. Inside the Cloud Mist Hall, when the Warlock leaders thought of the scene where Yang Feng was killed just now, many of them had vague guesses about what is going on behind the scenes. Among the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres, many forces are unwilling to see the Undying Mountain appear in the Li Gui Province. That is probable why Yang Feng was killed before he could explain himself. With Yang Feng dead, the Undying Mountain and the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres have no room to mediate. The Zhan Subjugation Alliance can only unite to expel the Undying Mountain from the Li Gui Province. Even if they saw through things, these clever people kept mum. They are much weaker than the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. Moreover, they have no ties of friendship with the Undying Mountain. Naturally, They aren't willing to speak out at the risk of offending the 13 top warlock groups. Zhan family's messenger Zhan Ying seeks an audience. Suddenly, a voice came from outside and sounded in the cloud mist hall. Song Tianxiong creased his eyebrows and said, "Let her in." When two forces are at war, they don't execute messengers. Unexpectedly, Zhan Ying is the messenger of the Zhan family. Song Tianxiong naturally cannot just ignore her. As soon as Zhan Ying entered the hall appeared to brighten up, and an enticing fragrance spread from her. Such a graceful bearing, as expected of the Li Gui Province's top beauty. When the warlock leaders in the hall saw Zhan Ying, their eyes lit up, and they mused. The Li Gui Province is a lesser province that is larger than many of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces. Although the Li Gui Province is called a province, but it is much larger than many plains. Zhan Ying is acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Li Gui Province, yet many warlock leaders only heard of her name and never saw her. Now seeing Zhan Ying's graceful bearing, the warlock leaders have to admit that she deserves her reputation. Zhan Ying bowed in salute to Song Tianxiong and spoke with a smile. "Well met, gentlemen." Song Tianxiong uttered coldly, "Zhan Ying, are you here to surrender on behalf of the Zhan family?" Zhan Ying replied pitifully, "No. I came to tell you that the Zhan family hasn't colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poital. The evidence is forged. The people who falsified the evidence want to provoke a conflict between us. Gentlemen, scrutinize it, and you'll see the truth of the matter." Song Tianxiong spoke coldly. "Zhan Ying, there's no need to quibble. We checked the evidences with detection spells. However, everything points to the Zhan family. The evidence is definitely not forged. No matter how the Zhan family quibbles, it is useless. If you came to just say this, then please go back. Since you won't listen to my explanation, gentlemen, then please die." Zhan Ying sighed faintly, then raised her lily-white hand, and a pair of butterfly wings suddenly emerged behind her. The wings flapped slightly, and starlight-like powder permeated the entire hall. "Idiot! For a mere moonlight warlock to act wildly in front of us. How reckless! Since you attacked first, we won't be going against the rules if we kill you." A fierce flash in his eyes, Lu Bowen smiled ferociously, and quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from him. Suddenly, the Yi family's Yi Nanshan waved his hand, and a 10-meter-long sword burst out and slashed out. Taken off guard, Lu Bowen was sliced into two by the giant sword. In the next moment, an evil ogre scapegoat engraved with countless runes appeared in the place Lu Bowen has been just a moment. The scapegoat has been cut in two, its vitality wiped out. The space next to it blurred, and the perfectly fine Lu Bowen emerged. Scapegoat is one of the most advanced secret methods of the Netherman Ogre Dragon. Via various wicked secret methods, Lu Bowen can make a glorious sun warlock into a scapegoat, which can die in his stead once. Only a monarch-grade secret treasure of karma can kill Lu Bowen with one sword strike without scapegoat activating. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. Both shocked and angry, Lu Bowen bellowed, "Yi Nanshan, are you crazy?" If Lu Bowen hadn't refined two scapegoats, he would have died at Yi Nanshan's hands at this time. The giant sword in Yi Nanshan's hand is the level 7 secret treasure Black Death Sword. Once sliced by it, many life-saving secret methods of glorious sun warlocks will be rendered useless, and they will die. Only a peerless secret method like Scapegoat can block the Black Death Sword's killing blow. Just as Lu Bowen had his outburst, bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power came from the dais suspended in midair. The dais exploded, and a violent shock wave spread out in all directions. 14 figures shot out from the dais. The 14 figures are divided into two sides, with 7 figures on each side. Among the 7 figures on one side, one has a black poisonous needle inserted into the back, while another has a black dagger pierced into the heart, and countless black runes covered his body. The two severely injured Bright World Warlocks are slumped in the hands of other two Bright World Warlocks. Their eyes glazed over. What's going on? Isn't that the Zhan family's great elder Zhan Hongtao? How did he appear here? The great elders of the Seven Stars Abode and the Thunder Demon sect were taken down by the Yi family's great elder Yi Chun and the Chun family's great elder Chun Lei. What the hell happened? The Warlock leaders of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance watched the bright world Warlocks in midair with stunned expressions, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. The bodies of some of these Warlock leaders blurred, and they attempted to flee outside. A fight between bright world Warlocks isn't something they can interfere in. As soon as the Warlock leaders moved, they felt a slight pain in their heads, and their life force was drained continuously. The great elder of the Water Moon Heaven barked with a ferocious expression on his face. Yi Chun, you colluded with the Zhan family. Why did you betray us? The handsome and scholarly-looking great elder Yi Chun of the Yi family smiled and answered, the Li Gui Province is too small to contain so many forces. The 5 heavenly lords are enough. There is no need for the 9 heavenly ogres to exist. It's not that the Zhan family has colluded with the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital, but the 5 heavenly lords have colluded with the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital in order to bury the 9 heavenly ogres here. Great Elder Song Jin of the Song family silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a huge gate appeared behind him. The gate opened, and a dense crowd of beautiful fallen angels with black wings on the back exuding temptation flew out. Each fallen angel emits at least great Warlock rank fluctuations of power, and there are many who emit Starry Sky Warlock and Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. When the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon saw the densely packed fallen angels, his heart sunk, and apprehension streaked past his eyes. Fallen Angel Legion? The Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital's Fallen Angel Legion. In the countless planes, in addition to the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital, there aren't many wicked beings that use pure souls and soul stones to create powerful fallen angels. Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital's Fallen Angel Legion has emerged several times in the Zhangji Plain, each time setting off numerous bloody storms. It even killed a Warlock Monarch rank expert. After going through the baptism of war for more than 100,000 years, the experts in the Fallen Angel Legion are comparable to the strongest Warlocks of the same rank. Besides, they are proficient in fighting in a group which is extremely troublesome. The great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon yelled, "Kill them! They must not be allowed to summon blazing angel rank fallen angels. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Blazing angels are grade 9 angels with almost infinite evolution potential. Pinnacle blazing angels are terrifying beings that can fight with supreme gods. Of course, the weakest blazing angels have pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank power. A bright world Warlock rank blazing angel is comparable to a bright world Warlock who has formed a virtual world. Only by using powerful secret treasures can human Warlocks defeat such blazing angels. When Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon yelled, his body blurred, and he turned into a 1,000 meters long Netherworld Ogre Dragon with one half of its body resembling the Netherworld and the other half resembling both a dragon and an ogre engraved with countless mysterious runes. Chapter 606, Dogfight. Chapter 606, Dogfight. Translator, Zayamoj. Netherworld ogre dragons are a kind of extraordinary life form that lives in the gap between the Netherworld and the Dragon Plane. Adult Netherworld ogre dragons possess bright world Warlock rank power, and can even compete with some weak junior Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Netherworld ogre dragon is the highest level of bloodline in the Netherman ogre dragon Warlock group. When the Great Elder of the Netherman ogre dragon transformed into a Netherworld ogre dragon, the cloud mist hall burst due to the dragon's enormous body, and countless barriers collapsed. The Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon extended his claw enveloped in nether breath towards the gate that is summoning fallen angels continuously. Nether breath contains the law of nether. When contaminated by nether breath, the soul of ordinary people will enter the netherworld and fall into sticks. The same is true to the great Warlock rank fallen angels. The Great Elder of the Zhao family Zhao Zihong silently recited an incantation and flipped his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai shield engraved with abstruse runes appeared in his hand. The Mount Tai shield shone brightly, and a huge mountain range blocked in front of the Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon. The Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon is the expert with the greatest destructive power among the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres, while the Mount Tai Shield is the level 8 secret treasure with the most powerful defense in the Li Gui Province. When the two collided together, a tremendous blare erupted, and a violent shock wave spread out in all directions. Riding the shock wave, the fallen angels that emerged from the gate spread their black wings and flew towards the Warlock leaders on the ground, forming small attack clusters. Mere 5 great Warlock rank fallen angels want to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. A Moonlight Warlock rank Warlock leader looked at the 5 fallen angels and smiled coldly. But suddenly, to his horror, he found out that the life force inside him dissipated at a great speed. When the 5 beautiful and sexy fallen angels reached the Warlock leader, they waved the swords in their hands, and black rays of light shone. The Warlock leader was cut to pieces in an instant, and then a fallen angel dug out his moonlight core. The fallen angels that flew out of the gate besieged the Warlock leaders of the Li Gui Province. Except for some glorious Sun Warlocks who can still fight barely, most of the Moonlight Warlocks feel the life force inside them leave their body. These Moonlight Warlocks cannot resist the great Warlock rank fallen angels. Not caring about the fate of the Warlock leaders on the ground, the remaining 7 bright world Warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres used their strongest spells and blasted them towards the huge mountain range that is the Mount Tai Shield. The Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre turned into a 500-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre and slammed the Warlock Monarch rank giant's vertebrae in his hand into the huge mountain range formed from the Mount Tai Shield. With every hit, part of the huge mountain range shattered. The Purgatory Ogre's Great Elder turned into a 900-meter-tall Purgatory Ogre with a horn on his head exuding Purgatory breath. Manipulating Purgatory fire, he engaged with the Great Elder of the Zhan family Xuanhuan. With a flick of the wrist of the Ogre Insect Pavilion's Great Elder, one of the 13 ancient ogre insects' soul-devouring ants suddenly flew out. Numbering 10 million, the black swarm of soul-devouring ants rushed towards the Great Elder of the Yi family Yi Chun. The Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode is an elemental warlock. Manipulating wind, water, fire, and earth elemental forces, conjured various elemental disasters and sent them the Great Elder of the Chun family Chun Lei's way. Operating a level 8 secret treasure light soul seal mind bead, the Great Elder of the Secret Treasure City engaged in a fight with the Great Elder of the Song family Song Jin. The Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven transformed into a bright moon that distributes moonlight. Illuminated by the moonlight, the mountain range formed from the Mount Tai Shield crumbled bit by bit. Updated from freeobnul.com. Many fallen angels have just flown out of the gate when they were purified into dust by the bright moon. Despite the frantic attacks of the Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the Thunder Evil Ogre, and the Moon, the Mount Tai Shield proved that its reputation as the #1 defensive secret treasure in the Li Gui Province is not in vain and blocked the attacks of the 3 bright world warlocks. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Zihong operating the Mount Tai Shield absorbed tremendous amounts of life magic energy to supplement his consumption of life force. Suddenly, the Netherman Ogre Dragon's Great Elder, who is transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, turned around and sent his claw crashing towards the Great Elder of the Chun family Chun Lei. Chun Lei was originally suppressed by the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode with various elemental spells, barely able to defend himself. Suddenly, the Netherworld Ogre Dragon's attack blasted through his magic shield, and nether breath began to assail his soul in a flash. The bright moon, the Water Moon Heaven's Great Elder, has transformed into flashed brightly, and copious amount of moonlight gathered and formed a moonlight arrow seemingly capable of purifying everything in the world. Tearing through the void, the moonlight arrow shot towards Chun Lei. Faced with a killing blow, Chun Lei spurted out a large mouthful of blood essence, and then blurred and exchanged places with the Chun family's patriarch. The moonlight arrow blasted into the Chun family's patriarch. A look of horror on his face. His body crumbled and his soul extinguished. Bloodline replacement is one of the most powerful life-saving secret methods mastered by Chun Lei. As long as there is a glorious Sun Warlock rank blood relative nearby, Chun Lei can use this secret method to escape death once. Bloodline replacement is a secret method that is more advanced than Scapegoat secret method. Of course, its conditions are also more stringent. There has to be a blood relative close enough to trade places with you. Chun Lei gritted his teeth. His complexion changed several times, and he recited an incantation and turned into a stream of black light that shot into the distance. The might of the underworld ogre dragon's nether breath is terrifying, eroding Chun Lei's soul and mind at all times. Facing a single opponent isn't a big deal, but when besieged by 3 bright world warlocks, he will be risking his life if he doesn't escape. The great elder of the cool breeze abode, controlling the 4 kinds of elemental force, formed 4 natural disaster and sent them slamming towards Songjin. The netherworld ogre dragon sent a claw enveloped by nether breath crashing towards Songjin from behind. The great elder of the secret treasure city aimed the light soul seal mind bead at Songjin, and a beam containing countless tiny chains formed from runes shot towards Songjin. Facing the joint attack of 3 bright world warlocks, Songjin's countenance changed drastically. Suddenly, a white book flew out, and then 3 sheets of paper flew out from the book. As soon as the 3 sheets of white papers flew into the air, they changed into Songjin's likeness and received the attacks of the 3 bright world warlocks. When the 3 attacks landed on the 3 Songjin stand-ins, the stand-ins were blasted apart in a flash. Via a secret method, Songjin appeared dozens of kilometers away, a dignified look on his face. The secret method Songjin used just now is called Bloodline Cloud Paper Stand-in. It took him a lot of blood essence to refine the 3 sheets of white paper, which can erupt with an incredible power at the critical moment. However, Songjin has only refined 10 sheets of white paper. After all, each refinement costs him 10 years of lifespan and damages his origin soul. It's not a treasure that can be made infinitely. Every one of the 3 bright world warlocks is stronger than Songjin. Except for Zhao Zihong, who owns the Mount Tai Shield, the rest of the bright world warlocks cannot resist the joint attack of 3 bright world warlocks. Zhao Zihong shouted, "Grand Duke Poital, if you don't send someone to help us, then we will withdraw. Before we leave, we will destroy the planar passageway leading here from the abyss. The great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres are overwhelmingly strong. Although the 5 heavenly lord incapacitated 2 bright world warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres with their sneak attack, but the remaining 7 great elders are still astonishingly strong. In a group fight, the netherworld ogre dragon is particularly troublesome. With his huge body and attacks containing nether breath, he's simply a nightmare for other warlocks of the same rank. Once the netherworld ogre dragon hits you, nether breath will erode your mind and soul." From the gate came an unruly laughter full of dangerous aura, and a 183-meter tall, gorgeous blazing angel-grade fallen angel with long purple hair, a curvaceous waist and large breasts, 3 pairs of black wings, and a fallen angel sword in hand exuding a heroic aura stepped out. "I, Alexia, captain of the 10th Legion, received orders from my lord to fight our enemies." When the Valkyrie-like Alexia stepped out of the gate collapsed and turned into dust. After all, this gate isn't a true planar passageway, but a temporary gate that was barely open thanks to a nearby planar passageway that leads to the endless abyss. For the bright world warlock rank blazing angel Alexia to cross this gate is already the limit. As if announcing the will of the gods, Alexia made a declaration. Her beautiful eyes burning with menacing fighting spirit, Alexia flapped her black wings and disappeared from the spot. She strangely appeared behind the head of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre and slashed out with her sword. Chapter 607, Blazing Angel Alexia. Chapter 607, Blazing Angel Alexia. Translator, Zayamoj. The darkness force twisting around Alexia's fallen angel sword made the sword nearly invincible. Even a monarch rank expert wouldn't dare to resist a slash from the fallen angel sword with their body. Black sword rays slashed the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre, transformed into a Purgatory Ogre into countless pieces in a flash. With the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre attached to it, the bright world core suddenly turned into a dazzling meteor and flew away. Alexia's figure blurred, and a black sword ray slashed the bright world core. A wisp of dark force forcefully wrung out the soul of the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre attached to the bright world warlock. At the same time, powerful soul force entered the fallen angel sword in her hand. Most of the souls of intelligent life forms killed by abyssal fiends will fall into the endless abyss, while only the souls of believers of gods at the true believer level or higher will be drawn to the divine country of their god. As for the souls of intelligent life forms killed by fallen angels, they are absorbed by the fallen angel swords and brought back to their master. Once abyssal fiends, fallen angels, and other creatures of the endless abyss come to a primary material plane, they will unleash a massacre in order to reap the souls of the intelligent life forms of the main material plane. The strong existences of primary material planes don't wish to see abyssal creatures rampage in their plane. Abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal has invaded the Zhangji plane several times and even killed 2 warlock monarchs. But he still cannot find a footing in the Zhangji plane, and that is because the human warlocks of the Zhangji plane won't let him have a footing. Amazing. So this is a blazing angel, an existence with the greatest evolutionary potential and strongest fighting ability among angels. freewebnovel.com. Seeing the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre easily slain by Alexia, shock welled up inside the Bright World Warlocks present. The great elder of the Purgatory Ogre was considered a pinnacle expert among Bright World Warlocks, and even other Bright World Warlocks were apprehensive of his purgatory fire. For such an expert, even if he is sneak attacked by an expert of the same rank, he won't be killed that easily. The fact that Alexia could kill the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre this easily only shows that she is far stronger than ordinary Bright World Warlocks. The countenance of the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Seal her with Light Soul Seal Mind Bead and continue to besiege the others. We must get rid of them in the shortest period of time." The great elder of the secret treasure city silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 8 secret treasure Light Soul Seal Mind beads suddenly flew out, released bright light, and broke down into 9 beads that shone brightly and formed a seal barrier that sealed the space Alexia is located in. Alexia slashed out with the fallen angel sword, and a black sword ray landed on the seal barrier and sliced open a small crack in the barrier. The crack has just appeared when it healed completely. So strong. This is a blazing angel of Poidal's fallen angel legion. No wonder she's an existence that can contend against Bright World Warlocks who formed a virtual world. The face of the great elder of the secret treasure city flushed. Blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes surged with shock. The elder of the secret treasure city operated the Light Soul Seal Mind bead virtually to the limit. At the same time, he fused with the Light Soul Seal Mind bead, barely sealing Alexia. If it was a bright warlock from the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres instead of Alexia, even if it was the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon transformed into a Netherworld Ogre Dragon, he wouldn't be able to break the seal barrier even if he attacked for 5 days and nights. However, with just one sword strike, Alexia slashed open a crevice in the barrier formed from the Light Soul Seal Mind bead and wounded the great elder of the secret treasure city. The gap between the two is evident. The great elder of the cool breeze abode cast various elemental spells that blasted towards Zhan Hongtao. Under the attack of the various elemental spells, Zhan Hongtao was suppressed again. He unleashed various secret methods to defend himself and retreat. The great elders of the Netherman Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven besieged Song Jin frantically. Under the siege of the 2 Bright World Warlocks, Song Jin has a hard time just falling back. At this moment, the sound of fighting came from outside. The warlock armies of the 5 heavenly lords raised their swords against their allies and attacked the warlocks from the 9 heavenly ogres. Caught off guard, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres suffered heavy casualties and were beaten back gradually. The remaining 6 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres felt the change in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, and their hearts surged with anxiety. Once the armies of the 5 heavenly lords and the fallen angel legion take care of the armies of the 9 heavenly ogres, the armies of the 5 heavenly lords will come to reinforce the enemy, and the remaining 6 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres will be in a serious bind. Despite his strong they may be injured or even killed. Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal's fallen angel legion can even besiege warlock monarchs, while the rigorously trained warlock armies can pose a threat to Bright World Warlocks if led by Glorious Sun Warlocks. Eyes shot with blood, the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon bellowed, "Go all out! If you don't, we will be killed by these damn traitors." transformed into a 1,000-meter-long netherworld ogre dragon. The great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon opened his maw and breathed in, and a vial of grain-sized nether holy blood entered his maw. Nether holy blood is holy blood left behind by a holy spirit warlock rank netherworld ogre dragon after it died. This is one of the trump cards of the Netherman ogre dragon. Once he drinks this vial of holy blood, the great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon will have an increase in strength for a short period of time. But as time passes, the backlash from the holy blood will harm even the great elder's foundation. When the great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon ingested the holy blood, his strength increased by 40% at once. He extended his claw. After crossing layers of space, the claw unexpectedly appeared directly behind Yichun. Yichen's face fell. He spurted out a mouthful of blood essence, and his body blurred. The claw of the great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon smashed into Yichun, and then crushed Yichun into pieces. Suspended in midair, the great elder of the water moon heaven in the form of a moon went all out. The moon suddenly expanded, and a beam of moonlight full of killing intent descended from the sky and flew towards the void. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. Yichun has just escaped from the great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon, when the beam of moonlight full of killing intent hit him, and his body crumbled. Light shone, and the petals of an extraordinary plant 9-night silver flower enveloped Yichun's bright world warlock core and turned into a stream of black light that entered the void. How can this be? When Yichun fled into the void, he saw the void filled with Yang Feng's third-generation battle robot, and shock streaked past his eyes. Suddenly, sealers flew out and released seal halos that hit Yichun's bright world core. The bright world core, flying as fast as lightning, was suddenly hit by layers of seals, and its speed became slower and slower. With a flash of light, the 9-night silver flower turned into Yichun's body about 1 meter in size. Yichun said loudly, "Which friend is this?" "I am Yichun, the great elder of the 5 heavenly lords of the Li Gui Province. My friend, please do me a favor and let me leave. The Yi family will repay you handsomely." The dense cluster of sealers released seal halos. At the same time, a large swarm of devourers pounced on Yichun and began devouring his life force. Having lost his powerful body, Yichun can only watch in horror and despair as his life force is being devoured by the devourers before eventually being sealed by the seal halos released by the countless sealers. Light twisted, and the battle robots entered stealth mode and disappeared in the void. The great elder of the cool breeze abode roared and urged his life force, and a violent storm and a sea of red fire enveloped Zhao Zihong and Song Jin respectively. The fighting strength of elemental warlocks is slightly above that of other warlocks. Zhao Zihong has the level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai Shield, so his defense is rock solid. But his offense is nothing much. Going all out, the great elder of the cool breeze abode can tie down Zhao Zihong and Zhan Hongtao for some time. The great elder of the thunder demon evil ogre, the great elder of the ogre insect pavilion, the great elder of the water moon heaven, and the great elder of the Netherman ogre dragon stimulated their life force and attacked Song Jin. Sheets of white paper changed into Song Jin's likeness and blocked the attacks of the 4 great elders. In just a dozen-plus breaths of time, Song Jin's 10 sheets of bloodline cloud paper were all used up. When the last sheet of bloodline cloud paper disappeared, Song Jin sighed helplessly, and then blurred and fled into the distance without hesitation. Confronted by 4 bright world warlocks going all out, if he stays, he can only last a few dozen breaths of tome before he's destroyed in body and soul. When Song Jin fled, the 4 great elders went to besiege Zhan Hongtao. Chapter 608, Elemental Lock. Chapter 608, Elemental Lock. Translator, Zayamoj. The 6 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres are clear that their goal now is to defeat the 5 heavenly lords, not kill them. The great elders of the 5 heavenly lords are all bright world warlocks. If they want to escape, it is extremely difficult to kill them. But once the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords have been defeated, the 6 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres will slaughter the elite troops of the 5 heavenly lords. Even if the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords try to flee, the 6 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres can join forces to stop one of them. After inflicting heavy casualties to the forces of the 5 heavenly lords, they can take control of the Zhan Subjugation Alliance, greatly increasing their strength. Zhan Hongtao has already hidden behind Zhao Zihong's Mount Tai Shield. Under the siege of 5 Bright World Warlocks, the mountain range, the level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai Shield has transformed into collapsed and shattered bit by bit. If I don't leave now, it will be too late later. Zhan Hongtao silently recited an incantation, and then blurred and turned into a stream of light that shot into the distance. Zhao Zihong's face fell and he cursed, "You sons of bitches!" The 5 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres let Zhan Hongtao run away, and instead focused on attacking Zhao Zihong, trying to kill him in the shortest time. A series of spatial spells spread throughout the void and blocked Zhao Zihong's escape. The level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai Shield is hailed as the number 1 level 8 defensive secret treasure in the Li Gui Province, and Zhao Zihong is known as Mount Tai Turtle. The 5 great elders did their best to attack Zhao Zihong. As long as Zhao Zihong dies, the 6 great elders will have the upper hand. Under the frenzied siege of the 5 great elders, the mountain range, the level 8 secret treasure Mount Tai Shield has transformed into finally crumbled into piece. The netherworld ogre dragon flung the Tai Mountain shield away with its attack, and a crack appeared on the shield. When Zhao Zihong was struck by the Mount Tai Shield, he shouted, "I surrender!" As a Bright World Warlock, Zhao Zihong has a long lifespan. He doesn't want to die just yet. A dazzling moonlight arrow descended from the sky and blasted into Zhao Zihong. Purified by the moonlight arrow, Zhao Zihong's body collapsed gradually. Wind blades containing the law of wind sliced pieces off from Zhao Zihong's body. A purple flame emerged from the void and burned the pieces of Zhao Zihong's body into ashes. Among Bright World Warlocks, there are many who have incredible life-saving secret treasures. If their soul clinging to a part of their flesh escapes, they can be quickly reborn. A black ray of light shot out from Zhao Zihong's broken body and flew away. A beam of moonlight slammed into the black ray of light. Black gas wriggled on the Bright World core inside the black light and issued miserable screams before it was eventually purified. Finally dead. The 5 great elders sighed in relief when they saw this scene. There are many ways for Bright World Warlocks to protect their life. Once forced into desperation, who knows what kind of secret method they may display. The 5 great elders let Zhan Hongtao escape previously because their target was Zhao Zihong. Injuring 5 fingers is not as effective as cutting off 1 finger. The 5 great elders understand this simple truth. "Help me!" Suddenly, a scream rang, and then a black sword ray shoot out from the light soul seal mind beads barrier. Enveloped by endless darkness, the sword strike sliced the great elder of the secret treasure city into 2. The body of the great elder of the secret treasure city blurred, as if some death substitution secret treasure has been activated automatically. Along with the black sword ray, a terrifying dark force cut the karma threads of the death substitution secret treasures. The death substitution secret treasures the great elder of the secret treasure has prepared exploded. At last, the body divided into 2 parts was eroded, the life force was extinguished, and the soul was shattered by the dark force. Alexia beckoned with her hand, and the light soul seal mind bead flew into her hand and disappeared. The 5 great elders watched Alexia standing loftily in midair, and their hearts shook. Of the 5, some may be able to defeat the great elder of the secret treasure city, but not kill him. Even if the 5 of them join forces, they may not be able to kill the great elder of the secret treasure city who has many life-saving secret treasures. We must kill her. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to go in the Li Gui Province. I'll seal her movements. Water Moon Barrier. The moon, the great elder of Water Moon Heaven, has transformed into combusted, and moonlight descended on the ground, sealed off an area 100 kilometers in radius, and formed a water moon barrier that resembled both moonlight and water. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Alexia's figure fluttered, black light flashed, and she appeared at the edge of the water moon barrier and slashed with her sword at the barrier. When the fallen angel sword enveloped by dark force landed on the water moon barrier, it set off ripples. The barrier is still intact. Alexia couldn't help but crease her beautiful eyebrows. She is indeed very strong, far stronger than any of the 5 Bright World Warlocks. In a 1-to-1 fight, she can kill the 5 of them one by one. However, when facing the 5 Bright World Warlocks at the same time, even she isn't sure that she can take them on. Most of the 5 Heavenly Lords and 9 Heavenly Ogres are Warlock groups with a long heritage and profound foundation. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary force has lost 6 Bright World Warlocks to them, and was forced eventually to abandon the Li Gui Province, only leaving a symbolic stronghold in the province. Each of the 5 remaining Great Elders has pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank battle prowess. If it was up to her, Alexia would withdraw and join up with the remnant forces of the 5 Heavenly Lords, and then kill the 5 Great Elders one by one and finally seize the entire Li Gui Province. However, the 5 Great Elders also understand that once Alexia escapes, she will converge with remaining forces of the 5 Heavenly Lords. By then, the 5 of them can only hide in their bases and let the enemy grind away at their forces. Otherwise, they will be in danger of dying at Alexia's hands. Eyes shot with blood, the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre howled, and then he shrunk and turned into a 10-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre covered in countless runes, and a pair of wings full of sharp barbs extended from his back. This is the second battle form of Thunder Demon Evil Ogres. To sustain this battle form, the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre has to consume 1 year of his lifespan every second. In this form, he can even kill a quasi-infinity warlock within 3 minutes. He can maintain this form for up to 5 minutes. The body of the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre fluttered, and he shot towards Alexia in a series of afterimages and stabbed his 30-centimeter-long claws at her vitals. freewebnovel.com. Alexia released sword rays from the fallen angel sword in her hand and flung away the claws of the opponent. At the same time, she sliced open numerous wounds on the body of the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre. Normally, those cuts made by the fallen angel sword cannot be healed due to the erosion of the dark force. But with the fearsome healing ability that came with his second battle form, the wound healed at an alarming rate. Even though the Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre is at a disadvantage, but his eyes are bloodshot and his fighting spirit is surging, and he blocked Alexia. However, the Great Elder isn't a true Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, and his second battle form cannot be maintained for too long. Once his strength drops slightly, he will be slain by Alexia. Greeting his teeth, the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode flipped his hand, took out a silver chain, and sprayed blood essence onto the chain, and elemental force of the 4 elements poured into the chain. The silver chain is called Element Lock. It is a level 9 elemental secret treasure and one of the trump cards of the Cool Breeze Abode. Ordinarily, the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode doesn't have the power to operate the elemental lock. But now that he is combusting his blood essence and employing a secret method, his strength has increased, and he is barely able to operate the elemental lock. Suddenly, the elemental lock shone and turned into a silver light that flew towards Alexia lightning fast. Alexia's calm face finally revealed some emotion, and she silently recited an incantation, and countless black runes coiled around the fallen angel's sword in her hand, and she slashed at the element lock with all her might. The violent dark force and the powerful elemental force intertwined and locked in a stalemate. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion released an insect and blew it away. A palm-sized insect landed on Alexia's neck without any warning and bit her neck. Chapter 609, Yang Feng Takes Action. Chapter 609, Yang Feng Takes Action. Translator, Zayamoj. Black light shone, and the palm-sized poisonous insect was torn apart. Black venom sputtered out from the poisonous insect, and then was blown away by the dark force on Alexia's body. The palm-sized poisonous insect is called Fallen God Insect, and it has an extremely strong venom. When bit by it, even an infinity warlock will be paralyzed and eventually eroded and die. Even beings with extremely high poison resistance, such as abyssal fiends, can't resist the venom of the fallen god insect. The Ogre Insect Pavilion has spent countless years to just breed a single fallen god insect. Eyes shot with blood, the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion growled, "Damn fallen angel, you killed my fallen god insect. When I capture you, I will turn you into an insect nest." There are countless secret methods for breeding poisonous insects in the Ogre Insect Pavilion, among which There are many methods that use powerful living beings as nests to cultivate insects. This is the most terrifying legal punishment in the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Countless black runes extended from Alexia's fair neck towards the rest of her body and eroded her body and soul. The Netherworld Ogre Dragon, the Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon, has transformed into appeared behind Alexia and sent a claw covered in nether breath stabbing towards her. A deep darkness flashed in her eyes, and Alexia opened the 3 pairs of black wings, and countless black light feathers shot in all directions. The rain of black light feathers ran through the magic shields of the Great Elders from the Netherman Ogre Dragon, the Ogre Insect Pavilion, and the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, and stabbed into them. At the same time, they attacked the Water Moon Barrier. In an instant, the black light feathers turned into black flames that engulfed the 3 Great Elders, burned their flesh and soul, and injured their origin. The 3 screamed in agony. Impacted by the black light feathers the most, the Great Elder from the Ogre Insect Pavilion, shrouded in black fire, is struggling and screaming frantically. When the black wings were stimulated, Alexia's aura suddenly declined. The silver elemental lock blurred and appeared in front of her, and then turned into silver shackled that locked her firmly. A powerful dark force erupted from inside Alexia, but then was sealed by the silver shackles and suppressed into her body. Numerous silver runes extended along the elemental lock and sealed Alexia firmly. At this moment, the void 100 kilometers away from the Water Moon Barrier blurred, and 30 Star Destroyer battlestars and 2 interstellar carriers lying in ambush deactivated their cloaking mode and emerged. The Star Destroyer artillery aboard the Star Destroyer battlestars flashed brightly, and 30 brilliant beams of light slammed into the Water Moon Barrier. Bombarded by the 30 beams of light, which is equivalent to being struck by a joint attack from 30 Pinnacle Bright World Warlocks, the Water Moon Barrier collapsed. Heavily wounded, the Great Elder of the Water Moon turned into a stream of cold moonlight and fled towards the distance. The Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven is aware of the world of Warlock's cruelty. Now that he is seriously injured, if he stayed here, he will not only become prey for enemies, but there is also a high probability that he will become prey for his comrades. The void twisted, and void assassins emerged and pounced on the 4 Great Elders. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion spread the fingers of his hand, and a huge dragon-like insect put him into its maw and flew away. There was a twist in the void, and more than 10,000 void assassins flew out and chopped towards the giant dragon-like insect. Undyings and sealers towed out of the void by void assassins rushed towards the huge insect. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. The huge insect roared and spurted out a pillar of fire sweeping towards the surrounding void assassins. The energy shields activated by void assassins shattered under the giant insect's fire. More void assassins rushed at the huge insect and slashed it with their swords and cut open countless wounds on its body. Engines booming, more than 1,000 Undyings lunged at the huge insect in a flash and chopped it into pieces. Seal halos shot out from the sealers, slammed into the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, and sealed him inch by inch. Facing the numerous void assassins that appeared suddenly, nether breath enveloped the Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon, and he fled towards the distance. Eyes shot with blood, the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, dominated by Thunder Demon Evil Ogre blood, fell into a state of madness, rushed into the midst of void assassins, and crushed them. The reaction of the Great Elder from the Cool Breeze abode was a step slower, and he was chopped into pieces by a dozen plus Undyings. Although the Great Elder from the Cool Breeze abode was chopped into countless pieces, but he shed no blood, and instead transformed into a gale and fled away. Sealers fired seal halos that blasted into the gale, and the gale twisted and eventually formed the shape of the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode. With a look of fear, helplessness, and regret in his eyes, the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze abode shouted loudly, "Don't kill me! I am willing to surrender." In his peak condition, the Great Elder from the Cool Breeze abode can easily escape from the sealers. But he has poured most of his power into the elemental lock. Therefore, he already has no power to escape from the sealers. A cold voice came from a sealer. "Don't resist or you will die." The Great Elder from the Cool Breeze abode released a long sigh and gave up resistance, letting numerous seal halos hit and seal him. Sealers flew to Alexia, hit her with seal halos, and began sealing her. If the rest of the Bright World Warlocks escape, it won't matter. The blazing angel Alexia with unlimited evolutionary potential is Yang Feng's ultimate prey. It's very difficult to produce blazing angels as it involves the ultimate mysteries of the soul. It takes the purest souls plus countless precious soul stones and a little bit of luck to get a blazing angel. From among 10 billion ordinary angels, perhaps one blazing angel will emerge. Despite their high evolution potential, it's still very difficult for a blazing angel to upgrade to the Bright World Warlock rank. As if they sensed the plight of their commander, the fallen angels fighting the Warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City flapped their black wings and flew this way. Third-generation battle robots stabbed into the fallen angel legion like a dagger and started a frenzied slaughter of the beautiful and sexy fallen angels. The beautiful fallen angels resist desperately, but before the great strength gap, they are being slaughtered continuously, unable to get close to Alexia. All of a sudden, the remaining fallen angels flew together and detonated, and their flesh and soul burned wildly, and a big hole opened in the void. Abyssal breath permeated out of the big hole, and a black ray of light flew over and condensed into a 1.8-meter tall, handsome, blonde man wearing a black suit with an evil charm. I am Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal, the Lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. Respected human warlock, please return me my commander. If you return her to me, I will be your closest ally. Additionally, I will also provide you with a top-notch succubus queen. A strange rune flickered in the eyes of the handsome man with an evil charm, and he looked into the distance. His gaze penetrated a dense fog, and he saw Yang Feng sitting on the bridge of a Star Destroyer battlestar. What exploded in the cloud mist hall was nothing more than a golem in Yang Feng's form. The golem was made by cloning Yang Feng's cells and integrating it with soul stones and his soul aura. Since the Bright World Warlocks weren't guarded against him, Yang Feng easily deceived them. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he contemplated for a while, and then spoke with a light smile. Succubus Queen? It does sound extravagant. But unfortunately, I am more interested in the Blazing Angel, Your Majesty Grand Duke. I will have to decline. Succubus Queens are an advanced form of succubi from the Abyss, and each Succubus Queen is a powerful existence at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above. They are the most coveted treasures of males. In the Abyss Infernal World and the 36 primary material planes, they are the preferred pets of male experts, ranking even above elves and angels. In the era of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty, a Holy Spirit Warlock once offered a grade 8 plane to buy a Succubus Queen, but to no avail. Chapter 610, Complete Suppression. Chapter 610, Complete Suppression. Translator, Zayamoj. When he heard the name Succubus Queen, Yang Feng was only slightly moved. The highest evolution potential of Succubus Queens is the Bright World Warlock rank. Only if the Succubus Queen can evolve into a Succubus Empress will she be able to break the bloodline shackles and become an Infinity Warlock or Holy Spirit Warlock rank being. In the long history of the Endless Abyss, there have only been 3 Succubus Empresses known to the Zhangji plane. One was slayed by the Taboo Lord during a struggle, another one was made into the first Succubus Golem by the Golem Lord. The third Succubus Queen is the master of the 777th floor of the Endless Abyss. The 777th floor of the Abyss is a dreamland for male experts. There, the rare succubi can be seen everywhere. Moreover, there are 5 Succubus Queens serving the Succubus Empress. The Succubus Empress is regarded as the top beauty of the Endless Abyss. The Succubus Empress of the 777th floor of the Endless Abyss is a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank expert. In the 777th floor of the Abyss, even Moonlight Warlock rank experts will be quelled by the Succubus Empress. Although a Succubus Queen is very rare, but for Yang Feng, the Blazing Angel Alexia who can contend against some weak Infinity Warlocks and has endless evolution potential is much more valuable. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Regret streaked past his eyes, and Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal said elegantly, "How regrettable! You have chosen to be my enemy. I have already remembered your soul aura. Next time we meet you, I hope to have a good talk with you. With a flicker of black light, the body of the Grand Duke collapsed and turned into a black beam shooting towards Alexia. Seal halos slammed into the black beam, and the black beam congealed into a wriggling black liquid engraved with countless runes. Lightning manipulators fired lightning at the black liquid. Under the bombardment of silver snake-like lightning, the black liquid was purified and turned into countless black debris that fell to the ground. The huge hole the fallen angels opened by sacrificing their flesh and soul disappeared instantly. Unless it is a complete planar passageway, not even a path leading to another plane opened by a Warlock Emperor rank expert can last for too long. Although Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital is a pinnacle infinity Warlock rank being, but under the current circumstances, he can only use part of his power in this plane for a short period of time. An Undying grabbed the blazing angel Alexia, flew into a battleship, and took her to a freezer where she was frozen at ultra-low temperature and sealed with countless seals. Yang Feng looked at the freezer with excitement in his eyes. My biggest harvest this time is this blazing angel Alexia. If she puts on the evolved ruler armor, who knows how powerful she will be. The ruler armor developed by Yang Feng has already been embedded with an infinity core and reinforced with various rare materials. At this time, Yang Feng's true body can no longer fully exert the fighting power of the ruler armor. Only by advancing in rank can he unleash more of its power progressively. But Alexia is a blazing angel who can contend against infinity warlocks. If he can control her and equip her with the ruler armor, Yang Feng will have an expert who can contend against infinity warlocks as his subordinate. The great elder of the thunder demon Evil Ogre attacked the Yang Feng's mechanical legion frantically. After destroying 500,000 modified second-generation battle robots, his body turned into ashes, leaving only a bright world core behind. The thunder demon Evil Ogre's second battle form is not a secret method that human warlocks can use often. In a moment of carelessness, the thunder demon Evil Ogre's evil blood will erode you and turn you into a crazed battle maniac who will eventually exhaust their life and die. I am Li Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. People in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, listen to me. Drop your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, die. From the two interstellar carriers, 200,000 swift eagle fighters shot out and chased the warlocks who tried to escape. A rain of light shot from the swift eagle fighters bombarded the fleeing warlock and killed them one by one. 2 million modified second-generation battle robots wearing military uniform rushed this way and killed the fleeing warlocks. So strong. Is this the power of the Undying Mountain? How terrible. The Undying Mountain is something else. What do we do? The great elders and upper echelon of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are nowhere to be seen. What else can we do? Let's surrender. Even the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres were defeated by the Undying Mountain, so how can we possibly be their opponent? Let's surrender. When the warlock groups saw the tremendous mechanical legion, they felt a chill in their hearts, and then surrendered after a moment of hesitation. In fact, if the warlocks in the Wave Cloud Mountain City joined forces to fight Yang Feng's mechanical legion, there is a 70% chance of them destroying Yang Feng's mechanical legion. After all, within the Wave Cloud Mountain City, nearly 1/2 of the Li Gui Province's warlock elites are gathered. But the upper echelon of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogre are gone. Besides, the might of the 30-star destroyer Battlestars terrifies this leaderless bunch. As such, they can only choose to surrender. Seeing the huge warlock legion, the human warlocks guessed that the Undying Mountain employed several bright world warlocks. They simply cannot imagine that among the hundreds of thousands of Starry Sky warlocks and more than 2 million great warlocks, there is not a single Moonlight warlock nor Glorious Sun warlock, and much less a Bright World warlock. When Yang Feng attacked the Fuso subcontinent, he subdued many Moonlight warlocks, but he is now the young master of the Undying Mountain, so he cannot summon the Moonlight warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent. Were it not for the protection of the Fuso God Tree coupled with the Great Cloud Dynasty's fear of Huang Yihe and other infinity warlocks hidden in the dark, the Great Cloud Dynasty would have already sent troops to uproot Yang Feng's force in the Fuso subcontinent. Countless battle robots entered the Wave Cloud Mountain City, quickly suppressed any revolt, and accepted the surrender of the warlock groups. After the war in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the situation in the Li Gui Province has changed dramatically. Nearly half of the Warlock groups in the Li Gui Province surrendered to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Yang Feng's Undying Mountain took this opportunity to expand wildly towards the scope of influence of the Yi family and Zhao family of the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 7 Stars Abode, the Thunder Demon Sect, the Ogre Insect Pavilion, the Secret Treasure City, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Purgatory Ogre, and the Cool Breeze Abode of the 9 Heavenly Ogres. Intimidated by Yang Feng's means, the remaining 3 Heavenly Lords and 2 Heavenly Ogres sent spies to probe the reality of Yang Feng's Undying Mountain, all the while very careful, not daring to do anything suspicious. At the same time, they sent emissaries to carry out communications in private. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Lesser Province Ning Province, in an ordinary manner, there is a giant laboratory 3,000 meters underground. Standing before a crystal coffin, Yang Feng gazed quietly at the mesmerizing blazing angel Alexia, with a burning glow in his eyes. Liquid metal nano-robot elixir injection begins. A mechanical voice sounded, and a needle pierced into Alexia and injected liquid metal nano-robot elixir that has been improved continuously into her body. The injection failed. All liquid metal nano-robots died. A cold voice sounded. Yang Feng sighed with regret. The liquid metal nano-robot elixir really doesn't work, although it has been improved continuously, but it can only control Glorious Sun Warlock rank life forms at most for now. Yang Feng said, "How is the clone deduction model going?" The clone deduction model has been established and analyzed. According to the analysis, the cells from the life form can be used to make clones that are 99% identical with the true body. However, the mature clones will have great Warlock rank strength at most. The life form isn't a natural product, but a weapon of the gods, and its main materials are holy and pure souls. It is possible to clone the body, but not the soul. The cold voice sounded again. If he can use cloning technology to clone a large number of Bright World Warlock rank experts, Yang Feng would clone a bunch of blazing angels to fight for him. Unfortunately, cloning technology is not omnipotent. Cannot clone a soul weapon like a blazing angel. The birth and growth of each blazing angel cannot be replicated. It is due to this that blazing angels are so precious. Yang Feng said, "Did you find the mark of the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal carved in her soul? At the moment of birth, every angel will have their soul imprinted by a soul mark of their master. In this way, the angels will not be able to betray their master. However, an angel's soul mark is not indestructible. The Abyssal Lord of the 999th floor of the Abyss, Lucifer, hailed as the strongest fallen angel, is a blazing angel who betrayed a supreme god. He is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse." Chapter 611, Subduing Alexia. Chapter 611, Subduing Alexia. Translator, Zayamoj. The fallen angel Lucifer was once the number 1 blazing angel of a supreme god. Commanding a powerful angel legion, he spread the glory of the supreme god and fought in countless planes. In a battle, an abyssal fiend shattered the soul mark of the supreme god implanted in Lucifer's soul. Then, several archdevils designed to make Lucifer degenerate into a fallen angel. Later, he led a large angel legion into the 999th floor of the abyss and became the master of the floor. The fallen angel Lucifer once went to the Zhangji Plain from the abyss and fought with the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord, over the position of Warlock Emperor. In the end, he was heavily wounded by the Dawn Lord and rushed back to the 999th floor of the Endless Abyss. In the Endless Abyss, anyone hardly hears anything about this terrifying existence. The soul mark set up by him has been found. A holographic projection appeared in front of Yang Feng, twisted, and countless mysterious runes appeared on it. If a great Warlock rank powerhouse saw the strangely distorted runes, their mind would collapse, and they would become a lunatic. This soul mark would have been tricky before, but now it's nothing special. Yang Feng smiled and spread the fingers of his hand, and a large swarm of devourers flew out of his hand and pounced on Alexia. The devourers, engraved with runes blurred, opened their maws, extracted the twisted runes inside Alexia's soul, and swallowed them. After the devourers swallowed the runes, their bodies twisted, and then the runes were finally digested and turned into strange energy crystals. The abyss, the 666th floor, In the center of the floor, there is a gorgeous palace tens of thousands of hectares in area filled with beautiful fallen angels, sexy and bewitching succubi, and some beautiful abyssal fiends. In a garden deep in the palace, various rare flowers can be seen everywhere, many of which are hard to come by in the outside world. At the same time, many of them should not be able to survive in the abyss's environment. But there is a barrier in the garden. Besides, there is a beautiful goddess of flowers reclining in the center of the garden. Strange runes are engraved on the body of the goddess of flowers, making her into the nutrients and backbone of the entire garden. This is how this incredible and gorgeous garden came into being. In the garden sits a handsome, blonde, middle-aged man with an evil charm. This man is the master of the 666th floor of the abyss, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal. At the same time when the soul mark inside Alexia's soul was dispelled, the face of this middle-aged man suddenly fell. His eyes twisted, countless runes gathered in his eyes, and an astonishing twisting force permeated out of his body. More than a dozen sexy, enchanting succubi suddenly twisted and burst into countless fragments, dyeing the beautiful garden red. Beautiful women of different races playing in the garden suddenly trembled and knelt on the ground, frightened. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal isn't angered easily. Usually, he resembles an erudite and refined handsome middle-aged man. But in the end, he is still a fierce abyssal fiend. Once angered, he can hardly control his emotions. In a fit of rage, he once killed a blazing angel he liked. Terrifying demonic chi spread from Poidal and covered the entire garden. Under the erosion of the demonic chi, countless beautiful flowers turned into a pile of dust. The beautiful women in the garden were not spared the erosion of the demonic chi either. Struggling painfully, they either degenerated into fiends or turned into ugly monsters and died miserably. The violent demonic chi raged for an entire hour before Poidal barely regained his calm. His eyes filled with endless killing intent. Poidal is the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the abyss. No one knows his origins. People only know that he suddenly became the abyssal lord of the 666th floor of the abyss, and then participated in the siege of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty and killed a Warlock monarch. Taking the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty as reference, Poidal should be hundreds of thousands of years old. Resorting to various methods, Poidal has obtained a total of hundreds of blazing angels. On average, he gets one blazing angel per 1,000 years. But after countless battles and nurturing, only 10 blazing angels eventually evolved to the Bright World Warlock rank. Although Alexia isn't the strongest blazing angel under Poidal's command, but her evolution potential is in the top 3 among his subordinates. In the 666th floor of the abyss, with the boost provided by Abyssal Force, Alexia can even contend against Infinity Warlocks. For such a powerful blazing angel with fearsome evolution potential to be taken away by Yang Feng, this naturally enraged Poidal to no end. FrioBNL.com. Undying Mountain, the remnants of the 5th Warlock Dynasty? To make so many powerful secret treasures, they must have a very deep foundation. His eyes shimmered fiercely, and he enunciated each syllable, filled with killing intent. However, you messed with my blazing angel. If I ever get the chance, I will kill every last one of you. In the laboratory, in addition to using the Devourers to get rid of the soul mark set up by Poidal in Alexia's soul, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the True God Empyrean imprint flew out. A soul mark containing Yang Feng's soul force flew out of the True God Empyrean imprint and wound around Alexia's soul. Stimulated, Alexia's soul resisted the invasion instinctively. If she wasn't suppressed by the seal halos released by countless sealers, Alexia wouldn't have fallen into a coma, and her soul wouldn't have been shaken. She would have been able to shatter Yang Feng's True God Empyrean imprint. Alexia's soul nearly crushed the soul mark containing Yang Feng's soul force. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, took out a high-grade soul stone, and extended his hand. The high-grade soul stone shattered at once, and powerful soul force poured into Yang Feng's soul mark. The soul mark burst out with light, pierced into Alexia's soul, and formed countless runes that entangled Alexia's soul. Yang Feng felt a close connection between him and Alexia appear. Now, the fate of the beautiful bright world Warlock rank Alexia is in his hands. Yang Feng ordered, "Unfreeze!" The pipeline spewing freezing gas inside the freezer suddenly pulled back, the door opened, and the sealers sustaining the seals flew away. Alexia's heart throbbed quickly and her beautiful face regained color, and a powerful aura slowly rose from her. After 3 breaths of time, Alexia opened her eyes, and junior bright world Warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from her. As soon as Alexia opened her eyes, her pretty eyes full of mystery locked on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's scalp turned numb slightly. He can clearly detect the killing intent released by the soul of the beautiful blazing angel in front of him from through the soul mark. However, Alexia also feels the connection between her and Yang Feng. Once she attacks Yang Feng, in that very moment, the soul mark engraved in her soul will kill her. Alexia restrained the killing intent in her eyes, jumped out of the freezer, and uttered coldly, "Greetings, my lord!" The soul mark engraved in the abyss of Alexia's soul can easily kill her, but it can't truly make her submit to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful and powerful Alexia with scorching light in his eyes. "My name is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. I am the man who will become Warlock Emperor in the future. Alexia, from now on, you are my subordinate." There was an enigmatic gleam in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she said lightly, "Yes, my lord." Warlock Emperors are nearly invincible beings capable of dominating the 36 primary material planes. Alexia has heard of the legendary deeds of the Zhangji Plane's 8 Warlock Emperors. If Yang Feng can really become a Warlock Emperor, then she doesn't mind devoting her strength to him. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a storage ring flew into Alexia's hand. Read latest chapters at freowebnovel.com only. Alexia scanned the storage ring and revealed a satisfied look. Inside the storage ring, there are 10 million low-grade magic crystals. With them, she can quickly restore her strength. Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels can also absorb life magic energy and negative energy drifting in the world to restore their strength and repair their injuries. But the speed of recovery when using magic crystals is 3 times faster. Alexia naturally likes to use magic crystals to restore her strength. Chapter 612, Overbearing. Chapter 612, Overbearing. Translator, Zayamoj. A tractor beam shrouded Yang Feng and Alexia. With a flash of light, the two disappeared from the laboratory and appeared in another laboratory. In this laboratory, there is also a freezer set up, and inside is placed the great elder of the Yi family of the 5 heavenly lords Yichun. A copious amount of freezing air is being sprayed on Yichun. At the same time, countless sealers release seal halos to seal Yichun. Unfreeze. Following Yang Feng's order, the defrosting protocol started. After half an hour, the weak Yichun opened his eyes inside the freezer. When Yichun saw Yang Feng, a peculiar gleam streaked past his eyes, and the said with a bitter smile, "Young Master Lei Ming. In that case, I was captured by the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng's fictional Undying Mountain is considered an invisible enemy by the 5 heavenly lords. For this reason, the 5 heavenly lords attempted to expel the Undying Mountain's forces from the Li Gui Province. Yichun could never have thought that he would become a Yang Feng's prisoner. Before the fight in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yichun didn't take Yang Feng seriously. In his heart, only the mysterious bright world warlocks of the Undying Mountain are worth his attention. Now he in this position, his mood is naturally quite complicated. "Yichun, do you want to live or die? If you want to die, I will let Alexia slay you here and now. But if you want to live, put your soul in my true God Empyrean imprint." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint appeared in the air and released powerful transcendent might. Alexia! Taken aback, Yichun's gaze fell on Alexia standing beside Yang Feng and his eyes filled with apprehension. Even the blazing angel was subdued by him. As soon as Alexia appeared, she killed the great elder of the Purgatory Ogre with a sword strike. Yichun is very clear about her power. In a one-on-one fight, without using life-saving secret methods, Yichun will be slain within 3 sword strikes. Yet such a powerful blazing angel became Yang Feng's subordinate. This shocked Yichun greatly. Evgayuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng looked at Yichun, who was struggling to decide, and said lightly, I also captured the great elders of the Cool Breeze Abode and the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Anyway, they are enough. If you don't surrender, not only will you die, but I'll have no reason to keep your Yi family around. Yichun suddenly felt his blood run cold. My Yi family and the Cool Breeze Abode and the Ogre Insect Pavilion are mortal enemies now. If I don't surrender, then even if Li Ming doesn't do anything, the Cool Breeze Abode and the Ogre Insect Pavilion won't let my Yi family off. The 5 heavenly lords colluded with the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poital of the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss in order to unify the Li Gui Province. However, they underestimated the strength of the 9 heavenly ogres and played right into Yang Feng's hands. There is now an irreconcilable enmity between the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres. If the Cool Breeze Abode and the Ogre Insect Pavilion are put under Yang Feng's command, then the Yi family's days are numbered. Yichun made up his mind and uttered, Young master, if you promise to protect my Yi family, then I am willing to offer you my soul. At the same time, the Yi family will submit to the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng spoke, All right, as long as the Yi family doesn't violate my orders, I can agree to shelter your Yi family. We can sign a Styx oath. After Yichun and Yang Feng signed a Styx oath, Yichun put his soul into the true God Emperorian imprint, letting Yang Feng engrave a powerful soul mark on his soul. A tractor beam landed in the laboratory, enveloped Yang Feng and the other 2, and transferred them to another laboratory. In a freezer of the large laboratory, there is a small ball which is the sealed Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. Unfreeze. After 2 hours of defrosting protocol, there was still no movement from the small ball, as if the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion had died. Yang Feng spoke flatly, Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion, if you want to die, then I'll have Alexia extinguish your soul with a slash. The small ball wriggled, rapidly expanded, and started absorbing the surrounding life magic energy like crazy. It finally turned into the form of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion. The Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion looked around, a strange light in his eyes. Young Master Li Ming, who would have thought that we would fall into your hands? Alexia suddenly took a step forward, slashed at the void, and killed a bee-sized invisible insect. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he barked, How dare you attack me? Kill him, Alexia. Put out his soul. The countenance of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion changed greatly, and he implored, No, Li Ming, I just probed you a little. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. I will have the Ogre Insect Pavilion submit to you. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng didn't say a word. Alexia slashed the bright world core of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion with the fallen angel sword covered in formidable dark force and shattered his soul, annihilating all traces of life. Black soul breath flew out of the Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion and entered Alexia's fallen angel sword. Seeing this scene, Yichun has a chill go down his spine. The pinnacle bright world Warlock Great Elder of the Ogre Insect Pavilion died just like that at Alexia's sword. If he didn't surrender to Yang Feng previously, he would have suffered the same fate. After Yang Feng subdued Alexia, the Mechanical Legion he spent 3 years manufacturing in the Andrak Plain entered the Li Gui Province. The huge Mechanical Legion occupied all the strategic points of the Li Gui Province. Additionally, 3 Mechanical Legions numbering 1 million battle robots each headed for the Yi family of the 5 Heavenly Lords. Faced with the overwhelming Mechanical Legions, the Yi family's Warlocks fell back step by step. Meanwhile, the Yi family's Warlocks returned to the Yi Dragon Mountain from all over. Visit efgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. At the same time, the Yi family sent letters to the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres begging for help. After the war in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has turned more than half of the Li Gui Province's Warlock groups into their subordinates. Only the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres still stand tall. Although many of the 5 Heavenly Lords and the 9 Heavenly Ogres have lost their Bright Word Warlocks, but they still have Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks standing guard. They are still the most powerful forces in the Li Gui Province. After the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the Undying Mountain commanded by Yang Feng has shown its sharp fangs. It expanded frantically into the surroundings. By now, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has surpassed the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres by far, making them feel uneasy. At the invitation of the Yi family, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres quickly mobilized countless experts and sent them to the Yi family, ready to join forces to resist the Undying Mountain's assault. Yi Cloud City, in the back garden of a beautiful villa, the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords have a meeting here. Chunlei asked, "Brother Yi, the Netherman Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven don't want to come?" Chunlei has already dispelled the nether breath from the sneak attack of the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon and recovered his full strength. During the fight at that time, the great elders of the 5 heavenly lords escaped when they saw that things weren't going well. Of the 4 great elders that escaped, only the seriously wounded Yichun hasn't fully recovered yet. Yichun smiled bitterly. "The 2 old men don't trust us, so they stationed 300 kilometers away from us. If there is anything pressing, we can send avatars to the Pingfeng city to talk." Song Jin sighed. "Who would have thought that our painstaking planning turned out to be a dowry for the Undying Mountain? Accursed." Zhang Hongtao spoke with a wry smile. "It's a pity that we failed. If the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal had kept to our agreement, we would have dealt with the 9 heavenly ogres. According to the agreement between the 5 heavenly lords and the Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poidal, he should have dispatched a blazing angel immediately after the portal was opened. But Poidal just waited for the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres to suffer some losses before sending Alexia. If Alexia has come earlier, with her terrifying power coupled with the 5 heavenly lords, they would be able to defeat the 9 heavenly ogres. Of course, Poidal didn't expect the great elder of the Cool Breeze abode to have the level 9 secret treasure elemental lock and seal Alexia, who then was collected by Yang Feng. If it wasn't for the level 9 secret treasure elemental lock, she would be able to defeat and even kill the remaining great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres, one by one, at the expense of serious injuries. Yichun said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, I have something important to tell you." The eyes of the 3 great elders congealed, and their gazes focused on Yichun. "What is it?" Yichun sighed slightly. "My Yi family has already taken refuge with the Undying Mountain. Therefore, I'm sorry, but for the Yi family, I ask that the 3 of you go to hell." A black sword ray containing frightening dark force slashed out from behind Song Jin. The sword ray instantly split open Song Jin's life force field and beheaded the person himself. Alexia grabbed Song Jin's head, and a large amount of dark force poured into Song Jin's head from her lily-white hand and sealed Song Jin's power. Chapter 613, Subduing 2 Heavenly Lords. Chapter 613, Subduing 2 Heavenly Lords. Translator, Zayamoj. The great elder of the Cool Breeze abode walked out from the side, looked at Chunlei and Zhan Hongtao with resentment, and sneered, "Brother Chun, Brother Zhan, you are already inside my barrier. There is nowhere for you to run. I suggest that you surrender to young master just like I did." With a thought, powerful spirit force of Chunlei and Zhan Hongtao rushed towards the outside like a tide. A very powerful elemental barrier appeared outside the manor. Chunlei and Zhan Hongtao teaming up only need 2 spells to defeat this powerful elemental barrier. However, the time it takes for them to cast the 2 spells is enough for Alexia, the great elder of the Cool Breeze Pavilion, and Yichun to kill Chunlei and Zhan Hongtao several times over. Among the 3 powerhouses, Yichun still hasn't healed fully, and can only display Junior Bright World Warlock rank strength. But Alexia and the great elder of the Cool Breeze Pavilion have recovered to their top form. Alexia alone has the strength to kill Chunlei and Zhan Hongtao. Zhan Hongtao smiled bitterly and said decisively, "Young master, is it the young master of the Undying Mountain Minglei? I am willing to surrender and make a Styx oath to pledge allegiance to the young master." Yang Feng's voice sounded in the garden. "A Styx oath isn't enough. I want to engrave a soul mark on your soul. Although the level of a Styx oath is high, but there are still treasures and methods to lift it silently. However, once a soul mark is carved into the soul, then even if it is forcibly lifted, Yang Feng won't be caught off guard and stabbed in the back. Alexia pointed at Zhan Mingtang with the fallen angel's sword in her hand, and her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Angels are weapons made by gods with the souls of believers, and they have a warlike instinct carved into their body. As a fallen angel born in the endless abyss, Alexia's fighting experience is abundant. She is very warlike. Although Alexia doesn't accept Yang Feng, this master weaker than herself. But her instinct as a fallen angel made her choose to obey Yang Feng's command. Yang Feng's cold voice sounded again. If the two of you don't surrender, then there is no need for the Zhan family and the Chen family to exist. I think there will be many warlock groups who would love to replace your two families. Zhan Mingtang and Chen Lei broke out in cold sweat. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. In the Li Gui Province, the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres control vast resources. Since they occupy most of the resources, the rest of the warlock groups are naturally very envious of them. When the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres are overwhelmingly strong, there is nothing to sweat. But once they weaken, they will be torn to pieces by the warlocks groups eyeing them covetously. The Undying Mountain will not care about the extinction of the Zhan family and the Chen family. If anything, the extinction of the two families will let the Undying Mountain get more resources that they can use to cultivate more loyal warlocks. If the two families don't surrender, then Undying Mountain's forces will weaken a little for 100 to 200 years. But after that, the Undying Mountain will only become stronger and stronger. Zhan Mingtang and Chen Lei shuddered inside at this thought. They understand that with Yi Chun, the great elder of the Cool Breeze abode, and Alexia plus the foundation of the Undying Mountain doesn't have to recruit the two of them. Chen Lei glanced at Alexia, smiled bitterly, and sighed helplessly. I am willing to surrender and offer my soul to you, young master. Just against Alexia, who has the power to slay quasi-infinity warlocks. Even if Chen Lei and Zhan Mingtang join forces, they still don't stand a chance at victory. Zhan Mingtang spoke. I am also willing to offer my soul to you, young master. However, I must ask that you make a Styx oath to give my Zhan family enough status and dignity. In this way, my Zhan family will be able to do our best to serve you, young master. Yang Feng agreed decisively. All right, if the 2 heavenly lord families serve Yang Feng wholeheartedly, he will have 2 powerful warlock groups as his subordinates. With their help, it will be easier for him to control the Li Gui Province. In the eyes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Li Gui Province is a delicious piece of meat. After all, the surface area of the Li Gui Province is much larger than that of the 36 greater provinces. Moreover, this province is no less rich in resources than the greater provinces. The only drawback of the Li Gui Province is that infinity warlocks cannot survive here. Warlocks who have reached the quasi-infinity warlock rank will leave the Li Gui Province and go to the Great Cloud Dynasty to look for opportunities, all the while hiding their true identity. But this shortcoming is nothing to Yang Feng. As a Moonlight Warlock, he is still a long distance away from the Infinity Warlock rank. The Li Gui Province is very important for Yang Feng. Once he manages it well, he'll be able to obtain a steady stream of cultivation resources. These resources are enough for him to easily practice cultivation until the Quasi-Bright World Warlock rank. Put your soul in here. freewebnovel.com. There was a distortion in the void, and a true God Empyrean imprint emerged in front of Zhan Mingtang and Chen Lei. As for Yang Feng, his true body didn't appear. Seeing Yang Feng being this cautious, the last bit of defiance hidden in Zhan Mingtang's heart disappeared, and he smiled wryly and let the true God Empyrean imprint enter his forehead. Countless runes extended from the true God Empyrean imprint and wound towards Zhan Mingtang's soul. Zhan Mingtang let his soul being eroded by the true God Empyrean imprint. Otherwise, his powerful soul could easily break the runes released by the true God Empyrean imprint. When the true God Empyrean imprint eroded Zhan Mingtang's soul fully, it flew to Chen Lei and also eroded his soul. This strengthened the true God Empyrean imprint. After subduing the 2 bright world warlocks, Yang Feng stepped out of the void and appeared in front of Zhan Mingtang and Chen Lei. Zhan Mingtang and Chen Lei looked at Yang Feng with complex emotions in their eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, moonlight warlocks are already omnipotent beings. However, in the eyes of pinnacle bright world warlock rank experts such as Zhan Mingtang and Qin Lei, they are juniors who have just embarked on the path to eternity. They didn't care about them. Yet now Yang Feng has their fate in his hands. Naturally, they are filled with complicated emotions. For the two of you to cast off your aspirations decisively and join me, I'm really honored. Yang Feng smiled slightly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. With a flash of light, a projection of sticks appeared suddenly, and he said solemnly, I, Yang Feng, swear by sticks that as long as the Chen family and the Zhan family do not violate my orders and laws I have formulated and do their utmost to serve me, then I will try my best to shield them and give them sufficient status and dignity. If this oath is violated, let my soul fall into sticks. During a Styx oath, no falsehood may be uttered, and the same is true for your name. You have to use your real name. Unlike the unique true name of fiends, archdevils, gods, and other powerful beings with grace power, the real name is the name the caster identifies with. No matter how many pseudonyms are used, the only name Yang Feng identifies with is Yang Feng. He can only swear in his real name during a Styx oath. Although billows are set off in Zhan Hongtao's heart, but his face remains expressionless. Yang Feng? Could it be that Yang Feng who has defeated all the peerless geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City? Isn't he a disciple of the Battle Demon sect? How did he become the young master of the Undying Mountain? Chun Lei's mind is also in an uproar. Yang Feng, is he the most outstanding true disciple of the Battle Demon sect's younger generation? So is he the young master of the Undying Mountain, or a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect? Or does he have two identities? Yang Feng asked, is there any way to get the great elders from the Netherman Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven to come here? The great elders of the Netherman Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven are powerful existences of the pinnacle bright world warlock rank. Although the two of them took a hit to their strength in the battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, but they are still bright world warlock rank existences. With Yang Feng's current lineup, defeating them is simple, but killing them is a bit difficult. Zhan Hongtao said, the two have suffered a big loss in the Wave Cloud Mountain City. As such, they have withdrawn into their warlock legions. We have to talk with them through avatars. It is difficult to ambush them again. Chun Lei nodded and glanced at Yi Chun, and resentment streaked across his eyes. In the Li Gui Province, the relationship between the 5 heavenly lords is very close. This way they can contend against the 9 heavenly ogres who are fighting amongst themselves. Pinnacle bright world warlocks are basically all aloof, either staying in their safest base or traveling and searching for opportunities. It is very difficult to ambush them. This time, if it wasn't for Yi Chen's invitation, Zhan Hongtao and the other two wouldn't have gathered here, nor would they be ambushed and subdued by Yang Feng. A scorching fighting spirit flashed in Alexia's eyes. Let's storm them. Anyway, we are far stronger than them. We can surely eliminate them. Chapter 614, Storming the Pingfeng City. Chapter 614, Storming the Pingfeng City. Translator, Zayamoj. The Pingfeng City is the place where the Netherman Ogre Dragon and Water Moon Heaven are stationed. The two warlock groups were originally mortal enemies. The two sides fought each other who knows how many times, and they even lost Moonlight Warlock rank experts to the other party. But since the battle in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, the relationship between the two warlock groups became to thaw. The two are aware that in the battle of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain was the ultimate winner, and the 5 heavenly lords had the largest number of bright world warlock rank experts escape. If they didn't join forces, the two warlock groups would be picked off one by one and devoured. The world of warlocks is a cruel place. In order to compete for the limited cultivation resources, wars between warlocks never stop. This is also the main reason for the collapse of the 8 warlock dynasties. After the death of each warlock emperor, countless powers break out into wars to compete for cultivation resources. Eventually, foreign enemies invade and destroy the warlock dynasty. This is how the warlock dynasties fall usually. In the Wave Cloud Mountain City, The 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres allowed another warlock frame Yang Feng because they didn't want to let the Undying Mountain enter the Li Gui Province. Now that Yang Feng has mastered enough power, he naturally wants to level all forces that don't submit to him and grasp all resources. The conflict between the two sides is virtually irreconcilable. At this time, there are huge warships with warlock towers stationed in the Pingfeng city. In order to contend with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain, the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon brought out all 10 treasured Netherman Ogre Dragon boats. The Netherman Ogre boats are created from the corpse of an Infinity Warlock rank Netherworld Ogre Dragon. It cost the Netherman Ogre Dragon a lot of money to invite a dozen plus alchemists, who spent 1,000 years and countless precious materials to create these treasures. A Netherman Ogre boat with a glorious Sun Warlock, 10 Moonlight Warlocks, 200 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 10,000 Great Warlocks can contend with an ordinary Bright World Warlock. With sufficient Warlocks, the 10 Netherman Ogre boats can unite and form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon that can compete with a Junior Infinity Warlock. freewebnovel.cm. The importance of the Netherman Ogre boats to the Netherman Ogre Dragon is the same as the importance of the Level 9 Secret Treasure Elemental Lock to the Cool Breeze Abode. They are both treasures that aren't taken out light. Although there aren't enough glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks in the Nether Moon Ogre Dragon, so they can't form a Netherworld Ogre Dragon capable of contending against a Junior Infinity Warlock. But the 10 Netherman Ogre boats can still defeat a Pinnacle Bright World Warlock. Near the Pingfeng city, there is a 300-meter-tall mound inscribed with countless abstruse runes. The entire mound is shining with a sacred moonlight. This mound is called Holy Moon Mountain. It is a secret treasure that an Infinity Warlock born from the Water Moon Heaven forged from the moon of a Grade 7 plane. It took a lot of effort, countless resources, and 8,000 years to forge this secret treasure. It is one of the backbones of the Water Moon Heaven, and it usually stays in the headquarters of the Water Moon Heaven all times. The Holy Moon Mountain requires 4 Bright World Warlocks, 15 Glorious Sun Warlocks, 136 Moonlight Warlocks, 2,000 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 300,000 Great Warlocks to fully exert its power. Once the power of the Holy Moon Mountain is fully exerted, then even Junior Infinity Warlocks can be wounded heavily or even quelled. But that is only in theory. After all, the Water Moon Heaven doesn't have enough manpower. The Water Moon Heaven of the 9 Heavenly Ogres only has 1 Bright World Warlock, 4 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 15 Moonlight Warlocks. Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses and upwards are the backbone of any force. The 10 great sects hold moonlight ceremonies for newly promoted Moonlight Warlocks because it is rare to see Moonlight Warlocks arise. Only the overlord of the Eastern world, the Great Cloud Dynasty, can casually use hundreds of Moonlight Warlocks to assault other planes. Although the Holy Moon Mountain cannot exert its full power because of the lack of manpower. But with the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven taking charge, it can quell a quasi-infinity Warlock rank powerhouse without a question. In the sky 500 kilometers away from the Pingfeng city, the space suddenly blurred, and Star Destroyer battlestars suddenly appeared. With a flash of light, guided by the Level 3 optical computer, the Star Destroyer artilleries blasted accurately into the 10 Netherman Ogre boats and the Holy Moon Mountain. Nether breath spewed out from the Netherman Ogre boats and formed queer shields. When the beams fired by the Star Destroyer artilleries landed on the magic shields, they pierced right through them and blasted into the Netherman Ogre boats. Under the sudden bombardment of the beams, the Netherman Ogre boats disintegrated. The Warlocks aboard the Netherman Ogre boats suffered disastrous casualties. If the Netherman Ogre boats could employ all their shields, they would be able to block a beam fired by a Star Destroyer artillery. However, since they were sneak attacked, they disintegrated due to a single beam each. The source of this scentent is frioUEOL.com. He who strikes first gains the advantage. This is a common rule of war. Under the bombardment of beams fired by Star Destroyer artilleries, the Holy Moon Mountain crumbled into countless stones bit by bit. Magic light poured out from the Holy Moon Mountain, but it still could not stop the collapse of the Holy Moon Mountain. If the Holy Moon Mountain was started, it could indeed exert terrifying battle prowess. But with the Star Destroyer battlestars pursuing the characteristic of strong offense yet weak defense to the extreme, the Star Destroyer artilleries can even wound heavily quasi-infinity Warlocks. And since the Holy Moon Mountain wasn't started, it began to collapse. A mechanical legion formed by hundreds of thousands of third-generation battle robots and millions of modified second-generation battle robots seized the opportunity to pour towards the Pingfeng city like a tide. Undying Mountain. Lei Ming, you dare come here. Here shall be the burial place of your Undying Mountain. A cry of shock and anger of the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon came from the Pingfeng city. A swarm of 10-meter-tall netherworld ogres with scary faces and exuding nether breath flew out of the Pingfeng city and rushed to meet the mechanical legion. The netherworld ogres are a kind of life form born in a crack between the netherworld and the rest of the world. Every netherworld ogre has great warlock rank power and carries nether breath. When hit by them, even bright world warlock rank beings will be eroded by nether breath and injured. The Netherman Ogre Dragon Warlock Group has raised 500,000 Nether Ogres, which are one of their strongest trump cards. The figures of the Undyings, who are the Mechanical Legion's main fighting strength, fluttered, and they flew into the swarm and started slaying the Netherworld Ogres. After an Undying slayed for Netherworld Ogres, a Netherworld Ogre stabbed it with its right claw. An energy shield appeared around the Undying at once and blocked the claw of the Netherworld Ogre, and then the Undying killed the Netherworld Ogre with a slash. For Netherworld Ogres rushed this way in a flash and stabbed with their claws at the Undying. Following a series of afterimages, the 4 Netherworld Ogres were cut into pieces. The Undying not only has terrifying movement speed, but can also activate a powerful energy shield, which can even resist 2 level 5 single-target offensive spells. Under the assault of the third-generation battle robots, the swarm of Netherworld Ogres was breached, and then submerged in the sea of modified second-generation battle robots. A beam containing nether breath shot out from the Pingfeng city and slammed into third-generation battle robots, and blasted apart the energy shields of hundreds of third-generation battle robots. At the same time, nether breath eroded the Undying chips of the Undyings, who lost the protection of the energy shields, and the Undying chips underwent a bizarre transformation. Queer bones appeared on the bodies of the Undyings, and the Undyings twisted and fell from the sky. When he saw this scene, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! So this is the strength of a top nether warlock. He can even kill the lifeless Undyings. The Undyings are lifeless mechanical weapons who are almost impossible to kill. But the nether breath transformed the Undyings' Undying chips and killed the Undyings on another level, netting Yang Feng's praise. Beams shot towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion like raindrops from all directions. Countless warlocks from the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups approached from around the Pingfeng city. After the fight in the Wave Cloud Mountain City, apart from the Cool Breeze abode, the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups united around the Netherman Ogre Dragon and the Water Moon Heaven to contend against the 5 heavenly lords in Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. During the fight of the Wave Cloud Mountain City, although the 9 heavenly ogre warlock groups suffered heavy losses, but they are still very powerful. At this time, in order to fight the Undying Mountain, apart from warlocks who stayed behind to guard the bases, many elites were sent here. Chapter 6:15 Subduing the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven. Chapter 6:15 Subduing the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven. Translator, Zayamoj. A glorious sun warlock of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre changed into a 100-meter-tall Thunder Demon Evil Ogre and slammed towards Undyings with a 100-meter-long Wolf Tooth Club in his hands. The Wolf Tooth Club contains the Law of Power. When it blasted into the Undyings, a tremendous force erupted in an instant, smashing the Undyings into pieces, and even the Undying chips of the Undyings were destroyed instantly. Light enveloped the surroundings of Undyings, and the air in the area became denser, reducing the speed of the ghost-like Undyings. In addition to the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, glorious sun warlocks of the other warlock groups of the 9 heavenly ogres also stepped in, and various powerful spells rained down on the third-generation battle robots and blasted them apart. Go to hell! At this moment, pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power descended from the sky, and a huge wind blade containing the Law of Wind slashed the glorious sun warlock, transformed into a Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, and cut him in two. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. A black flame flew out of the void, pounced on the glorious sun warlock, transformed into a Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, and burned him into ashes. A hurricane blew the glorious sun core away. Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. That's the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. When the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres engaged in battle saw the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode in midair, their hearts shook and their fighting spirit declined somewhat. The Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode is a pinnacle bright world warlock. Without an expert of the same rank keeping him in check, he can stay behind the Mechanical Legion and pick off the 9 heavenly ogres' glorious sun warlocks one at a time. Only if all the glorious sun warlocks unite to form a large formation and use various secret treasures will they be able to somewhat contend against the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. But once the glorious sun warlocks assemble together, the remaining warlocks might not be able to counter the charge and advance of the 3rd-generation battle robots. Zhao Qing, why do you want to be enemies with us? Nether breath poured out from the Ping Feng city, and a 1,000-meter-long netherworld ogre dragon flew out and roared, its giant eyes nearly spurting fire. Zhao Qing is the name of the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. But over the years, virtually everyone calls him the Great Elder of the Cool Breeze Abode. Now only some old monsters know his real name. A moon rose from the Ping Feng city, radiating a pure and holy radiance. Zhao Qing answered indifferently, "Because I have surrendered to the young master of the Undying Mountain. You should have understood this much." A sword burning with what looks like black flames tore through the void and slashed the head of the netherworld ogre dragon. The sword erupted with frightening dark force and sliced the head of the netherworld ogre dragon in twine. Blazing Angel Alexia, you surrendered to the Undying Mountain's Li Ming as well. The eyes of the Great Elder of the Netherman ogre dragon shimmered with alarm and despair, and he issued a heartbreaking roar, his voice filled with disbelief. As a blazing angel, the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal must have set up a soul mark deep in her soul. The abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal is a terrifying existence that can contend with junior warlock monarch rank experts. Even in the entire Great Cloud dynasty, few people can lift a soul mark set up by him. Only some Empyrean grade secret treasures or special holy grade secret treasures have the ability to remove a soul mark set up by the abyssal fiend Grand Duke Poidal. For the blazing angel Alexia to capitulate to Yang Feng is simply unbelievable. The moon, the Great Elder of the water moon heaven, turned into a brilliant streak of moonlight, and ran away. The appearance of the blazing angel Alexia means that the 9 heavenly ogres stand no chance at victory. At that time, 5 great elders of the 9 heavenly ogres joined forces to fight Alexia. If the Great Elder of the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre hadn't transformed into the second form of a Thunder Demon Evil Ogre and Zhao Qing hadn't used the level 9 secret treasure elemental lock, the 5 of them may not have been the opponent of Alexia. A silver net descended from the sky and turned into a yellow sand world that shrouded the streak of moonlight. The Great Elder of the water moon heaven collided with the yellow sand world of the silver net that enveloped him a few times, and then suddenly changed into a huge sword of moonlight, slashed at the silver net and cut open a hole, and flew out of the silver net. The Great Elder of the water moon heaven has just flown out of the silver net, when the fallen anger sword shrouded in endless dark force slashed towards him. The moon, the Great Elder of the water moon heaven, has transformed into begged, "I wish to submit to you, young Master Li Ming. Please spare my life, young Master." A moonlight shield blocked in front of the moon. Alexia's sword cut troughed the moonlight shield, and a black sword ray hit the moon. FREOWebnovel.com. The moon issued a scream and retreated by a dozen kilometers. Black gas twisting around it, the moon transformed into a handsome young man. As for the Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon, he has already been slayed Alexia's sword, his soul extinguished. The Great Elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon hasn't fully recovered from the fight of the Wave Cloud Mountain City to begin with. Coupled with the sneak attack, he was quickly slain by Alexia, who can contend against weak Infinity Warlocks. The Pinnacle Bright World Warlocks Zhan Hongtao and Chun Lei have already appeared in midair, looking at the Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven with complicated expressions. The void twisted, and a true God Empyrean imprint flew out of the void and imprinted on the forehead of Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Open your soul and let me set up a soul mark." The Great Elder of the Water Moon Heaven sighed, relaxed the defenses of his soul, and allowed the true god Empyrean imprint engrave countless runes on his soul. Seeing that the great elder of the Netherman Ogre Dragon was killed by Alexia and the great elder of the Water Moon Heaven surrendered, the remaining warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres panicked and fled in all directions. Swift Eagle fighters shot out from the 2 interstellar carriers at Mach 35 speed, which is 10 Machs faster than the speed of the Undyings. Hunted by the Swift Eagle fighters, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres suffered heavy casualties. Several Moonlight warlocks were torn to pieces under the siege of a swarm of Swift Eagle fighters and 3rd-generation robots, and their Moonlight core were seized. Warlocks from the Zhan family, the Yi family, the Chun family, and the Song family rushed towards the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres like a tide. "I surrender! Spare me!" Seeing that they stand no chance, the warlocks of the 9 heavenly ogres surrendered. "Don't kill those who surrender." When Yang Feng's order was issued, the great elders of the 4 heavenly lords warned their subordinated warlocks. They are aware that Yang Feng wants to establish his might. Whoever rubs him the wrong way will made into an example. Yang Feng looked at the warlocks who chose to surrender and smiled. "Li Gui Province now belongs to me. No one can stop me from taking it over." Yang Feng gazed into the horizon, and his eyes flickered with a peculiar light. "In the Li Gui Province, only the Li Gui Demon Mountain won't be under my control. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is a unique, dangerous place where Holy Spirit warlocks who enter die. According to legend, the Li Gui Demon Mountain is behind the phenomenon that prohibits the existence of Infinity Warlock in the Li Gui Province. Although Yang Feng took control of the Li Gui Province, but he doesn't dare to explore the Li Gui Demon Mountain. Ogre Dragon City. Outside the Netherman Ogre Dragon's holy mountain, one battleship after another is suspended in midair. Countless warlocks from the Li Gui Province are aboard the battleships. In the center of an exquisite and luxurious warship, there is a luxurious litter inlaid with countless treasures. Yang Feng is reclining in the litter. Standing next to Yang Feng are Alexia, Zhao Qing, the great elder of the Water Moon Heaven, Zhan Hongtao, Yi Chun, Song Jin, and Chen Lei. Except for Yi Chun and Song Jin who haven't recovered completely, the rest are pinnacle bright world warlock rank existences, while Alexia is a blazing angel who can contend against some weak infinity warlocks. Mighty fluctuations of power rolled out from the warlock army and enveloped the Netherman Ogre Dragon's holy mountain. A ray of light shone, and a junior glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse in black flew out of the Netherman Ogre Dragon's holy mountain, bowed to Yang Feng from a distance, and uttered respectfully, "I am Zhang Cheng, the sect master of the Netherman Ogre Dragon. Greetings, young master of the Undying Mountain. May I ask what brings you to our sect, young master?" Yang Feng said flatly, "My Undying Mountain wants to unify the Li Gui Province. The Netherman Ogre Dragon has only 2 choices: submit or die. Choose one." Zhang Cheng swept the dense army of warlocks with a glance, smiled helplessly, and sighed. "My Netherman Ogre Dragon wishes to submit to and serve the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng ordered, "Open the barrier and let my people in." Chapter 616, Taking Control of the Li Gui Province. Chapter 616, Taking Control of the Li Gui Province. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Translator, Zayamoj. When the barrier around the Netherman Ogre Dragon's holy mountain was deactivated, a large number of battle robots flew inside and took control of all strategical positions of the holy mountain. Then, the bright world warlock Zhan Hongtao entered the holy mountain and thoroughly inspected it. After he ascertained that there are no abnormalities, the huge warlock legion entered the holy mountain and began to take control of the Netherman Ogre Dragon's holy mountain. In the Nether Dragon Hall, Yang Feng, sitting on the throne that only the sect master can sit on, caressed the throne's armrest and smiled lightly. "Life is really fickle. Last time, I was driven away from here by sect master Lu Bowen." A bitter expression on his face, the current sect master of the Netherman Ogre Dragon Zhang Cheng is silently standing aside, his heart filled with complicated emotions. In the eyes of the glorious sun warlock Zhang Cheng, this young master of the Undying Mountain was just a youngster with potential not long ago. Yet now the Netherman Ogre Dragon is in his pocket. This naturally left a bitter taste in Zhang Cheng's hearts. An undying guard stepped into the Nether Dragon Hall and saluted Yang Feng. "Young master, the city master of the secret treasure city Hua Lihai asks for an audience." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Let him in." Before long, Hua Lihai walked in with a stunning girl in white. The stunning girl in white is Hua Xuanhuan, the number 2 beauty of the Li Gui Province. She is Hua Lihai's daughter. Hua Lihai bowed respectfully towards Yang Feng and said, "I am Hua Lihai, the city master of the secret treasure city. Greetings, young master Lei Ming." Hua Xuanhuan also saluted Yang Feng, and a peculiar gleam flashed in her pretty eyes. In the Moon Heaven City, Hua Xuanhuan thought Yang Feng to merely be a remarkable peer. The proud her disdained to get in touch with Yang Feng of her own initiative. As the only direct kin of the secret treasure city master, Hua Xuanhuan has a very high status among the younger generation in the Li Gui Province. Few can compare with her. Moreover, she is extremely beautiful, and her cultivation base isn't lacking either. As such, she has the right to be proud. Now this peer about whom Hua Xuanhuan didn't care much has turned into an existence that even her most respectable father has to look up to. This disparity set off great billows in her heart. Yang Feng spoke indifferently. "How can I help you?" Hua Lihai responded respectfully. "The secret treasure city would like to form an alliance with the Undying Mountain. We will work hard to refine secrets treasures for the Undying Mountain." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "This proposal may have been of interest 2 months ago, but now, the Undying Mountain doesn't need allies in the Li Gui Province anymore. What the Undying Mountain wants is to unify the Li Gui Province. Comparable to the 36 greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Li Gui Province is a place rich in resources. The infighting between the 5 heavenly lords and the 9 heavenly ogres together with the intervention of the abyssal fiend Grand Duke gave Yang Feng such a great opportunity to unify the Li Gui Province. So how can he miss it? If he lets the secret treasure city become an ally of the Undying Mountain, there will soon appear countless more allies in the Li Gui Province. In this way, although it'll be faster to unify the Li Gui Province, but at the same time, it'll become very difficult to freely mobilize the resources of the entire Li Gui Province. For the same reason, the Great Cloud Dynasties by family has leveled or expelled the 10 great sects one by one. When he heard this, a bitterness welled up inside Hua Lihai's eyes. Yang Feng said coldly, "Your secret treasure city can either surrender to the Undying Mountain or disappear." Hua Lihai's complexion changed a number of times before he finally spoke gravely. "The secret treasure city is willing to submit to you and offer you the monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool, young master. I only have one request. I ask that you marry my daughter Xuanhuan, young master." Hua Xuanhuan's pretty face turned a little pale, but she clenched her white teeth gloomily and kept silent. Yang Feng's eyes brightened a little, and he said with a satisfied smile, "All right, I agree. In the secret treasure city, there is a very ancient secret treasure star moon pool. According to legend, this monarch-grade secret treasure is a part of the most important Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory of the 7th Warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty. Unlike ordinary Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the Magic Note munitions factory is a super-large secret treasure covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers. In the Magic Note munitions factory, there are a series of components such as the Star Moon Pool, the Sun Pool, the Soul Forging Plant, the Flesh Pool, the Plain Origin Wool Pool, the Star River Processing Plant, and so on. Countless top secret treasures of the Magic Note dynasty were made in the Magic Note munitions factory, which also includes several Empyrean-grade secret treasures. In terms of personal strength, although human Warlock Emperors and other race Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are more or less on par, but human Warlock Emperors have one or more Empyrean-grade secret treasures. With battle-type Empyrean-grade secret treasures that fit them perfectly, human Warlock Emperors are invincible. Empyrean-grade secret treasures possess boundless power. But to refine one such secret treasure, you need spend countless resources and time. The Magic Nun Munitions Factory can greatly shorten the refining time of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, which propelled the Magic Note Warlock dynasty to the top among the 8 Warlock dynasties. Although the Monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool is merely a component of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory, but it still has the magical power to collect star and moon force. The star moon pool can collect star and moon force and condense it to form a low-grade star moon crystal every day. Star moon crystals are a top material for refining secret treasures. A low-grade star moon crystal can be used to create a level 4 secret treasure. If it wants, the secret treasure city can easily create a level 4 secret treasure every day with the help of the star moon pool. If the star moon crystal inside the star moon pool isn't removed, then every 1,000 days the equivalent of 1,000 low-grade star moon crystals will form a mid-grade star moon crystal. 1,000 mid-grade star moon crystals will form a high-grade star moon crystal. 1,000 high-grade star moon crystals will form a superior-grade star moon crystal, and 1,000 superior-grade star moon crystal will form a divine-grade star moon crystal. Divine-grade star moon crystals is one of the top materials for creating Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Of course, because the star moon pool is just a component, the time it takes to form a divine-grade star moon crystal is terrifying. When the Empyrean-grade secret treasure magic note munitions factory is intact, it takes about 100 years to form a divine-grade star moon crystal. In addition to providing precious star moon crystals, the Monarch-grade secret treasure star moon pool can also temper warlocks who practice cultivation inside the pool with star and moon force and promote their physique, and even improve their soul aptitude by a small margin. Yang Feng's soul aptitude is already at the superior level 8, making it hard to advance any further. However, he can still use the star moon pool to refine his physique. With the Netherman Ogre Dragon and the secret treasure city surrendering without a fight, all warlock groups in the Li Gui Province realized that Yang Feng wants to unify the province. Among the 9 heavenly ogres, the Thunder Demon Evil Ogre, the Thunder Demon Sect, and the 7 Stars Abode abandoned their foundation and escaped the Li Gui Province overnight. The rest of the warlock groups chose to surrender to Yang Feng. Under Alexia's command, the huge mechanical legion besieged various places in the Li Gui Province and wiped out the forces unwilling to submit to the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng threw himself into the practice of cultivation. Using the resources of the Li Gui Province, he advanced at a rapid pace. In a secret room, Yang Feng, fiddling with 4 treasures in front of him, revealed a smile. Elis Ancient Stone, Water Root Flame, Glorious Sun Warlock Rank Artipithecus Core, and Dragon Whale Water Source Stone. As expected of the Li Gui Province, it is rich in resources. Elis Ancient Stone is a treasure produced after the blood of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank wind god in the Archgod era fell on the ground and absorbed wind elemental energy for over 100,000 years. Water Root Flame is a strange phenomenon formed in the deepest part of the sea born from volcanoes and some objects containing rich fire elemental energy. Despite looking like water, it is a queer flame that can easily burn anything placed inside it to ashes. The Artipithecus core came from a Artipithecus, which is a kind of earthen virtually extinct in the Zhangji Plain by human warlocks. Artipithecuses can naturally control earth elemental particles, and are endowed with the racial ability Earth Escape that is unparalleled in the same rank. Their cores are also the best material for forming a world. Dragon Whale Water Source Stone is a kind of treasure born after a Glorious Sun Warlock rank Dragon Whale core is buried in a place rich in water elemental particles for 1,000 years, and various secret method are used. These 4 treasures are items that can only be obtained through good fortune. Yang Feng got these 4 treasures after searching the entire Li Gui Province. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his right hand, and a huge whirlpool poured out of his hand and enveloped the 4 treasures at once. The 4 treasures appeared in his small world at once, and a wisp of primal chaos force blasted into them. Countless violent wind elemental particles formed a 10,000-meter-tall wind god that looks like it can easily break the small world. The Elis Ancient Stone contains a trace of power of an archgod wind god. Even with that trace of power, it can still easily kill an ordinary moonlight warlock. Chapter 617, Advancing to the Quasi-Glorious Sun Warlock rank. Chapter 617, Advancing to the Quasi-Glorious Sun Warlock rank. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as the phantom of an archgod wind god appeared, a huge palm made of primal chaos force descended from the sky and swatted the 10,000-meter-tall archgod wind god, and its body scattered into wind elemental particles that spread in all directions. When the phantom of an archgod wind god disappeared, violent fire emerged out of nowhere and spread towards Yang Feng's small world as if to burn everything to ashes. The giant hand made out of primal chaos force appeared again and tapped the consciousness in the fire with the index finger, and the consciousness collapsed. Jolted by primal chaos force, the violent fire turned into the purest fire elemental particles. Extremely rich earth elemental particles converged in the void and formed an 100-meter-tall ancient Ardipithecus made out of stone. The Ardipithecus's figure fluttered, and it shot towards the ground. Once the Ardipithecus drills into the ground, it will absorb the earth elemental force inside the small world. Several hundred years later, a new living Ardipithecus may be born in the small world. The giant hand abruptly grabbed the Ardipithecus and squeezed hard, and the Ardipithecus burst. Countless water elemental particles suddenly condensed into a frightening 10,000-meter-long dragon whale that looks like it can devour everything. The giant hand slammed into dragon whale and shattered it with a single blow. The 4 kinds of elemental particles entered a state of equilibrium in an instant. The small world's plane origin will absorb the 4 types of elemental force and strengthened. 100 billion low-grade magic crystals piling up in the small world shattered, and the plane origin will absorb a copious amount of life magic energy and strengthened again. Yang Feng's small world began to shake and extend outwards. As if it was alive, the small world began to breathe. It absorbed the energy drifting in pace and became more powerful. In any complete plane, the plane origin will breath and absorb the energy drifting around it, nourishing the plane. Due to this, the grade of a plane is not fixed, and instead will either rise or fall. Although a grade 4 plane is enough to give birth to an infinity warlock, but the upper echelon of the battle demon sect doesn't want to stay in a grade 4 plane. One of the important reasons for this is that once the quantity of infinity warlocks in a grade 4 plane reaches a certain number, the grade 4 plane will slowly decline, unable to bear the existence of the infinity warlocks. The 36 primary material planes like the Feisua plane are classified as grade 2 planes, and they can give birth to Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses, and they can even give birth to warlock emperor rank existences. Of course, every time a warlock emperor rank existence is born, the plane will be weakened for more than 10 million years. Only the grade 1 plane, the Zhangji plane, can bear 8 warlock emperor rank existence within a span of 10 million years, and even breed the legendary eternal. Even so, after a warlock emperor is born in the Zhangji plane, it will take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before the next warlock emperor will be born. After an unknown period of time, Yang Feng, sitting in the secret room, slowly opened his eyes, sensed the changes in his body, and showed a smile. Quasi-glorious Sun Warlock. I'm just one step away from the glorious Sun Warlock rank. With the analysis of the level 3 optical computer, Yang Feng realized that even if he does nothing, he will be promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock 3 years later. Although warlocks who formed a virtual world have to consume tens of times or even hundreds of times as much cultivation resources as other warlocks when practicing cultivation, but they have a great advantage when it comes to breaking through bottlenecks. Ever since he implanted a semi-plane seed in the Great Warlock realm, Yang Feng basically won't encounter any bottlenecks before he reaches the Bright World Warlock realm. Only when breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm, he may encounter a huge bottleneck. This is the power of the strongest warlock path. Although Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng, who are personal disciple of the Battle Demon Sect's great elders and others like them, have already reached the Moonlight Warlock rank, but it is very difficult for them to break through to the glorious Sun Warlock realm. They may be stuck in the Moonlight Warlock realm forever. Huang Yihe has now already become an Infinity Warlock, but only 2 of his personal disciples have glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation base. With this, it can be seen how difficult it is to advance to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. Yang Feng has been practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, yet he is already about to promote to a glorious Sun Warlock. Once this fact gets out, it will make many people crazy with envy. Yang Feng can enter seclusion and practice hard until he reaches the glorious Sun Warlock rank. However, he voluntarily stopped practicing cultivation because he found that his soul force and mental state can't keep pace with his fast cultivation speed. If he advances to the glorious Sun Warlock rank now, it may have a negative effect on his promotion to a Bright World Warlock. Moonlight Warlocks are already considered transcendents, but they are at the very bottom among transcendents. Each one of the Moonlight 7 stars of the Great Cloud Dynasty is a peerless genius who has formed a virtual world. Much like Yang Feng, they feel no pressure in breaking through to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. However, they still stay decades or even 100 years in the Moonlight Warlock realm, and that is because they have to improve their soul force, cultivation base, and state of mind to the most perfect level before they can break through to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. Otherwise, when attacking the Bright World Warlock realm and the Infinity Warlock realm, they will encounter huge obstacles. When Yang Feng stirred awake, one message after another bubbled up in his eyes. Visit freeobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. When he is in seclusion, unless it is related to his survival or the survival of his forces in the Andrak plane, the chip won't warn Yang Feng and interrupt his practice of cultivation. Yang Feng smiled and issued an order. Bai Yuxian wants to see me? Interesting. Let her wait for me in the Nether Dragon Temple. Yang Feng first went to a hot spring bath where he took a good rest and relaxed for 2 hours. Then he was dressed by a group of beautiful female servants and went to the Nether Dragon Temple. Yang Feng came to the Nether Dragon Hall, sat on the golden throne, and looked at Bai Yuxian. Bai Yuxian, who has been waiting here for 2 hours, has a calm expression on her face. Obviously, she has high self-restraint. Bai Yuxian smiled brightly, and a complex gleam streaked past her beautiful eyes. Well met, young Master Lei Ming. I want to congratulate you on unifying the Li Gui Province. Previously, Bai Yuxian regarded Yang Feng as a minor pawn that can be used to stir up the trouble in the Li Gui Province. Now, however, this minor pawn has turned into the master of the Li Gui Province, a bigwig whom the Great Cloud Dynasty cannot just brush off. With the current strength of the Li Gui Province, if Infinity Warlocks and treasured secret treasures aren't taken into account, it is even stronger than the Tai sect of the 10 Great Sects. As the representative of the Undying Mountain stationed in the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng's status is naturally very respectable, even more respectable than that of the 10 Great Sects' holy children. Yang Feng uttered, I was lucky, that's all. How can I help you, Miss Bai? freewebnovel.com. Bai Yuxian spoke solemnly, Young Master Lei Ming, as the representative of the Undying Mountain, I hope to see you issue a statement that you acknowledge allegiance to the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty will grant the Undying Mountain the Li Gui Province and confer you the title of Hereditary Peer Marquis. The Great Cloud Dynasty just drove out the 10 Great Sects, and Marshal Jing was besieged and killed by Infinity Warlocks of the 10 Great Sects. Countless forces are now eyeing the Great Cloud Dynasty from the sidelines. You're currently going through a difficult phase, right? The Li Gui Province is already in the Undying Mountain's grasp, so why should we submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty? As for making me a hereditary peer marquis, that's even more out of question. The 10 Great Sects and the 8 Great Families helped the Bai family defeat countless powerful enemies, and together they created the Great Cloud Dynasty. As I recall, the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty promised to confer 18 Greater Province to the 10 Great Sects and the 8 Great Families along with hereditary peer titles and pledged never to interfere with their fiefs. But now, where are the 10 Great Sects? Yang Feng spoke with a mocking smile. Bai Yuxian replied with a smile. You are right. The Great Cloud Dynasty is indeed at its weakest now. But no matter how weak we are, we're still far stronger than the Li Gui Province. Although the Li Gui Province is rich in resources, but at the same time, it also lacks many resources. Moreover, there is also the greatest weakness of the Li Gui Province, that is, it's impossible to practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock realm here. Young Master Lei Ming, doesn't the Undying Mountain want to have a foothold in the Great Cloud Dynasty? As long as you acknowledge allegiance to the Great Cloud Dynasty, we'll give you a piece of land in the Great Cloud Dynasty and let you establish a sect there. Moreover, young Master Lei Ming, if you become a marquis of the Great Cloud Dynasty, no matter where you go in the dynasty, you'll receive the treatment of an aristocrat. Do you want to stay here in the Li Gui Province all your life? I heard that you are a peerless genius eager to become a Warlock Emperor. However, no one holding themselves up in a corner has ever become a Warlock Emperor. If the Undying Mountain becomes part of the Great Cloud Dynasty, you'll naturally be eligible for the trials by fire of secret realms controlled by the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian clearly analyzed and uttered eloquently the pros and cons of the Undying Mountain, acknowledging allegiance to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 618 Golem Dynasty's Relic Site. Chapter 618 Golem Dynasty's Relic Site. Translator: Zayamoj. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then flicked his finger, and a piece of jade flew towards Bai Yuxian. As expected of the Merak star of the Moonlight Seven Stars, your insight and eloquence are impressive. I am practicing a special secret method, and thus require many rare ores. If the Great Cloud Dynasty offers me these ores, then I'll persuade my father to let the Undying Mountain acknowledge allegiance to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Just as Bai Yuxian said, if Yang Feng's ambition is limited to the domination of a small corner, then he can hole himself up in the Li Gui Province. But if he wants to be a Warlock Emperor or even an Eternal, then staying in the Li Gui Province is unacceptable. The Great Cloud Dynasty is vast and full secrets. Despite being in control of one of the 36 greater provinces, the Battle Demon Province, for years, the Battle Demon sect hasn't even uncovered all the secrets in the province. Bai Yuxian took a closer look at the piece of jade, and then creased her slender eyebrows. The jade is filled with various rare ores that Yang Feng needs to unlock the next level of Shizu technology. These first-rate materials are even very rare in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian spoke. Young Master Lei Ming, the ores recorded in this piece of jade are very rare in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and many of them are unheard of. We can't come up with all these ores. Yang Feng uttered calmly. What ores can the Great Cloud Dynasty come up with? Please show me your sincerity. After Yang Feng scraped all the resources of the Li Gui Province, he found a lot of materials necessary for the production of a level 4 stronghold, which also includes several of the main ores required. However, there are still some very precious ores missing. Yang Feng intends to gather those materials by means of trade. Since Bai Yuxian wants him to nominally submit to the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yang Feng naturally wants sufficient benefits in return. A sly gleam flickered in Bai Yuxian's eyes, and she asked with a bright smile, "Which ores do you need the most?" Yang Feng answered with a light smile. "In the Zhangji Plain, the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty occupy together a much larger area than the Great Cloud Dynasty. I don't have to go to the Great Cloud Dynasty. There is no conflict between the Undying Mountain and these three dynasties, so they shouldn't reject our friendship. These three dynasties share no border with the Li Gui Province. As such, they naturally have no conflicts with the Li Gui Province. Under such circumstances, the three dynasties won't refuse the friendship of a powerful sect such as the Undying Mountain. Many warlock geniuses of the three dynasties have traveled the Great Cloud Dynasty. In his days, the Dawn Lord of the 8th Warlock Dynasty has also traveled the Eastern world for a long period of time. In the same fashion, many warlock geniuses from the Eastern world have traveled the Western world, especially after the Dawn Lord rose to power. One of the things that attracts warlocks from the Eastern world to the Western world is the Dawn Royal City set up by the Dawn Lord, which is the only royal capital set up by a warlock emperor still remaining. Of the 8 warlock emperors, 7 came from the Eastern world. But the royal capitals established by the 7 warlock emperors were destroyed by countless powerful races during the collapse of the warlock dynasties. Acknowledged as the #1 secret treasure, the royal capital of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, attracted countless existences to fight over it and tear it into countless pieces. The main part of the Dawn Royal City's main part is made from a part of the wreckage of the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty's royal capital. Although the Dawn Royal City is much weaker than the Magic Note dynasty's royal capital, but for some unknown reason, it wasn't destroyed when the Dawn dynasty collapsed. The Dawn Royal City is the only Empyrean-grade royal city in the Zhangji Plain, and it is under the control of the City Keepers of the Western world. The City Keepers are said to be the descendants of the Blacklight Holy, who was one of the 3 holy-rank Holy Spirit warlocks that followed the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Royal City is one of the relic sites that Yang Feng wants to explore. Additionally, due to the emergence of the Dawn Lord, the Western world expanded greatly in power and occupied a lot of territory that originally belonged to the Eastern world. As such, within the scope of the 3 dynasties in the Western world, There are also countless relic sites of the ancient Warlock eras. Even if Yang Feng doesn't go to the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are still other places to travel to. Fine, you big bully. Bai Yuxian sighed faintly and passed her porcelain hand over the piece of jade, and various ores recorded in the jade immediately turned red, and then she sent the jade back to Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the jade, and couldn't help but praise secretly. The Great Cloud Dynasty has indeed deep roots. More than half of the ores recorded in the jade are marked red. Of the ores necessary to build a level 4 stronghold, now only a ores called Star River Green Gold is missing. It isn't that there is no Star River Green Gold in the Zhangji Plain, but this ore is viewed as useless in the world of Warlocks. Unsurprisingly, the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't gather such useless things. Ordinarily, no matter what method you use, Star River Green Gold feels no different from an ordinary stone, thus lacking any value. But when it is mixed with several ores according to a method developed by the Shizu, it will form an astonishingly resilient alloy that can serve as a core component of a more advanced matter and energy converter. Yang Feng dispatched countless mining robots to search for this ore in the Li Gui Province. It is only a matter of time before it is found. Yang Feng spoke straightforwardly. Okay, once I get those ores, I will persuade the higher-ups of the Undying Mountain to acknowledge allegiance to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Bai Yuxian showed a cunning smile. I still have a gift for you, young Master Lei Ming. According to the analysis of our Secret Treasure Division's Relic Site Search Department, a relic site of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, the Golem Dynasty, is about to appear in the Li Gui Province. We hope to get 100,000 slots to explore the relic site. Yang Feng's heart stirred a little. This relic site search department is incredible. Should I join it under an alias? Powerful warlocks have incredible powers, and many have strange life-saving secret methods. Of course, there is a huge cost involved in the activation of those life-saving secret methods, many of which will consume virtually all your life force upon activation. Consequently, powerful warlocks will habitually establish 2 or more secret caves and place various materials inside. Once they are wounded, they can use the materials hidden in the secret caves to quickly restore their full power. Even Yang Feng left different secret caves in different planes just in case. The Zhangji Plain has undergone countless upheavals, so there are many relic sites of powerful warlocks left in the plain. Under the erosion of time, the barriers set up around the relic sites will disappear, and the relic sites will be exposed to the world. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Site Search Department is a department that specializes in searching for relic sites in the Zhangji Plain. The 3 dynasties in the Western world also have a relic site search department each. There, most warlocks practice astrology or other divination spells. Yang Feng spoke flatly. A relic site of the Golem Dynasty? No wonder you're making such a concession. 1 slot. To give the Great Cloud Dynasty face, I'll give you 1 slot. A queer gleam shimmered in Bai Yuxian's eyes. 1 slot? Young Master Lei Ming, do you want to hog the relic site of the Golem Dynasty? Yang Feng answered boldly. That's only natural. Since the relic site will appear in my territory, then it's only natural for me to hog it. In general, whenever an ancient warlock relic site appears, it will attract countless warlocks, and then be divided by the powerful warlock groups around. Since Yang Feng has unified the Li Gui Province, he naturally won't let others into the relic site, at least not before he takes possession of the valuables inside. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Bai Yuxian uttered with a smile, 10,000 slots. When a relic site is explored for the 5th time, that's the most dangerous time. We can help you explore the relic site and reduce the Li Gui Province's losses. 3 slots. The Li Gui Province still can afford losses in the exploration of the relic site. 1,000 slots. I have already reduced the requirement by a factor of 100. As a man, shouldn't you be more considerate? 10 slots. The Li Gui Province cannot miss this chance. After haggling for some time, Yang Feng finally agreed to give Bai Yuxian 30 slots to enter the Golem Dynasty's relic site. In exchange, Yang Feng obtained the qualification to enter the relic sites of the Great Cloud Dynasty. 10 days later, in a desert over 300 kilometers west of the Li Gui Province's Greenwood Stone City, the space above the desert twisted, and a huge cave sparkling with black lightning suddenly appeared, and then a celestial body emerged and started absorbing the surrounding life magic energy. People within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius can see the huge celestial body floating above the desert. Relic Site. This is an ancient Warlock relic site. An ancient Warlock relic site. After seeing the relic site, countless human Warlocks frantically flew towards the huge celestial body. Chapter 619 A Formal Visit. Chapter 619 A Formal Visit. Translator, Zhan. Warning. This relic site belongs to the Undying Mountain. The area 100 kilometers in radius around the relic site has been deemed as a restricted area. Anyone who enters the restricted area without permission will be regarded as an enemy and wiped out. A loud warning echoed in an area hundreds of kilometers around the celestial body. 10 million modified second-generation battle robots formed one mechanical legion after another and established one battle position after another. 10 star destroyer battlestars and 1 interstellar carrier are floating in the air. When the human Warlocks approached this area, they received a warning. Most Warlocks can only watch the modified second-generation battle robots with an unreconciled expression. Outside the restricted area, there stands a well-matched couple of good-looking Warlocks. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. The beautiful female Warlock pouted and said unwillingly, "Scoundrels! The relic site doesn't belong to the Undying Mountain, so why don't they let us in?" An unwilling look in his eyes, the male Warlock sighed. Now that they have unified the Li Gui Province, their will is absolute law in here. The strong take everything. That is the rule of this world. The female Warlock snorted and disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a beam shot down from the sky and blasted into a void. The void exploded, and countless bloody pieces scattered on the ground, and a starry sky Warlock rank life force dissipated. That's hidden devil Emoda. With his stealth ability, even Moonlight Warlocks can't detect him. Yet he was insta-killed just like that. Is this the strength of the Undying Mountain? Really remarkable. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air. They no longer dared to ignore the warning of the Undying Mountain. In the middle of the desert, there lies a steel fortress, inside which there are stationed 500,000 third-generation battle robots. In the center of the steel fortress, Yang Feng sits on a sofa, opposite him sits Bai Yuxian, and beside him sits the blazing angel Alexia. At this time, Alexia has withdrawn the 3 pairs of wings on her back. At a glance, she looks like a Caucasian girl with an exceptional complexion and heroic spirit. In front of Yang Feng's group of 3 there are 12 Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Relic Site Search Department. A curvaceous and sexy female Moonlight Warlock with long black hair, gold glasses, and an intellectual look is presiding over the work of the Relic Site Search Department. Their spherical secret treasure radiating bright light and flashing with formulas and spell models. A brilliant blue ray extended from the spherical secret treasure and fell on the Golem Dynasty's giant relic site. The spherical secret treasure is called Relic Site Analyzer, and it can analyze the properties of relic sites via various spells. Many relic sites have various magic restrictions features set up. Without the secret treasure Relic Site Analyzer was developed, it was necessary to use the lives of countless Warlocks or other intelligent life forms to probe relic sites. After the Relic Site Analyzer was developed, the magic restriction features of relic sites that predate the Magic Note Dynasty can be easily solved. My lady, the preliminary analysis has been completed. This should be a relic site erected by a holy rank Holy Spirit Warlock at the latter days of the Golem Dynasty. This relic site has appeared a total of 3 times in the Zhangji Plain in order to absorb energy to maintain its existence. This time, the relic site will be opened for about 3 months. 85 days to be precise. After 85 days, the relic site will close and disappear. Once the relic site is closed, you must possess Warlock Monarch rank power if you want to be able to leave it. The interior of the relic site is rich in life magic energy. Although the life force of powerful life forms hasn't been detected, but the Golem Dynasty's Golem arts must not be underestimated. This is an unrestricted relic site, and it has no barrier set up. Anyone can enter it. Even infinity warlocks can enter it. The intellectual-looking female moonlight warlock Lu Yen came to Bai Yuxian and reported. Unrestricted relic site. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. Much like the Time Sky City, many of the relic sites with restrictions on cultivation base are places where ancient warlock groups train the younger generation. They have a limited degree of danger involved. In such relic sites, danger comes mostly from other human warlocks. Unrestricted relic sites are different. In some of the most dangerous relic sites, even Holy Spirit warlocks will die. Yang Feng looked at the huge relic site with a complex look in his eyes. This relic site, is it a blessing of a curse? As an unrestricted relic site, it must be very dangerous. But once it is cracked, Yang Feng may gain complete control of it. A relic site refined from a celestial body such as this one has infinite value. Even if there is nothing inside, it can be used to set up a trial by fire for low-level warlocks, or it can be used as a garden to cultivate various extraordinary plants. Brest Dynasty's Bartoloni requests to see the Undying Mountain's young master. Bajor Dynasty's Claude requests to see the Undying Mountain's young master. Catered Dynasty's Danton requests to see the Undying Mountain's young master. Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power rose in the distance, and three voices rang together. Yang Feng frowned slightly, glanced at Bai Yuxian, and saw that the gorgeous face showed a look of gloating. Yang Feng spoke. You already expected this much, didn't you? Bai Yuxian responded with a sweet smile. Of course. Much like the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Western world's three dynasties are the birthplaces of many powerful astrology arts such as Bajor astrology, Hugo astrology, and Riga astrology. As such, their relic site search departments are no weaker than ours. I would find it strange if they didn't come. Yang Feng got up and walked outside, and Alexia followed behind him like a shadow. Guarded by 5 glorious sun warlocks and 10 moonlight warlocks, Yang Feng came to the edge of the restricted area demarcated by the Undying Mountain. He saw 3 groups of warlocks standing outside the restricted area. Clearly, they maintain a certain respect for Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. I am Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng looked at the warlocks from the Western world's 3 dynasties. At a glance, he recognized Cresno, Inlin, Brea, and other peerless geniuses with whom he crossed in the City of Time. However, Cresno and them who were so proud in the past are now only some juniors with great potential. They aren't qualified to negotiate with Yang Feng. FREOEBnovel.com. An old man with white hair and beard and a scepter in hand dressed in a red robe came forward and spoke with a mild smile. I am Bartoloni of the Brest Dynasty. Young Master Lei Ming. We came here in the hopes to enter the new Golem Dynasty's relic site. Yang Feng replied lightly. The Undying Mountain is the ruler of the Li Gui Province, and since this Golem Dynasty's relic site appeared in the Li Gui Province, it belongs to the Undying Mountain. Bartoloni spoke with a mild smile. Of course we don't deny this fact. However, we still hope to enter the relic site. If you agree to let us in, then the relic sites under our control will also be open to the Undying Mountain. There are many relic sites under the control of our 3 dynasties. Moreover, the Zhangji Plains plane origin has been very active recently, which sets off waves of spiritual force. Many hidden relic sites will appear in the Zhangji Plain. There are definitely going to appear no fewer than 3 relic sites in the Western world. Isn't cooperation better than confrontation? Yang Feng scanned the warlocks of the Western world with his eyes, and his gaze lingered on a few secret treasures. He uttered lightly, You brought level 9 secret treasures? If I don't agree, are you going to force your way in? Without admitting to it, the crafty Bartoloni said meaningfully, I heard that the Li Gui Province is fairly chaotic. We brought a few secret treasures for self-protection. The Western world's 3 dynasties dispatched here a total of 9 bright world warlocks, 27 glorious sun warlocks, and 163 moonlight warlocks. With the level 9 secret treasures they brought, they do indeed have the strength to fight with Yang Feng. In the world of warlocks, when it comes to benefits, only when the parties involved have equal strength may they sit down and negotiate. Yang Feng pondered for a while before saying, Fine, I can let you in. However, we want the number of slots we get to enter your relic sites to be the same as the number of your people that will enter our relic site. You must make a contract in the name of the trial balance. The trial balance is a fearsome existence comparable to a holy rank Holy Spirit Warlock who controls the laws of trial, contract, and justice. A contract with the trial balance as the witness has a formidable binding strength, second only to a Styx oath. Warlocks like to make contracts with the trial balance as the witness. Chapter 620, Who'll give a lesson to whom? Chapter 620, Who'll give a lesson to whom? Translator, Zhan. In the boundless universe, there are countless powerful existences that have mastered the law of contracts. Some devils who have mastered the law of contracts can seize the souls of humans through various contracts. Among those powerful beings, the contracts presided by the trial balance are the most just and binding. Once a contract is signed, unless the most pinnacle treasures or laws are used, then even holy rank Holy Spirit Warlocks will be bound by the contract force, and can even be killed by it. Although the trial balance isn't considered a pinnacle existence among holy rank Holy Spirit Warlocks, but there have been more than 3 holy rank Holy Spirit Warlocks who died at his hands, all of whom didn't abide by their contracts, and were killed by him using the law of contracts. Bartolone said, "All right, let us sign a fair contract with the trial balance as witness." Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand, and a contract document made out of the leather of a moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form shone brightly. The offering of 1 million low-grade magic crystals in his right hand disappeared. In the sky, a powerful aura descended, and a huge gold scale balance emerged from the void and appeared on the contract document. The 9 bright world warlocks of the 3 dynasties read the contract document carefully before signing their names on it. If it was a contract witnessed by a fiend or a devil, it would have to be scrutinized countless of times, mindful of traps hidden in the contract. However, with the trial balance as witness, there won't be any loopholes or unfair conditions in the contract. Of course, a high-level spell is required in order to summon the trial balance. Only Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above can freely summon a projection of the trial balance to conduct a fair contract. A warlock came to Yang Feng's side and said, "Young master, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, and the 8 great families wish to see you." Yang Feng apologized to the warlocks of the Western world, and then headed in another direction. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. At the edge of the restricted area in the other direction, there are warlocks from the top 10 forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty gathered. Additionally, there are warlocks from first-rate forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty gathered there as well. The warlocks are eager to explore the relic site of the Golem Dynasty. The 8 warlock dynasties represent the most flourishing times of the human warlocks. The Zhangji Plains human warlock civilization is locked in a cycle of rise and decline. After each decline, many pinnacle secret methods are destroyed in the chaos of war and lost in the long river of history. Modern warlock civilization is built on relic sites of the 8 warlock dynasties, and many secret methods and special alchemy arts are obtained from relic sites. Modern warlock civilization is superior to ancient warlock civilizations in many aspects. At the same time, it is far from being a match for ancient warlock civilizations in many other aspects. The 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, is one of the strongest 7 warlock dynasties. If a warlock group can master some golem art of the Golem dynasty that has produced many exquisite golems, it will be of great benefit. The Golem dynasty has produced 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. With the power to contend against warlock emperor rank existences, the 3 Empyrean golems are the crystallization of the Golem Lord's golem arts. The 12 holy golems have the strength to contend against holy rank Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. The 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems disappeared after the collapse of the Golem dynasty. If anyone can get their hands on one of those golems, they will skyrocket to the position of the strongest force in the Zhangji Plain. It is because of the allure of these pinnacle golems that countless warlocks have gathered here. Yang Feng came to the edge of the restricted area, glanced at the warlocks here, and said lightly, "I am Li Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain." Suddenly, a moonlight warlock in black instigated loudly from inside the crowd, Young Master Lei Ming. The Golem dynasty's relic site is a most precious relic site of all human warlocks in the Zhangji Plain. How can you monopolize it? This relic site is a treasure that should belong to us all. Everyone, what say you? That's right. The Golem dynasty's relic site belongs to us all. Not just your Undying Mountain. Open the relic site and let us in. Everyone, let's go together. They won't dare attack us. Warlocks hidden in the crowd instigated loudly. The Tai sect, the Saint Lotus sect, and the 8 great families watched indifferently. The first-rate warlock groups also stood quietly aside, keeping away from the warlocks who have fallen into a hysteria. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill them all!" A rain of bright beams descended from the sky and slammed into the warlocks, instigating and clamoring loudly. Countless blood flowers blossomed in the area as these warlocks were blown into pieces. Undyings suddenly rushed into the crowd lightning fast and unleashed a massacre. As if ants who had boiling water poured on them, countless low-level warlocks scattered in all directions, not daring to take part in this fight. Dozens of breaths of time later, there were no more warlocks foolish enough to mess with the Undying Mountain. All warlocks became well-behaved and looked at Yang Feng with fear in their eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the warlocks indifferently and said flatly, "This is the Li Gui Province, and it belongs to the Undying Mountain. As this relic site appeared in the Li Gui Province, it is effectively the property of the Undying Mountain. If you have any objections, then you can go to hell. The strong rule while the weak cower. Generally speaking, whenever a relic site appears, it will cause the surrounding warlocks groups to fight over it, before being eventually divided among several powerful warlock groups. But the Li Gui Province is now Yang Feng's domain. As such, he wants to hog it. Of course, if strong enough warlock forces come to exchange benefits, Yang Feng will make certain compromises and concessions. However, the weaker forces and rogue cultivators have no qualifications to make Yang Feng back down. A burly middle-aged man with a triangular mark engraved on the forehead, exuding a domineering aura, and possessing junior bright warlock rank cultivation base glanced at Yang Feng and said loftily, "I am Sun Tianyang, a great elder of the Tai sect. Junior, have someone of the Undying Mountain who can make decisions come talk with me." Yang Feng responded coldly, "I can represent the Undying Mountain. If you don't want to talk to me, then screw off." What an arrogant junior. Let me give you a good lesson and teach you how to respect your betters on behalf of your seniors. Sun Tianyang is used to being arrogant in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Seeing Yang Feng contradict him, his anger suddenly flared up, and he extended his hand towards Yang Feng's face in a slap. Fearsome bright world warlock rank soul force covered Yang Feng and wound tightly around him as if chains. Containing the power of karma, Sun Tianyang's hand seems to be twisting. Yang Feng can feel the energy of heaven and earth reject him, so he can only use the power of his small world. He has no way to avoid this slap. Yang Feng's operated the power of the small world. His gaze ice cold, he barely squeezed out a couple of words. "Kill him!" Looking like an attendant, the pretty eyes of the mesmerizing Alexia standing silently behind Yang Feng radiated resplendent light. 3 pairs of black as ink wings appeared behind her, and a black sword ray seemingly capable of splitting the world slashed towards Sun Tianyang. Fallen angel! Sun Tianyang's complexion changed dramatically, and he's screaming in alarm. The pitch-black sword ray sliced Sun Tianyang into 2 in a flash, and a copious amount of dark force turned into flames that burned him into ashes. Suddenly, the bright world warlock core attached with Sun Tianyang's soul shot in the direction of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and Yang Feng suddenly retreated and pointed with his finger. A dense swarm of robots flew this way, and the 30-star destroyer battlestars suspended in midair adjusted their muzzles and aimed at the position of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families. With an order from Yang Feng, a devastating attack will be launched at He 2 great sects and the 8 great families. The 2 great sects and 8 great families have a total of 10 bright world warlocks on their side. But this is Yang Feng's domain, so there are countless fortifications and batteries built here. If Yang Feng is willing to pay the price, he can make a large part of the warlocks from the 2 great sects and the 8 great families stay here forever. The warlocks of the two great sects and the 8 great families abruptly felt their blood run cold and had a premonition of danger. With their extraordinary perception, these warlocks can feel that they'll be in mortal danger so long as they do anything suspicious. Alexia turned into a black ray and slashed with her sword towards Sun Tianyang's bright world core, a look of excitement in her beautiful eyes. As long as the sword hits its target, Alexia can neutralize all of Sun Tianyang's resurrection secret methods and extinguish his soul. Young Master Lei Ming, please quell your anger. Sun Tianyang has already paid a price for his rash actions. Please give the Saint Lotus sect face and spare him. Suddenly, a pure, snow-white lotus petal flew out and turned into an 18 lotus petal shield blocking in front of Sun Tianyang's soul core. Alexia's invincible fallen angel sword landed on the 18 lotus petal shield and cut the level 8 secret treasure lotus petal shield into 2 parts. However, this delayed her sword for a moment, and Sun Tianyang escaped from her sword and flew into the camp of the Saint Lotus sect. Chapter 621, Deterrence. Chapter 621, Deterrence. Translator, Zayamoj. At Yang Feng's command, hundreds of thousands of Li Gui Province's warlocks started to recite incantations. Barriers began appearing in the area, and a gigantic magic ban array began to extend in all directions. The magic ban array can cut off this place from the energy of heaven and earth. Except for body-tempering warlocks and warlock geniuses who have formed a virtual world, the strength of the rest of the warlocks will suffer a sharp decline. As for the Yang Feng's battle robots, they will shine in the magic ban array. To set up a super-large magic ban array in the Li Gui Province, only Yang Feng's Undying Mountain can easily accomplish this. The shortcoming of a magic ban array is that it doesn't discriminate between enemy and ally. In general, it is only set up when dealing with elemental warlocks who have the greatest destructive power. Although a magic ban array can greatly weaken pure elemental warlock, but it cannot weaken other warlocks as much, so it's rarely seen on the battlefield. But for Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion, a magic ban array makes for the best fighting environment. Along with a bright voice, Bai Yuxin walked out of the void and said with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, please calm down. I will have the Tai Yi sect pay you a satisfactory compensation to pacify your fury. As for the 8 great families, they didn't mean to oppose you." A middle-aged warlock with a refined temperament and intermediate bright world warlock fluctuations of power spoke with a light smile. "Young Master Lei Ming, I am Xuanhuan of the Xuanhuan family. The Xuanhuan family never meant to oppose you. No matter what happens, the Xuanhuan family will remain neutral." Looking like he is on fire, a man with scarlet hair and eyebrows uttered in a deep voice, "Young Master Lei Ming, I am Wang Zhihua of the Wang family. The Wang family never meant to oppose you." The bright warlocks of the 8 great families stepped forward and expressed their unwillingness of opposing Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. The Tai Yi sect was originally the head of the 10 great sects. After the 10 great sects were rooted out, the Tai Yi sect's influence expanded greatly, and their conduct became more arrogant and domineering, offending many people. Among the 8 great families, few have a good relations with the Tai Yi sect. Even the Zhang family, who is known as a Bai family's hunting dog along with the Tai Yi sect, has a very poor relationship with the Tai Yi sect. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a Star Destroyer artillery fired a beam. The beam passed above the place where the Tai Yi sect's camp is located, slammed into the desert, and blasted a bottomless giant hole in the desert. What a fearsome weapon! Is this a secret treasure refined by the Undying Mountain's alchemy? That blow is on par with an all-out strike of a pinnacle bright world warlock in terms of power. What a dreadful secret treasure! This kind of secret treasure is enough to kill bright world warlocks. Seeing this scene, the warlocks of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families, as well as the many first-rate warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty, all inhaled a breath of cold air. The bright world warlocks of the 2 great sects and the 8 great families broke out in cold sweat on their back. If caught off guard, they would either perish or sustain grievous wounds when hit by a Star Destroyer artillery beam. When he saw this, the expression of Sun Tianyang, who has devoured an incarnation apple and recovered his body, has become unsightly. The most up-to-date novests are published on freoubinovel.co. This was clearly a show of strength on Yang Feng's part, showing that he has enough power to wipe out the warlocks of the two great sects and the 8 great families. In this way, he will have an upper hand in the ensuing negotiations. After experiencing the battle prowess of the blazing angel Alexia and the might of the Star Destroyer artillery, the haughty Sun Tianyang dispelled the idea of provoking Yang Feng in the Li Gui Province. The Li Gui Province is a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. In addition to Infinity Warlocks, only Pinnacle Bright World Warlocks who have formed a virtual world can contend against the blazing angel Alexia. Yang Feng got right to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, presumably all of you have come here for the relic site of the Golem dynasty. What price do you intend to pay in order to enter the relic site? As long as Yang Feng intends to move around within the scope of influence of the Great Cloud dynasty, he cannot refuse this request of the two great sects and the 8 great families for no reason. Xuanhuan smiled and said, "The Xuanhuan family has control over several relic sites of the 8 Warlock dynasty. If you let us in, young Master Lei Ming, then you can enter our relic sites in turn. Besides, young Master Lei Ming, you'll get the friendship of the Xuanhuan family. The other 8 great families, the Tai sect and the Saint Lotus sect, all expressed the same idea. After bargaining with them, Yang Feng finally agreed to let them enter the relic site of the Golem dynasty. Young Master Lei Ming, please wait a moment." After negotiating with the 2 great sects and the 8 great families, Yang Feng turned around, ready to leave, when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Yang Feng turned back and saw a young man with a sunny expression on his face and giving off a comfortable feeling looking at him with a smile. A smile on his face, the young man with a sunny expression waved his hand, and a piece of parchment flew towards Yang Feng. "I am Yuan Shuangbin, the pavilion master of the Flowing Flower Pavilion. Young Master Lei Ming, my Flowing Flower Pavilion has some of the ores you're looking for. I hope to offer these ores to you, young master. I wonder if I can exchange them for some slots to enter the relic site." Yang Feng took a look at the parchment, and his eyes lit up abruptly. Star River Green Gold is included among the various names written on the parchment. Additionally, there are 2 kinds of or needed for the construction of a level 5 stronghold. Yang Feng said, 500 slots. I can give you 500 slots to enter the relic site. However, once inside the relic site, you're responsible for your own survival. Yuan Shuangbin smiled and threw a storage ring towards Yang Feng. "Please accept these ores." When Yang Feng scanned the precious ores inside the storage ring, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Now I can build a level for stronghold." Sure enough, a leader of a large force can collect ores much easily than a rogue warlock. Matter and energy converter is at the core of Shizu technology. Through matter and energy converters, energy can be converted into various rare ores, and then all kinds of top warships and battle robots with incredible power can be produced. At the same time, matter and energy converters require top materials to be constructed. The materials required to assemble a level for matter and energy converter are more difficult to find than the materials necessary for some level 9 secret treasures. Now that he has become the master of the Li Gui Province, Yang Feng can easily find all kinds of rare ores needed for the level 4 matter and energy converter. "Brother Yuan, I am Jiang Yu, a true disciple of the Huanzhan abode. I wonder if can I have the honor to be friends with you? Brother Yuan, I am willing to pay you 10,000 high-grade magic crystals for a slot to enter the relic site." When Yang Feng left, the surrounding warlocks swarmed Yuan Shuangbin and competed for the 500 slots in his possession. Yuan Shuangbin is enthusiastic and straightforward, and he likes to make friends. He soon sold the 500 slots to enter the relic site to many prestigious warlocks as well as some genius rogue warlocks. Forming a loose group, these warlocks entered the restricted area with cheerful expressions. This relic site that has never been explored represents great danger on one hand. But on the other hand, it also represents huge benefits. If not properly maintained, many secret treasures will lose their power with time, until eventually all the power is gone. But when placed in some special warehouses, secret treasures will preserve their power for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. One day later, after repeated probing, Lu Yen discovered a fairly safe entry point. Unable to bear the weight any longer, The Warlocks in the desert flew into the relic site, fearing that the treasures inside will be taken away by Yang Feng. After repeated considerations, Yang Feng possessed a flesh golem and led hundreds of thousands of battle robots into the relic site. He also brought his currently most powerful trump card, Alexia. The relic site is a huge celestial body half the surface area of Earth. As soon as Yang Feng and his party flew within 10,000 meters of the celestial body, a strong attractive force took hold of them and pulled them towards the celestial body. When they entered the celestial body, they saw fantastic buildings thousands of meters tall, giving off the sense of a futuristic technological civilization. Only the 10 and 11-story tall Warlock towers, as well as the mysterious runes engraved on the various buildings, demonstrate that this is a Warlock celestial body. What a terrible relic site. There are no living life forms here. When Yang Feng landed, he looked at the spacious and bright streets surrounded by buildings constructed in a masterful architectural style and frowned, and an indistinct premonition welled up inside him. Before coming here, Yang Feng didn't detect any signs of life on this celestial body. Chapter 622, Crystallization of the Golem Dynasty's Highest Golem Art. Chapter 622, Crystallization of the Golem Dynasty's Highest Golem Art. Translator, Zhan. The relic site is full of life magic energy. According to common sense, there should be countless life forms here, such as insects, fungi, and plants with strong vitality. Moonlight Warlocks are regarded as transcendents, and they have acute perception ability, which exceeds that of ordinary people by far. If they want to, they can even sense the surrounding fungi. Yang Feng doesn't sense any traces of life on this celestial body, not even those of fungi. This is very abnormal. In addition to Yang Feng, the Warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families all became vigilant. They silently recited incantations, and spell fluctuations shrouded them and formed magic shields. These Warlocks are well aware that an unrestricted relic site like this is the most valuable, yet at the same time most dangerous the first time people enter it. This is the secret dwelling of the Golem Dynasty's Sword Puppet Holy. Welcome, everyone. Please become a part of us. A voice sounded suddenly. In the center of the city, a tall building carved with countless runes twisted and changed into a handsome, 1.8-meter tall middle-aged man with black hair fluttering in the air and an expressionless look on his face, and queer golem force seeped out of him. Golem force. That's a top golem of the 6th Warlock dynasty. The crystallization of the 6th Warlock dynasty's most advanced art, living golem. When the Warlocks sensed the golem force emanating from the middle-aged man, their eyes blossomed with excitement. The Golem Dynasty's highest crystallization of alchemy is an incredible golem art called Living Golem. The Living Golem can practice cultivation on its own and use golem force. The different forces born from human warlocks practicing different secret methods are collectively called life energy or life force. Golem force is different from life force. Once hit by golem force, a life form will be eroded and transformed into a golem. In the era of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem Lord traveled to countless planes with 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems in tow. At that time, countless powerful existences were eroded and turned into golems by the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. Update.frm.fgewebenvel.com. After the Golem Lord developed living golems, the other golem legions declined gradually and finally withdrew from the Zhangji plane, only to suppress some low-grade planes. After the collapse of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the other race-allied army fearing the living golems slew them. Legend has it that the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems leading the remaining living golems escaped to a plane and established a world called Golem Realm. Since the fall of the 6th Warlock dynasty, no living golems have appeared in the Zhangji plane. But now here is a living golem. This naturally filled the Warlocks with excitement. Living golems are a supreme masterpiece of the Golem Lord. They are fearsome existences that can practice cultivation and posse's powerful force. Unlike human warlocks, they have no need for rest and can fight uninterruptedly. If you can research and create living golems, you'll be able to get an extremely powerful golem army. This living golem is the prey of the Tai E sect. A look of greed in his eyes, Sun Tianyang silently chanted an incantation and inserted his hand into the void. The space behind the handsome, middle-aged living golem twisted, and Sun Tianyang's right hand suddenly thrust out and extended towards the middle-aged man. The living golem touched Sun Tianyang's right hand lightly. A mere junior bright world warlock dares to attack me? Jiailua? How impetuous! In a flash, gray golem force extended along Sun Tianyang's right arm and eroded towards his body. Sun Tianyang's face changed drastically, and he silently recited an incantation, and red light entangled his right arm in an attempt to dispel the golem force. The gray light stifled the red light and continued to erode Sun Tianyang's right arm. Sun Tianyang gritted his teeth, and then severed his right arm with a wind blade. His severed arm jumped away as if given life. After it jumped to the top of a tall building, the arm suddenly grew 3 eyes, stared at Sun Tianyang, and revealed a twisted smile. Seeing this, many of the warlocks present had a creepy feeling. Sun Tianyang is a bright world warlock, a bright world warlock of the Tai sect to boot. Although he only has junior bright world warlock cultivation base, but some rogue warlocks with advanced bright world warlock cultivation base may no be his opponent. Yet such a powerful warlock was unexpectedly wounded severely by Jiailua, and his severed limb has undergone a weird mutation, giving off a hair-raising feeling. Sun Tianyang's face fell, and he screamed wildly, "My right arm won't regrow! You stole my right arm's soul!" Hearing Sun Tianyang's scream, the complexions of the warlocks changed dramatically. Bright world warlocks have incredible power. Even if they are chopped to pieces, they can regenerate quickly by various means. As long as the bright world core isn't broken, they have unlimited possibilities. Originally, Sun Tianyang's severed right arm would have been easily regenerated. But after his right arm's soul was seized, his right arm can no longer regrow. Even if he uses strange secret methods to cultivate another right arm, the new arm won't be able to move nimbly. Jiailua showed a wicked smile. "I am Jiailua, a housekeeper of the mighty Golem Lord granted the Sword Puppet Holy. Since you have invaded the Sword Puppet Holy's residence, I ask that you become our companions." Hundreds of millions of golem insects rose into the air, formed insect swarms, and shot towards the warlocks. When they saw the swarms of golem insects without a trace of life fluctuations, everyone's face changed greatly. Human warlock proficient with fire spells began to recite incantations, and the space filled with violent fire elemental particles. Jiailua smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't look down on us. We are soldiers who have followed the Golem Lord on many campaigns to other planes. As you might expect, we have some experience in dealing with enemies." Suddenly, strange runes appeared, and a huge magic ban array activated in the area. Shrouded by the huge magic ban array, the surrounding life magic energy was repelled. The warlocks felt that their connection with the energy of heaven and earth was severed. The fire elemental particles pervading the area dissipated and disappeared at once. After practicing cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, human warlocks can use spells to control the energy of heaven and earth and form frightening natural disasters. But the magic ban array repels the energy of heaven and earth. Human warlocks hate fighting inside a magic ban array the most. In such an environment, even body-tempering warlocks are weakened by about 30%. Impacted the most, elemental warlock are weakened by 95%. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Destroy them!" In an instant, a dense crowd of modified second-generation battle robots flew into the air, and countless gunner robots equipped with flamethrowers fired flames that formed a net of fire sweeping towards the insect swarms. Enveloped by the net of fire, large swaths of golem insect were burnt to ashes. The golem insects who escaped through the cracks were easily killed by the warlocks. The weakest warlocks who entered this relic site possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Even though the might of their spells has declined greatly because they can't use the energy of heaven and earth, but they're still very strong, far stronger than ordinary people. Jiailua showed a smile and said full of malice, "That's the Zhangji Plains human warlocks for you. By the way, I will tell a piece of good news. This is not only a residence, but also a place of inheritance of the Sword Puppet Holy. of the warlocks who entered this time, if only one person remains alive, they can inherit the legacy of the sword puppet holy and become the master of this sword puppet star. Of course, they will also become the master of us living golems. With that, Jiailuo's figure fluttered, and he disappeared into the city. When they heard Jiailuo's words, the warlocks moved far away from the scope of Yang Feng and the Undying Mountain's battle robots. With the magic ban array in place, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has become the #1 force here. On the sword puppet star, there are invaluable living golems as well as a legacy of the 6th Warlock dynasty. Everyone wants to be the master of this relic site. Naturally, the warlocks are apprehensive of Yang Feng. Bai Yuxin said suddenly, "Everyone, Jiailuo is playing a trick on us. He wants us to suspect each other, guard against each other, and even fight each other. He is a dangerous foe. We need to join forces in order to be able to contend with him. Don't be instigated by him into infighting." freewebnovio.com. Chapter 623, Spatial Division. Chapter 623, Spatial Division. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng said, "Since the relic site is within the Undying Mountain's sphere of influence, no one can seize it away. In any case, this relic site will fall into the hands of the Undying Mountain. As such, there is no need for you to worry that we'll attack you here." The thought of killing everyone emerged in Yang Feng's mind for an instant, and then disappeared. The warlocks here are of extraordinary origins. Unless he can kill all the people here and shut them forever, it will spell endless future troubles for him. Most importantly, Yang Feng heard the malice in Jiailuo's words. It's stupid to fight one another because of the golem's words. When they heard this statement, the pinnacle warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families showed thoughtful looks, and then their expressions eased and they began to dispose of the golem insects. These human warlocks are very cautious. After killing a certain number of golem insects, they immediately retreated behind the Undying Mountain's battle robots and ingested elixirs and absorbed life magic energy from high-grade magic crystals in order to restore their strength and maintain their peak condition. Yang Feng didn't say anything when he saw this. The relic site gives him a very dangerous feeling. Despite how powerful he is, he doesn't dare to be careless. Sitting on top of a large building, Jiailuo is observing the fight between the golem insects and the human warlocks. He issued a sigh. These human warlocks are really careful. Unfortunately, I haven't recovered my full strength. If it was in the 6th Warlock dynasty era, I could easily kill all these ants alone. Kongyalua, it's your turn. Suddenly, the strange runes covering the tall buildings lit up, and terrifying spatial force enveloped all human warlocks in an instant. Yang Feng's face fell. Shit! They're employing spatial division. As the name implies, spatial division is a war tactic used to divide enemy experts into different places through spatial spells, and then pick them off one by one. Spatial division if a tactic most suitable to be used in your own base. Many relic sites have spatial teleportation arrays. Once the enemy enters the relic site, they will be teleported to different places, and then killed one by the owner of the relic site. Based on the analysis of Lu Yen of the relic site search department, this relic site doesn't have the ability to instantly teleport people. Caught off guard, Yang Feng and them were teleported to different places in an instant. Otherwise, as long as they carried secret treasure that exudes spatial disruption fluctuations, they could evade space division. Spatial fluctuations surged, and Yang Feng appeared in a majestic, yet empty and silent city. All combat units, head to my location immediately. Yang Feng closed his eyes and used the command chip in his brain to send an order into the surroundings. The battle robots who received the order moved towards Yang Feng at full speed. The space disruptors released spatial disruption spells at once in order to interfere with the surrounding spatial force. With a thought, Yang Feng tried to cut off the connection between the flesh golem and his consciousness. What a terrible start. Do I go out and then restart? A warning came from the chip. Error. Due to the disturbance of an unknown force, consciousness cannot break away from stand-in golem numbered 0005. The degree of danger is extremely high. Yang Feng's face fell. Damn it. What happens to my true body if my consciousness is killed here? There is a 10% chance that you will die directly along with the clone in the Feisua plane. A 20% chance your soul will receive a heavy blow and fall into eternal sleep. A 30% chance that your soul will receive a blow, and you might not be able to promote to the glorious Sun Warlock rank within 1,000 years. A 40% chance that your soul will receive a blow, and it will take you 300 years to recover. The chip issued an analysis. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. The world of Warlocks is really strange and dangerous, and it's not good to use as stand-ins. No wonder top Warlocks use their true body when they go to explore relic sites. The world of Warlocks has avatars, death substitution, and other life-saving secret methods. At the same time, there are also karma secret treasures. If you are targeted by a karma secret treasure, then injuries suffered by the avatar will even spread to the true body. Therefore, when top Warlocks explore relic sites, they generally come with their true body instead of using a weak avatar. Yang Feng calmed down from his anger. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Next time, I will use my true body to explore relic sites. That is under the premise that I survive this. Fly out. Yang Feng gave an order, and 20 starry sky rippers operated their engines to the limit, turned into streams of light, and flew towards the outside of the celestial body at Mach 17 speed. Useless, you can't escape. Following unbridled laughter, a 300-meter-long gold rock flapping the dragon wings on its back suddenly appeared in front of the 20 starry sky rippers. Following a gray light, the 20 starry sky rippers dimmed, and Yang Feng's connection to them was cut off. With his extraordinary eyesight, Yang Feng saw the 20 starry sky rippers follow the gold rock. Yang Feng looked at the golem gold rock in the sky with apprehension in his eyes. This is a living golem, the golem lord's greatest masterpiece. What a dangerous and terrifying existence. Living golems can erode all beings and transform them into golems. When the golem lord was alive, living golems were most feared existences. It is because living golems are so powerful that the golem lord abandoned the golem legions he refined in the early days and developed the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. Yang Feng glanced around at the desolate city where even insects cannot be seen, and a chill welled up inside him. Fortunately, the golem lord is dead. Otherwise, such a sight might be encountered all over the Zhangji plain. In the sword puppet Holy's secret dwelling, every living being has been transformed into a golem by the living golems. This scene is scarier than the most terrifying of horror movies. Suddenly, a dignified look appeared in his eyes, and Yang Feng flipped his hand, and a great sword appeared in his hand. He said coldly, "Come out!" As the place where Yang Feng's consciousness is placed, the flesh golem was refined to be a powerful existence with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. Of course, the flesh golem is much weaker than his true body. Don't attack. Following a voice, a boy and a girl came out of an alley. The extremely beautiful girl with short black hair asked Yang Feng with a look of expectation. My name is Luo Yan. This is my brother Luo Ming. Are you a foreigner? Oh no, are you a warlock from outside? Is the golem lord still alive? freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng looked at the girl with a complicated gaze and said, The golem lord has been dead for a long time. The 8th Warlock dynasty has collapsed more than 100,000 years ago. Although the girl looks exactly like a human, but she doesn't have a breath of life on her. She has clearly been turned into a golem. Moreover, she doesn't possess golem force. She must be a lower-grade golem eroded by a living golem. Luo Yan's pretty eyes revealed a look of despair, and she sobbed. The golem lord has died. In that case, isn't it impossible for us to change back into humans? No matter how Luo Yan sobbed, no tears flowed out of her eyes. This illustrates that although she has the shape of a human, she is no longer a living human, but a dead golem. His blood running cold, Yang Feng came up with a vague guess. To be able to survive from the 5th Warlock dynasty era till this day, what a terrible golem art. Living golems must be a way the golem lord developed for pursuing longevity. Yang Feng frowned, a pensive look in his eyes. With such formidable strength, how could the Warlock emperors have died? Each one of the 8 Warlock emperors is genius beyond compare. Judging by the living golems, it can be seen how amazing the Golem Lord's golem art is. However, each one of the 8 Warlock Emperors has lived for less than 300,000 years. Some even died after thousands or tens of thousands of years. This is simply inconceivable. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. The lifespan of human warlocks is indeed much shorter than that of dragons, kindred, high elves, gods, fiends, devils, and other such beings. However, for human warlock emperors who have evolved to the pinnacle of life forms in the universe to die just after thousands or tens of thousands of years is unreasonable. The Golem Lord is dead. I don't want to live anymore either. You, become a golem as well. Become our companion. The eyes of the pure and gorgeous Luo Yen suddenly dimmed and lost their luster, as if she is turned into a golem from a person, and a creepy smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, her body burst apart, and gray golem force shot towards Yang Feng. Luo Ming's eyes suddenly lost their luster, and he burst apart and turned into gray golem force that shot towards Yang Feng as well. Chapter 624 100 Billion Golems. Chapter 624 100 Billion Golems. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he activated a level 6 energy shield. The defensive power of Shizu energy shields is fearsome. Except from its low resistance to magic phenomena such as souls and curses, its defensive ability in other aspects is far above that of single-target level 6 defensive spells of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. When the 2 streams of gray golem force slammed into the level 6 energy shield, they weirdly passed through the energy shield and blasted into Yang Feng, and began eroding him frantically. Boom! With a thought from Yang Feng, the 2 parts eroded by the golem force burst into pieces along with the golem force instantly. The wounded part of Yang Feng's body squirmed and repaired itself quickly, but his expression is unsightly. Golem force is really terrible. They are clearly far below the Moonlight Warlock rank in terms power, yet they can still easily penetrate the level 6 energy shield. How dreadful! Although the power of the golem force is far lower than that of Moonlight Warlocks, but with its queer corrosive ability, it may even erode top Moonlight Warlocks and turn them into golems. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and mused. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, the Golem dynasty is a taboo among taboos. At that time, the reason why living golems were so dreaded by the various races, why even human warlocks cooperated with other races, and why all living golems were destroyed together, I finally understand it a little now. This power is too dangerous. Living golems is the crystallization of the Golem Lord's highest golem art. Wherever golem force passes, all intelligent life forms will be eroded and turned into the Golem Lord's toys. This power is too domineering and terrifying, which caused a backlash from the powerful beings of different races. After the death of the Golem Lord, countless powerful races came to the Zhangji Plain. They attacked the Golem dynasty frantically and killed all the living golems of the Golem dynasty. According to legend, only the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems escaped and left the Zhangji Plain. There is even a rumor circulating that many Warlock Emperor rank beings from other planes joined forces to kill the Golem Lord. But there is no evidence of this ever happening. Warlock Emperor rank is the limit that human warlocks are known to be able to practice cultivation to. Over the years, human warlocks have borne 8 Warlock Emperors. But before the rise of human warlocks, the Zhangji Plain has also given birth to many Warlock Emperor rank existences. Each of the 36 primary material planes has a history of more than 10 billion years. During this period of time, they all gave birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Myriad Eyes Ogre, the Primordial Lightning Dragon, the 6 Sky Devils, and other such existences are of the same rank as the 8 Warlock Emperors. The reason why the 7 Warlock Emperors were called invincible in the world is because they have defeated existences who also possessed Warlock Emperor rank battle prowess. Unlike the other 7, after the Dawn Lord ascended the throne, he stayed in the Zhangji Plain where he ultimately died. He never fought other Warlock Emperor rank existences. This is why he is considered to be weaker than the other 7 Warlock Emperors. Living golems controlled by the Golem Lord are like a contagious pathogen. They can erode all intelligent life forms and turn them into golems that only know how to obey their master. For any warlock, that is a nightmare. Mechanical avatar? No, it is an avatar formed of flesh and machinery according to a certain proportion. It's really remarkable that human warlock civilization has developed to this extent. There was no such secret treasures in the Golem dynasty era. Young Master Lei Ming, your Undying Mountain's alchemy has given me a surprise. Along with some words of praise, the gentleman-like Jia Ilua slowly emerged from a corner of the city and smiled. As soon as Yang Feng saw Jia Ilua, he narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped back a few steps, and activated one energy shield after another, a look of apprehension in his eyes. After confronting Jia Ilua, the bright world warlock son Tianyang suffered a heavy injury and lost an arm. Such a fearsome monster isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend with. A person stood beside Jia Ilua. It is Angelico, a peerless genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth of the Western world. The peerless genius Angelico who defeated Yuanyang in the Time Sky City no longer has the life fluctuations unique to human warlocks. Yang Feng thought, Angelico died just like this? The world is really fickle and cruel. As a supreme genius cultivated by the Hall of Truth, Angelico has formed a virtual world and has junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. His combat strength is comparable to that of a quasi-glorious Sun Warlock. Yet such a peerless genius died silently in this relic site, and was reduced to an ordinary golem under the control of the living golem Jia Ilua. The world is really fickle. Yang Feng gave a salute and spoke respectfully. Mr. Jia Ilua, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest. The Undying Mountain is willing to withdraw from the Sword Puppet Holy's secret dwelling. Please let us leave here. Jia Ilua responded with a mocking smile. Since you have already seen us living golems, do you think you can still leave here alive? We living golems have countless enemies in the outside world. Unless the mighty golem lord comes back from the netherworld, we won't appear outside, nor will we let anyone outside know of our existence. The golem lord isn't dead? He is still in the netherworld. A thought flickered in Yang Feng's mind, yet he said calmly, in this case, please give me a chance. Let me cast a spell. Jia Ilua showed a playful smile. Interesting. A mere Moonlight Warlock dares to challenge me. You've got guts. I appreciate you. Very well, I will give you a chance and let you cast a spell. After I turn you into my subordinate, I will also give you some autonomy. Jia Ilua is a terrifying existence that can easily defeat a Bright World Warlock and insta-kill such a peerless Moonlight Warlock rank genius like Angelico. For a trifling Moonlight Warlock to try harm him with a spell is tantamount to a fool's dream. Yang Feng took a deep breath, cast wide area sound amplification, and shouted wildly, Alexia, come save me! Jia Ilua was stunned. He never expected Yang Feng to cast such a spell. A black ray of light flashed, and the heroic and beautiful Alexia with 3 pairs of black wings on her back and the fallen angel sword in hand appeared in front of Yang Feng. Alexia swept Yang Feng with glance and sneered, My lord, you are the weakest and most shameless master I have ever served. For a fallen angel like Alexia who lives to fight, the weak Yang Feng isn't a master she'd like to serve. A dignified look in his eyes. Word soul summon. This is a secret method recorded in the Transcendent script. To cultivate such a defective secret method like the Transcendent Empyrean imprint, how foolish. No matter how mysterious your Transcendent Empyrean imprint is, all you have cultivated is a child imprint, which will eventually be swallowed by the Transcendent Empyrean imprint mother imprint. Your hard work will become a hope chest for the Transcendent Lord. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled and said, Mr. Jia Ilua, you should be clear about the strength of a blazing angel. You are not her opponent. Besides, my subordinates will be here soon. Besides, teleportation won't work twice on me. Please let us leave this place. Jia Ilua replied with a smile. Young Master Lei Ming, in terms of fighting power alone, your blazing angel is indeed stronger than me. Even if I use golem force, I'm not her opponent, let alone when she's guarded against me. However, this is only one-on-one. The dragon-winged gold rock who has easily turned more than 300 starry sky rippers, one into golems flew to Jia Ilua's side. The dragon-winged gold rock is surrounded by the more than 300 starry sky rippers. A beautiful golem with long black hair, a perfectly proportioned figure, an exquisite complexion, and a great sword in hand walked out from a corner. There was a commotion in the city, and countless human, beast, insect, and bird golems teleported here via spatial spells repeatedly and formed a frightening golem legion extending without end. Jiailua smiled and retreated into the golem legion. Now it's 1 on 100 billion. In a magic ban area, even a fallen angel won't be able to replenish their power. You stand no chance of winning. If you give up resistance, I will give you more freedom. After the Golem Lord returns from the Netherworld, he may grant you true golem force and turn you into a living golem just like us. The dragon-winged gold rock golem and the beautiful golem also retreated into the endless golem legion and looked at Yang Feng and company with ridicule in their eyes. Yang Feng gazed at the densely packed golem legion with a dignified look in his eyes. In the past, I used a massive mechanical legion to crush my enemies. Now I am threatened by an endless golem legion. This feeling is really terrible. 1 or 20 starry sky rippers were mentioned last chapter. Now there are more than 300. Chapter 625, Ruler Magic Cube and Alexia. Chapter 625, Ruler Magic Cube and Alexia. Translator, Zayamoj. With a flick of his wrist, the Ruler Magic Cube appeared in Yang Feng's hand. He pinched hard, and the Ruler Magic Cube instantly transformed into countless black armor pieces that landed on Alexia and formed a full-body armor carved with abstruse runes. As soon as the Ruler Magic Cube covered her, Alexia felt a steady stream of power pour into her from the ruled Magic Cube. Alexia sensed the steady stream of power from the ruler armor, and excitement streaked through her beautiful eyes. What formidable power! The Undying Mountain's alchemy is really powerful. Human warlocks really cannot be underestimated. Abyssal Fiend Grand Duke Poital has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and he has collected many powerful secret treasures. But he doesn't have a secret treasure that fits Alexia this well. Equipped with the ruler armor, Alexia has the confidence to fight against Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and even slay them. Alexia was moved a little. It seems that my new master isn't bad after all. Alexia, protect me. Let's break out and leave this celestial body. Yang Feng roared and performed a secret method, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. With a light flap of the black wings, he turned into a black stream of light soaring into the sky. On this strange celestial body, all heaven and earth energy is rejected by the magic ban array. There are very few spells that human warlocks can cast here. At the same time, the recovery of power here is more than 10,000 slower than in the Zhangji plane. Even though Alexia has power comparable to the Infinity Warlock rank, but faced with 100 billion low-level golems, she will exhaust her power, and then overwhelmed by the countless low-level golems. Jailua's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted loudly, "They want to escape? Kill them!" The countless golem insects and birds formed black clouds that flew towards Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's flesh golem not only possesses Moonlight Warlock rank strength, but it also relies on the built-in super energy crystals as its power source. The countless golem insects and birds cannot catch up with him at all. This is where powerful human warlocks surpasses low-level warlocks by far. By relying on their advantage in speed and all kinds of incredible secret methods, a powerful human warlock can toy around with countless low-level warlocks. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Only the hundreds of starry sky rippers caught up with Yang Feng in one breath. Alexia slashed out with her sword, and hundreds of sword rays sliced the hundreds of starry sky rippers into pieces. Killing intent shimmered inside Jailua's eyes. Damn wretches, we just need to entangle them. Go to hell. A fierce look in its eyes. The dragon-winged gold rock flapped its wings and rushed out in a gust of wind. In an instant, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and extended a claw covered with golem force towards Yang Feng. The claw of the dragon-winged gold rock sealed the space off. Before it reached Yang Feng, a wave of despair and fear inundated him. The smart chip is running wildly, analyzing various methods of evasion and resistance. However, no matter which method he uses, the survival probability is 0%. At the moment when Yang Feng was about to be engulfed by the frightening golem force, a black sword ray landed on the claw of the dragon-winged gold rock. As if cutting through tofu, the black sword ray sliced through the claw, which is the part of the dragon-winged gold rock with the strongest defense. At the same time, black threads spread along the dragon-winged gold rock's huge body. A look of despair welled up inside its eyes, and the dragon-winged gold rock shrieked. "How is this possible? You are just a bright world warlock rank blazing angel. How can you cut me apart?" The bright world warlock rank blazing angel is indeed strong, but the dragon-winged gold rock is also a bright world warlock rank living golem, and its combat strength is only a bit weaker. According to its calculations, it should be impossible for Alexia to cut it apart, let alone starting from its claw. As it screamed, the dragon-winged gold rock turned into countless bloody pieces. "You're too weak. Since this is the case, then go to hell." Alexia showed an enchanting smile and slashed at the fist-sized golem core inside the wings of the dragon-winged gold rock. The golem core is the life core of a living golem, and it has recorded all the secrets and information of the living golem. As long as the golem core has not been destroyed, the living golem can use other golems to construct a new body. Although the new body will be far inferior to the original one. But over the years, it can devour various materials and other golems in order to fully restore its body. If the golem core isn't destroyed, the living golem won't perish. This is one of the most tricky parts about living golems. In the same rank, warlocks may not be able to destroy the body of living golems, let alone their golem core. "Stop!" With a roar, Jia Ilua flipped his hands, and two golem whips made from countless runes shot towards Alexia like vipers. The two golem whips suddenly split into hundreds of whips that entered the void. Hidden in the void, they resemble fierce beasts lying in wait, ready to launch a shocking attack at any time. The beautiful golem moved as well, person and sword as one. As if she has turned into a huge sword, she slashed towards Alexia with tremendous might. Even Infinity Warlocks won't dare to take this slash head-on. Faced with the two bright world warlock rank attacks, the three pairs of black wings on Alexia's back spread, and the ruler armor extended and quickly formed a huge shield. When the beautiful golem's sword strike landed on the huge shield, the abstruse runes covering the huge shield erupted, and a terrifying shock wave blew the beautiful golem away. The fallen angel sword containing dark force landed a slash on the dragon-winged gold rock and erased it. The dragon-winged gold rock golem with bright world warlock rank cultivation base and golem force was thus wiped out by Alexia. In this case, die together. A fierce glint flashed in Jia Ilua's eyes, and the countless whips concealed in the void shuddered slightly and caused ripples in the space around Yang Feng. At this moment, void assassins hidden in the void appeared suddenly, and chaotic spatial fluctuations permeated out of them. Suddenly, Jia Ilua's face fell, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him. Not good! The queer spatial fluctuations enveloped the space at once, and the void fell into chaos, engulfing the whips hidden in the void. Among human warlocks, Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above have generally mastered part of the law of space, and can freely tread in the void. However, there are many dangers in the void. It is not a place suitable for fighting. When fighting in the void, a moment of carelessness may lead to the void collapsing. The most fearsome void collapse may even seriously wound Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Besides, there are countless strange phenomena and void beasts that can devour anything in the void. Because of this, once an expert escapes into the void, very few people will chase after them into the void. The chaotic spatial ripples released in the void by the void assassins are equivalent to a self-detonation, which causes the void to collapse and devour everything. Even the golem whips that Jia Ilua has spent a lot of precious materials to refine were devoured. After she dealt with the dragon-tinged gold rock golem, scorching light flashed in Alexia's eyes. Her body blurred, and she appeared in front of the beautiful golem with a great sword in hand and slashed towards her. The beautiful golem retreated briskly. A space inside her opened, and tyrannical sword magic golems rushed towards Alexia. The sword magic golems covered with blades struck by Alexia's fallen angel sword were easily cut in half. The sword magic golems cut in half waved their swords at Alexia. Alexia frowned, and fallen sky fire enveloped the fallen angel sword. The sword released sword rays shrouded by fallen sky fire that struck the sword magic golems, and the sword magic golems ignited and burned to ashes. The beautiful golem took advantage of this moment to retreat by dozens of kilometers, and flew into the golem swarm. Countless bird golems pounced at Alexia. Jia Ilua spread the fingers of his hand, and invisible threads shot towards Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. If Alexia insists on pursuing the beautiful golem, then Yang Feng will be eradicated by Jia Ilua with this move. Chapter 626, 100 Million Strong Mechanical Legion. Chapter 626, 100 Million Strong Mechanical Legion. Translator, Zayamoj. A pity. Alexia sighed, her body fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and waved her sword. A sword ray enveloped by black flames suddenly extended and turned into violent fallen sky fire that burned the threads released by Jia Ilua to ashes, and then swept towards Jia Ilua himself. Countless golems beside Jia Ilua flew towards the falling sky fire. When they were touched by falling sky fire, they ignited with violent flames and turned into fireballs that fell from the sky. Hundreds of thousands of golems rushed into the fallen sky fire and blocked its advancement for a moment. Taking advantage of this gap, Jia Ilua's figure fluttered, and he flew into the golem crowd. He looked at Yang Feng with a reluctant expression and roared wildly, "Attack!" The countless golems unleashed various attacks such as beams, ice cones, bone spurs, and poison blasting towards Yang Feng. Alexia, standing next to Yang Feng, spread the fingers of her hand, and a black hexagram shield appeared in front of her. The various attacks crashed into the hexagram shield and collapsed without even raising the slightest ripples. Jia Ilua looked at the invincible Alexia in the sky with astonishment in his yes, and he exclaimed, "Is this a bright world warlock rank blazing angel? Impossible. Although a bright world warlock rank blazing angel is indeed stronger than we are, but not by this much. Then why is she so strong? A blazing angel is equivalent to a human warlock peerless genius of the same rank who formed a virtual world. Jia Ilua and the other living golems possesses the extremely dangerous golem force that can erode everything. However, in terms combat power alone, these living golems are quite weaker than Alexia, and that is because they haven't recovered the power of their heyday." After a moment, Jia Ilua guessed the truth of the matter. "Yes, it's that armor secret treasure. That armor secret treasure has increased her power by dozens of times. Such a secret treasure would be rated as a first-rate secret treasure even in the Golem dynasty." Even though Jia Ilua guessed the truth, but he still can only watch helplessly Yang Feng, protected by Alexia, quickly leave the sword puppet Holy's celestial body. As soon as he flew out of the celestial body, Yang Feng abandoned the flesh golem avatar and returned to his true body. When he returned to his true body, Yang Feng sensed the power constantly flowing from the small world, and he sighed lightly. "Sure enough, it's much more reassuring to be in my own body. The reaction speed is faster, and there are more means to deal with unexpected situations. It's no wonder that many Infinity Warlocks take the risk of using their true body when entering relic sites. Avatars have all kinds of advantages. In low-risk situations, avatars can be said to be a godsend. Even if the avatar dies, it won't harm the true body much. However, in high-risk battles, especially when confronting opponents who mastered spells and secret methods involving the law of karma, the opponent can injure the true body of the caster by attacking the avatar. The sword puppet Holy's relic site taught Yang Feng a good lesson. If he hadn't brought Alexia and the ruler armor, his flesh golem may have been killed by now, and the living golems might have injured his true body severely through the law of karma. Once he returned to his true body, Yang Feng issued an order. Apart from the battle robots necessary to guard the Andrak plane, countless battle robots poured in through a top-grade warp gate from the Andrak plane. Long aware that it won't be that easy to get a hold of this relic site of the Golem dynasty, Yang Feng has mad preparations to storm it. It didn't take long for the desert to be covered by countless third-generation and remodeled second-generation battle robots. The Moonlight Warlock Lu Yen from the relic site search department is watching the almost endless mechanical legion from a hillside and shock filled her heart. 100 million people. Is this the underlying strength of the Undying Mountain? To be able to mobilize 100 million elite troops, how fearsome. They should be occupying a Grade 2 or Grade 3 plane. It's not that the Great Cloud Dynasty can't mobilize a legion formed of 100 million great warlocks. However, it is vast in area. The more places you occupy, the more places you need to guard. As such, if the Great Cloud Dynasty wants to mobilize 100 million great warlocks to form a legion, it can't do it in a short period of time. Of course, in the world of warlocks, the key to victory in conflicts lies mainly in top warlocks and top secret treasures. A warlock legion formed from 100 million great warlocks is indeed a terrifying force, and even Bright World Warlock's warlock will have a headache. But this isn't enough. If there is no Infinity Warlock standing guard, then the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks can use various incredible secret treasures to easily destroy the Warlock Legion formed by the 100 million great warlocks. So many great warlocks. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. 100 million great warlocks. Is this the Undying Mountain's underlying strength? No. They possess great warlock rank strength only thanks to secret treasures. Even if it is the case, but they are still great warlocks. That's 100 million great warlocks. The Undying Mountain is really astonishing. When the warlocks, unwilling to leave hiding in the distance, saw the battle robots extend without end that appeared in the desert, shock filled their minds. Many warlocks who were dissatisfied with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain sobered up real quick when they saw the battle robots extend without end. Yang Feng stood on a platform and gazed at the 100 million battle robot with a dignified look in his eyes. It took him years to amass the 100 million battle robots. Although Yang Feng can easily produce this many battle robots within a year with the production capability of his munitions factories, but he doesn't have enough resources. The Andrak Plain is Yang Feng's current base. He cannot use destructive mining methods to collect all the resources of the plain. The Andrak Plain is a Grade 6 plane. By devouring various kinds of energy, the plane origin can recover and bear various or veins in the plane. Once Yang Feng uses destructive mining methods, although he can obtain a tremendous amount of resources in a short period of time, but the Andrak Plane's plane origin will be severely damaged, and may even perish. Once the plane origin is dead, the entire plane will become a dead celestial body no longer suitable for hosting intelligent life. Yang Feng finally made a decision after countless calculations. Fortunately, the Li Gui Province has fallen under my control. Even if all of these battle robots are destroyed, I can use the resources of the Li Gui Province to recover my losses in just a year. I can afford this gamble. Just the 3 living golems are invaluable, let alone the celestial body itself that is a relic site of the sword puppet Holy. There aren't many relic sites of Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks in the Zhangji Plain, and each one of them is extremely precious. Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks are supreme experts of many planes. Although they are far from being a match for Warlock Emperors one-on-one, but in a fight between 2 Warlock Emperor rank experts, they can tip the scales to one side. Theoretically, 100 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses teamed up using an Empyrean grade secret treasure can barely defend against a Warlock Emperor. With enough Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock powerhouses coupled with Empyrean grade secret treasures, it is even possible to defeat a Warlock Emperor. But it's extremely difficult to produce Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After all, they are at the apex of Holy Spirit Warlocks. There has never been 100 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks appear at the same time. Besides, the Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks all belong to different forces, making it basically impossible for them to team up. Even if there really were 100 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks joining forces, and they had an Empyrean grade secret treasure, they could only display their strength in defensive battles. Warlock Emperor rank experts can naturally use secret methods they grasp to pick them off one by one. Nevertheless, Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are still top-notch existences. At the time, there were 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks following the Time Lord. If a Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock's rank expert ever comes to the Zhangji Plain, the current forces in the Zhangji Plain won't be able to resist them at all. Even if the Great Cloud Dynasty and the three dynasties of the Western world join forces, they still will have a hard time contending with a Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank expert. Yang Feng naturally doesn't want to give up on a relic site of such a fearsome existence. The resources provided by the Li Gui Province are sufficient for him to practice cultivation until the pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank. However, things like resources are never enough for Warlocks. Yang Feng wants to advance to an Infinity Warlock from a Bright World Warlock, and then to a Warlock Monarch. The resources required for that are astronomical. He cannot afford to miss any opportunities. Attack! At Yang Feng's command, countless battle robots flew towards the relic site of the sword puppet Holy. The battle robots are disguised as humans. At a glance, it seems like countless men in black suits have turned into a black cloud, flying into the celestial body, with 100 Star Destroyer battlestars and 20 interstellar carriers taking the lead. As soon as the huge mechanical legion entered the relic site of the sword puppet Holy, a terrifying spatial force enveloped it. Chapter 627, Crushing Everything in the Way. Chapter 627, Crushing Everything in the Way. Translator, Zhan. Space disruptors in the Mechanical Legion released powerful spatial disruption ripples, and the surrounding space turned chaotic. The spatial force lasted for a moment before it collapsed. The huge Mechanical Legion has just entered the relic site, when countless golems rushed towards the Mechanical Legion like raindrops. The Star Destroyer battlestars fired their secondary artilleries, and a rain of light descended on the 100 billion golems. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, more than 1 million low-level golems were turned into ashes drifting in the air. Countless Swift Eagle fighters flew out of the 20 interstellar carriers at a terrifying speed and attacked the cannon fodder low-level golems. The Swift Eagle fighter speed is 5 Mach higher than the maximum speed of Undyings, and their attack speed is 3,600 beams per minute. The small fry golems hit by the Swift Eagle fighters were blown to smithereens. Even if a Bright World Warlock was besieged by the Swift Eagle fighters, they would have to spend a lot of effort to destroy the Swift Eagle fighters, or else they will be pursued and even killed. There was a flash of excitement in Alexia's beautiful eyes. What powerful weapons! These weapons are the best tools to deal with those small fry golems. Alexia was the commander of a fallen angel legion. After fighting for tens of thousands of years, she finally advanced to the Bright World Warlock rank. Despite her long track record, this is her first time seeing powerful vessels such as the Star Destroyer battlestars and the interstellar carriers. Under the frenzied attack of the two kinds of weapons, the small fry golems were blown apart before they could get close. Even if there are some fry golems who sneaked in through the cracks, they are dealt by the Undyings and other third-generation battle robots. The huge Mechanical Legion only has 100 million units. But when it entered the 100 billion strong Golem Legion, it was like Moses parting the Red Sea. It easily steamrolled open a path in the Golem Legion. As countless golems were shredded by the artillery fire of the Star Destroyer battlestars, explosions sounded everywhere. The battle robots scattered in the relic site quickly flew towards the huge fleet. Jia Ilua looked at the huge fleet in the sky with shock in his heart. So powerful! Is this the Undying Mountain's underlying strength? How formidable! They already have some semblance of the Golem Dynasty's Mechanical Legion. In the early days, the Golem Dynasty had various Golem Legions. Among them, the Mechanical Legions were more so a sharp sword of the Golem Lord. But after he developed living golems, the Golem Lord tossed the Mechanical Legions aside, and living golems flooded the Golem Dynasty. It isn't that the Golem Dynasty's Mechanical Legions were weak, but the cost of maintaining a large Mechanical Legion far exceeded the cost of maintaining a living Golem Legion. In a Golem city, Bai Yuxian enveloped by a transparent halo disappeared from amid a Golem army. When the huge Mechanical Legion flew over the city, light rained down on the Golem army with great precision. The 1 million strong Golem army was decimated, with only tens of thousands of golems escaping. Bai Yuxian looked up at the huge fleet in the sky from inside of a building, and shock glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Is this the army of the Undying Mountain? To be able to equip an army of such a scale with secret treasures, the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years is indeed extraordinary. The Great Cloud Dynasty is the most powerful warlock dynasty in the Zhangji Plain and possesses all kinds of powerful and incredible secret treasures. The dynasty even has Magic Note Throne, an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that can mass-produce infinity warlocks. Even so, there are very few super-large weapons like the Star Destroyer Battlestars in the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the world of Warlocks, the ultimate goal of all Warlocks is to become an invincible Eternal with an endless lifespan. Most secret treasures are developed with Warlocks as users and template. After the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, known as the Secret Treasure Dynasty, the alchemy arts for refining large warship secret treasures have been destroyed in the chaos of war. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are indeed some warship secret treasures whose might is not inferior to that of the Star Destroyer Battlestars, but they are few in number. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, they may be a total of about 100 warships that can surpass Star Destroyer Battlestars. Bai Yuxian turned her eyes, then her figure fluttered, and she flew towards the huge fleet. At the same time, she spoke loudly, "I am Bai Yuxian. I request an audience with the young master." The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng glanced at Bai Yuxian and muttered, "What a cunning vixen!" Now that Bai Yuxian has announced her identity, Yang Feng can't just fire a Star Destroyer artillery and kill her together with the golems. This secret dwelling of the sword puppet wholly guarded by the freakish living golems who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years must have amazing treasures. For Yang Feng, it would be best if everyone else died here. But since Bai Yuxian has openly asked for help, Yang Feng can't easily refuse her. After all, the Undying Mountain is already nominally classified as a subordinate of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although Yang Feng doesn't care about the Great Cloud Dynasty, but he doesn't want to easily offend this behemoth in the name of the Undying Mountain. Since the battle demon sex Yang Feng has been labeled a traitor, Yang Feng can now only roam freely in the Great Cloud Dynasty with the identity of the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. The huge mechanical legion cleared up a path. At the same time, countless detection rays and scanning ripples enveloped Bai Yuxian like a tide. If there's anything abnormal about her, it will be revealed by the scanning. Bai Yuxian let the detection rays and scanning ripples land on her. Although she knows that this will reveal much of her physical information, but she also understands that if it wasn't for this, Yang Feng would never let her board his battleship. After repeated scans, Bai Yuxian's figure flickered, and she came to the deck of Yang Feng's flagship. There is a luxurious litter placed on the deck, and Yang Feng, embracing two gorgeous, sexy fallen angels, is sitting on the litter. He looks domineering, as if he doesn't care about the 100 billion low-level golems. freewebnovel.com. Bai Yuxian smiled brightly and praised, "The Undying Mountain's foundation is astonishing. To be able to deploy 100 million elites, worthy of an ancient sect. This has been an eye-opener for me." Eyes burning brightly, revealing his white teeth, Yang Feng uttered, "That's only natural. The Undying Mountain has painstakingly developed for hundreds of thousands of years in the Grade 2 Plane Death Cloud realm. It's only natural for us to have a deep foundation. I came to the Zhangji Plain to make great achievements for Undying Mountain and become the sole successor of the Undying Mountain." Bai Yuxian secretly analyzed, Grade 2 Plane. The Undying Mountain has occupied a Grade 2 plane. No wonder they can develop to this extent. But Death Cloud Realm? That is not one of the 36 primary material planes. It should be a Grade 2 plane that hasn't been discovered yet. In the vast universe, human warlocks are only aware of the Grade 1 plane, the Zhangji Plane, and the 36 primary material planes. The 36 primary material planes are all Grade 2 planes. To be more precise, they are superior Grade 2 planes that are infinitely close to Grade 1, as they all have given birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. Apart from the 36 primary material planes, there are also some secondary Grade 2 planes. But in those planes, Holy Spirit Warlock or Supreme God rank existences are the limit. Even so, controlling a Grade 2 plane, and given hundreds of thousands of years of time, this is enough for an ancient warlock group to develop into a behemoth. Although Bai Yuxian is extremely intelligent, but what came out of Yang Feng's mouth was all lies, so her analysis is just a waste of time. "Lei Ming, you wretch! I won't forgive you. Watching the 100 billion golems being crushed with bloodshot eyes, Jia Ilua roared, and breathed in, and a huge black hole emerged from his mouth and exuded astonishing attractive force sweeping in all directions. Jia Ilua easily swallowed tens of thousands of great warlock rank golems beside him, and then expanded and turned into a 100-meter-tall golem giant. The fluctuations of power emitted from him are rising sharply. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Golem fusion, the strongest secret method of living golems. If let to your own devices, you really might restore your full strength. Unfortunately, I can't give you this chance. Attack! The 30-star destroyer battlestars fired their primary artilleries, and 30 beams with the might of full-strength attacks of pinnacle bright world warlocks tore through the void and blasted into Jia Ilua in an instant. Bombarded by the 30-star destroyer artillery beams, Jia Ilua, who has transformed into a 100-meter-tall golem giant, crumbled bit by bit. A black ray of light shot out from the battered giant golem Jia Ilua has transformed into and escaped. Chapter 628 Golem Mountain. Chapter 628 Golem Mountain. Translator, Zayamoj. A crazed look in his eyes, Jia Ilua roared loudly. Kong Ilua, Mei Ilua, the two of you merge with me. With the three of us fused together, we are sure to destroy these intruders. Living golems can merge and produce a higher-level living golem. The Golem Lord's 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems came about from countless golems fusing together, and countless secret methods and resources strengthening them. Sound waves spread in all directions and enveloped the entire relic site. The beautiful golem with a great sword wrinkled her eyebrows, her figure blurred, and she disappeared. Kong Ilua, who can freely manipulate space and appear anywhere in the relic site, also didn't appear. A look of madness in his eyes, Jia Ilua snarled. You won't come to merge with me? This is treason. A blatant act of treason against the sword puppet holy. How dare you betray Master's orders? You traitors! Regardless of how Jia Ilua roared, Yang Feng commanded the huge mechanical army to clear a path from amid the siege of the 100 billion golems and fly towards the center of the relic. At the very center of the relic site, there is a huge mountain 10,000 meters tall suspended in the air, and on top of the huge mountain is a hall. The closer they got to the huge mountain, the more frantic the golems became. But with the comprehensive artillery barrage in place, the golems were obliterated before they could get near the huge fleet. Bai Yuxin looked at the huge mountain with a complex look in her beautiful eyes. The relic site of the sword puppet holy is extremely dangerous. It is enchanted with a rare karma spell and a large magic ban array, and there are countless low-level golems and 3 bright world warlock rank living golems here. Even an infinity warlock may die and become a golem here if careless. Yet he solved this problematic relic site with this method. I'm speechless. In this relic site, there are many dangers, including the karma spell that cuts off the connection between the avatar and true body, the large magic ban array that blocks warlocks from absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, the 100 billion low-level golems, and the bright world warlock rank living golems. Even if an infinity warlock rank powerhouse came here, they would have no other choice but to die. Yet such a dangerous relic site is being leveled by Yang Feng's 100 million strong golem legion. Bai Yuxin has seen the exploration of relic sites many times, but this is the first time she witnessed such a violent, tyrannical, and unreasonable way to unravel a relic site. The sword puppet holy's relic site is indeed dangerous and full of restrictions. However, when faced with restrictions, Yang Feng orders the battle robots to use their lives to test them, and then uses Star Destroyer artilleries to smash the restrictions apart. After paying the price of about 2 million battle robots being destroyed, Yang Feng finally reached the Golem Mountain. Starry Sky Rippers flew towards the Golem Mountain in order to test the restrictions placed on it. When the dozens of Starry Sky Rippers reached the airspace above the Golem Mountain, a mighty force enveloped them, and they fell down from the sky. Erosion by unknown forces. After analysis, there is a 99.9% chance that a restricted airspace array of the Golem Dynasty era is placed there. At the same time, there is also a gravity array and an enemy identification system. As soon as the Starry Sky Ripper landed on the Golem Mountain, a great amount of information was transmitted by the Level 3 optical computer. Yang Feng asked, "Is it possible to fully analyze the arrays on the Golem Mountain?" A string of information came from the Level 3 optical computer. With the current database, it's impossible to analyze and crack the arrays on the Golem Mountain. According to the calculations, these arrays were set up by a powerhouse surpassing the Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank. According to the characteristics of that era, this Golem Mountain should have been enchanted with the Golem Lord's spells. With a look of doubt in eyes, Yang Feng brought up the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain. Golem Lord? Why would he appear here and enchant the Golem Mountain with spells? When the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain appeared on the deck, countless abstruse runes containing the laws of heaven and earth appeared on the holographic projection. When she saw the holographic projection, Bai Yuxian's face changed dramatically. She screamed in horror, and 2 lines of tears of blood ran down her face. Stop! Otherwise, we will be transformed into golems. Yang Feng only glanced at the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain when a gray gas covered him, and his thoughts began to slow down. Yang Feng's countenance changed greatly, and he ordered post-haste, cut off the projection immediately. However, queer runes appeared on the projectors, and they didn't stop. Queer runes also appeared on Yang Feng and Bai Yuxian, and they eroded their life force and transformed it into golem force. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. From afar came Jia Ilua's laughter. Ha! Lei Ming, Yuof, this Golem Mountain is a supreme god mountain. The Golem Lord bestowed the sword puppet holy. It isn't something that you, a descendant of traitors, can touch. You're screwed. Not daring to confront Yang Feng head-on, Jia Ilua could only hide in the dark and urge the 100 billion golems to fight Yang Feng. However, with Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, even if they are thousands of kilometers apart, he can easily see Yang Feng. This is a method of a Warlock Emperor. How truly queer. Yang Feng wanted to close his eyes, but his eyelids didn't budge. It looks like he is absorbed in the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain. Numerous runes formed a strange mark that sealed his greatest trump card, the small world, and cut off all the life forces in his body, making him unable to move a finger. A black sword ray shone and violently struck the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain. Containing the law of dark, the sword ray extinguished the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain from the root, from a higher dimension. Boom! 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 The holographic projectors exploded, and the holographic projection of the Golem Mountain collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Alexia standing beside him, and smiled. The Golem Lord is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, he is dead already. No matter what tricks he left behind, he cannot stop the living. Equipped with the ruler armor, Alexia is comparable to an infinity warlock in terms of battle prowess. Besides, the dark force she grasps as a fallen angel is a nihility force that can eliminate all existences from a higher dimension. This is the essence of power of fallen angels. As a bright world warlock who has experienced countless battles, she has already mastered the power of fallen angels. It was because of Alexia that Yang Feng dared to enter this dangerous relic site of the Golem Lord. Otherwise, with the high degree of danger, he would only enter this relic site once he reached the Bright World Warlock realm. With a fierce smile on his face, Jia Ilua entered the Golem Legion stealthily. All the treasures of the Sword Puppet Holy are located in the hall at the top of the Golem Mountain. If you have the ability, go in and get them. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and sent a third-generation Undying battle robot towards the Golem Mountain. As soon as the Undying reached the airspace above the Golem Mountain, it fell to the ground. Struggling like an insect trapped in a spiderweb, the Undying crawled for less than 100 meters before it was eroded by the gray gas and became a golem. Yang Feng frowned and ordered, "Fire the artilleries!" A dense rain of light fired from the Star Destroyer battlestars blasted into the Golem Mountain. When the energy beams that can easily kill Moonlight Warlocks blasted into the Golem Mountain, they disappeared at once, leaving no marks on the Golem Mountain. The Level 3 optical computer quickly put out an analysis. The energy beams were absorbed by the Golem Mountain. It is not advisable to continue using low-level energy artilleries, Yang Feng said decisively. Fire the Star Destroyer artilleries. The 30 Star Destroyer battlestars shone brightly, and 30 Star Destroyer artillery beams slammed into the Golem Mountain. A Star Destroyer artillery beam can extinguish the plane origin will of a Grade 9 plane, and another beam can shatter the Grade 9 plane itself. Even in the Zhangji plane, a Star Destroyer artillery beam can easily pulverize a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Faced with the 30 beams, even an Infinity Warlock would have to retreat, not daring to resist them head-on. Before the 30 beams blasted into the Golem Mountain, runes atop the mountain that has been still all along lit up, and 30 hexagrams blocked in front of the 30 beams. When the beams slammed into the hexagrams, they entered the hexagrams and disappeared. After the beams disappeared, the hexagrams disappeared as well. Remained unfazed, the Golem Mountain emitted a strange aura. When he saw this, Yang Feng frowned and looked profoundly at the top of the Golem Mountain. Even the Star Destroyer artilleries have no effect. This Golem Mountain is worthy of being an object the Golem Lord strengthened with spells. Chapter 629, Devouring Golem Force. Chapter 629, Devouring Golem Force. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng gazed at the Golem Mountain from afar and frowned deeply. He can sense the terror of a Warlock Emperor. The Golem Mountain is just a secret treasure the Golem Lord refined using secret methods. After hundreds of thousands of years, it has weakened by a great deal. But Yang Feng, who has 100 million battle robots, has no way to seize it. Even if he sent all the battle robots to climb the mountain, they will be made into golems all the same. Haha, Lei Ming, the sword puppet Holy, hid his ultimate marvel on the top of the Golem Mountain. However, even if I tell you what it is, you still have no way of obtaining it. No matter how many troops you have, we will destroy your legion step by step. Jia Ilua's sinister laughter came from afar, and Grey Golem Force silently hit more than a dozen Starry Sky Rippers. The more than a dozen Starry Sky Rippers instantly turned into golems, and then beams slammed into them and tore them to pieces. The loss of more than a dozen Starry Sky Rippers is nothing to Yang Feng. However, Jia Ilua expressed his determination to never give up with this stunt. This relic site of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty refined from a celestial body, is vast, and Jia Ilua is quite familiar with it. He can use guerrilla tactics to attack Yang Feng and eliminate his battle robots continuously. This is also the most troublesome aspect about powerful warlocks. If you don't kill them, they will initiate guerrilla warfare and become a pain in the butt. Yang Feng didn't care about the threat of Jia Ilua. Warlock tracking methods are very strange and unpredictable. Once Yang Feng has fully seized the relic site, he can mobilize warlocks proficient in tracking spells to come strangle the Bright World Warlock rank Golem Jia Ilua. If Jia Ilua and them escaped, then that would be it, but since they stayed behind, only death awaits them. After killing of the Martial Jing, Huang Iha and the other Infinity Warlocks of the 10 Great Sects vanished without a trace. One of the main reasons for this is that they are worried about the Demon Hunting Division chasing them. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division is proficient in various tracking spells. At the same time, there are many warlocks proficient in divination in the division. Even an Infinity Warlock such as Huang Iha doesn't dare to expose his whereabouts lightly. If you are a little careless, you will be quelled by the Great Cloud Dynasty's powerhouses. The criminals on the Demon Hunting Division's wanted list don't dare to perform large-scale massacres in the Great Cloud Dynasty rashly. Otherwise, they will risk being killed by the Demon Hunting Division. After performing a few shocking massacres in the Great Cloud Dynasty, many criminals chased by the Demon Hunting Division will either flee to other planes or submit to some bigwig of the Great Cloud Dynasty and become their hunting dog. Yang Feng, who has control over countless warlocks in the Li Gui Province, can establish an organization similar to the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division. As such, hunting old antiques like Jia Ilua isn't a problem at all. It seems that I can only use that card. If it's not useful, then I'll have to give up on the Golem Mountain. With a look of determination in high eyes, Yang Feng spread the fingers of his right hand, and countless devourers flew out and formed a black torrent flowing towards the Golem Mountain. Bai Yuxian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and her vision turned dark. She can no longer feel anything. With this, she realized that there is something Yang Feng doesn't want her to see. As soon as the devourers reached the Golem Mountain, they began to devour the power of the Golem Mountain. Suddenly, a weird mark appeared, and gray golem force swept towards the devourers. As if the Golem Mountain has turned into a living golem, a copious amount of golem force extended towards the devourers. The swarm of devourers opened their mouths, and powerful attractive force drew the golem force into their bodies. Countless runes lit up on the devourers, and the connection between them and Yang Feng became unstable, as if it could be severed at any time. As a power developed by the Golem Lord, golem force represents the pinnacle of power in the Zhangji plane. However, devourers are the crystallization of one of the most advanced technologies of the Shizu. They possess unpredictable might. The two strongest forces locked in a temporary stalemate. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng released more devourers who turned into a black swarm that flew into the Golem Mountain and devoured golem force frantically. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spurted a large mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a mist of blood. Following an invisible rule, the mist of blood entered the devourers. Suddenly, queer marks lit up on the carapace of the devourers. These marks are devouring marks Yang Feng created by combining numerous secret methods. As soon as the marks appeared, the devourers became more vigorous and fully devoured the gray golem force. At the same time, the strange marks on their carapace became clearer and emitted an abstruse aura. Seeing this scene, Jia Ilua hiding in the distance was struck dumb, eyes flashing with incredulity. He muttered, "Impossible! That's golem force infused by the Golem Lord. How could something devour it? This is impossible." The golem force of the Golem Lord is the highest level of power in the Endless Plains, and it's even highly toxic to other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses may be able to resist the Golem Lord's golem force, but not devour it. Devourers are things Yang Feng refined from an Empyrean-grade secret treasure material coupled with the highest Shizu technology. As they are the core of his Warlock path, Yang Feng spent countless outstanding treasures and employed various secret methods to nourish these freaks. That is how they can devour the Golem Lord's golem force. After the devourers devoured and refined the golem force, they trembled and eventually evolved, and the marks on their carapace became even more queer. As if water from a river that broke the embankment, the Golem Mountain's golem force poured into the devourers, causing them to expand and exude a fierce aura. If the Golem Lord's true body was here, he could use golem force to erode the devourers into golems. But the golem force not controlled by the Golem Warlock cannot stop the devourers. After losing the support of the golem force, the magic restrictions of the 10,000-meter-tall Golem Mountain lost their light. It didn't take long for the Golem Mountain's entire golem force to be devoured by the devourers. Countless devourers formed a black insect cloud and flew into Yang Feng's small world, where they absorbed a tremendous amount of energy and began their second evolution. A starry sky ripper flew to the foot of the Golem Mountain and walked along the path opened by the devourers toward the top. Enigmatic light flickered inside by Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and her gaze fell on the hall at the top of the Golem Mountain. Treasures of the sword puppet holy. Even if it's a holy grade secret treasure, it's enough to decide the fate of a sect. With a holy grade secret treasure as the foundation, no one will look down on you. Although the 6th Warlock dynasty is famous for its golem arts, but it has also produced many powerful secret treasures. Even if it is the Bai family, they only have a few pieces of secret treasure refined by Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks. Fearsome auras rose and bright world warlocks of the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, the 8 great families as well as rogue bright warlocks turned into streams of light and flew in the direction of the Golem Mountain. The bright world warlocks didn't use too much power when fighting the golems. Instead, they used stealth secret methods to hide, and then at the last moment they rushed to fight over the treasures of the sword puppet holy. There are more than 20 bright world warlocks coming from various forces of the Zhangji Plain gathered here. Yang Feng doesn't dare order the Star Destroyer artilleries to attack them and risk universal condemnation. Each bright world warlock is a great elder of a powerful force, and has a sublime status. Unless there is an irreconcilable enmity, warlock groups won't easily kill bright warlocks of other warlock groups. Yang Feng looked at the hall and contemplated for a moment, a grave look in his eyes. Numerous third-generation battle robots turned into streams of light and flew towards the hall, collecting the various treasures inside. That hall is in the style of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty, and uses countless rare materials. At the same time, there are specimens of Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms and above placed in the different rooms of the hall. The specimens of the extraordinary life forms contain a part of the blood essence of the extraordinary life forms, and there are even specimens of Bright World Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. If these specimens are sold outside, each one of them can give rise to a powerful bloodline Warlock family. Yet the Bright World Warlocks didn't spare them more than a look. Instead, they rushed towards the core of the hall. Countless third-generation battle robots quickly moved the specimens and all other valuables out of the hall. Chapter 630, Bloody Steel. Chapter 630, Bloody Steel. Translator, Zayamoj. Here lies the Golem Lord slain by Huang Ling. People of future generations, you mustn't break this seal. When the hundreds of warlocks from different forces broke into the core part of the hall, they saw a huge stele inscribed with bloody runes located at a side of the hall. As if a primeval beast, the stele exudes frightening fluctuations of power containing the laws of heaven and earth. The Golem Lord was slain? How is that possible? Huang Ling, who is that? There is no such person in history. When the warlocks who intruded into the hall saw the bloody runes inscribed on the giant stele, their faces changed dramatically, and they went into an uproar. The Golem Lord of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty was an unequaled existence in the world. Since his ascension to the throne, he has never lost a fight. After the Golem Lord ascended the throne, he once slayed a Warlock Emperor rank being, and then refined them into the strongest of the 3 Empyrean Golems, the Demon Empyrean Golem. After refining the Dark Empyrean Golem, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the countless planes retreated whenever they came across the Golem Lord, letting the human warlocks conquer the countless planes and obtain endless resources. Formidable.cm. The Golem Lord, who is recognized as one of the 7 most powerful human warlocks in the Zhangji Plain, was slayed by someone else. This is simply unbelievable. Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. What? Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit? Where is it? Where is it? Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. Suddenly, excited voices sounded, and the warlocks no longer looked at the giant stele, but instead searched for the Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit is a divine grade treasure that requires the blood of Warlock Emperor rank experts and special secret methods to be produced. Only one such fruit is enough to break through the Heavenman boundary and propel the soul aptitude of a human warlock to superior level 8 from superior level 7. According to legend, 10 Empyrean Origin Blood Essence fruits used together can promote the soul aptitude of a human warlock to inferior level 9 from superior level 8. Of the 8 Warlock Emperors, except for the Dawn Lord who had superior level 8 soul aptitude, the other 7 Warlock Emperors all had level 9 soul aptitude of legends. As you might imagine, Empyrean Origin Blood Essence fruits are virtually priceless. Even Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will be moved by Empyrean Origin Blood Essence fruits. The Bright World Warlocks swept the hall with their gazes and quickly found a dais in the center of the hall. On the dais, there is a flower pot inscribed with countless mysterious incantations. The flower pot contains crimson blood, which releases wisps of Empyrean might. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Additionally, there is a 3-meter-long black sword broken in 2 placed on the dais. Exuding a terrifying aura, the black sword is obviously a top-secret treasure. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the stele released majestic light, and a transparent barrier appeared. Minute ripples surged on the surface of the barrier. The bloody words inscribed on the stele appear to be furious, and the words Huang Ling abruptly formed into a blood blade that cut through the void and struck lightning fast. A glorious sun warlock has just cast a spell, when he was cut in half by the blood blade without the slightest resistance. All his blood essence and life force poured out of him and entered the words Huang Ling, which then returned to the stele. Karma spell. All the life-saving spells of that glorious Sun Warlock were eliminated. He was killed from the origin. This is the power of a karma spell. What a scary spell. The person who set up this steal, even if they aren't a Warlock Emperor, they aren't that much weaker. This relic site has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. To have so much power after such a long time, how scary. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air. Karma spells are a kind of spell that Infinity Warlock rank beings and above must master. Infinity Warlocks possess incredible death substitution secret methods. As long as there is a drop of blood left, many Infinity Warlocks can be reborn, and then restore their strength step by step. But Infinity Warlocks who mastered karma spells can kill the enemy from the origin. They can attack the enemy through avatars and projections. Therefore, many Infinity Warlocks are unwilling to use avatars and projections that are weaker than their true body to confront enemies of the same rank, or enemies who have karma weapons. They prefer to use their true bodies to fight such enemies. The strange steel inscribed with bloody characters was actually enchanted with a karma spell, which is obviously far beyond the ability of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. The Bright World Warlocks looked at the strange steel with a dignified look in their eyes. As one of the most terrifying kinds of spells, karma spells can erase the people foreordained to die. Faced with a karma spell, death substitution secret methods are virtually ineffective. Only death substitution secret methods that also contain the law of karma may be effective. Yang Feng has a god clone in the Feisua plane. If his true body dies, the clone in the Feisua plane will not be affected. However, if he is killed by a karma spell, then his clone will die along with his true body. This is the terror of karma spells. After casting several detection spells to examine the queer steel, Bartoloni said solemnly, "This steel does indeed possess tremendous power, but after the erosion of time, the remaining power is limited. We can destroy it if we join forces. Everyone, let's join forces and destroy this steel, and then compete for the treasures in here." The rest of the Warlocks agreed. "All right." Claude's eyes flashed fiercely, and he threatened, "Whoever doesn't attack the steel won't be eligible to fight for the treasures in here after the boundary is broken. Anyone like that, get out now, or we will eliminate you." The Warlocks in the hall hesitated for a moment, and then most of them nodded in agreement. Dozens of Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks deliberated for a moment, glanced deeply at the treasures in the hall, and then blurred into motion and flew to other places of the hall. Although the Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit and the secret treasure in the center of the hall are beyond precious, but they have to compete with the Bright World Warlock old monsters in order to get them. Since they believe they aren't a match for the Bright World Warlocks, these Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks chose to give up. However, many Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks remained. They stared at the two treasures with ambition glimmering in their eyes. Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit can let you break through the Heavenman boundary and advance your soul aptitude to superior level 8. Once ingested, many Glorious Sun Warlocks will advance to Bright World Warlocks without suspense, and will even have a chance to advance to Infinity Warlocks. Among the countless people in the Zhangji Plain, there is only a handful of outrageous geniuses born with superior level 8 soul aptitude. On average, one such genius is born every 1,000 years. Not unlike Yang Feng, most of the geniuses who possess superior level 8 soul aptitude have used various beyond precious treasures to promote their soul aptitude to this stage. Peerless treasures such as Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit are extremely hard to come by. "Go!" Bartoloni roared loudly, and then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a black ray shot towards the steel. The rest of the Warlocks also recited incantations and cast various spells shooting at the steel. The bloody words on the steel surged and released vast power that condensed into a 10-meter-long blood blade. As soon as the huge blood blade appeared, it was hit by various spells, and numerous marks wrapped around and bound it. There are more than 20 Bright World Warlocks present, some of whom are top Bright World Warlocks from the 3 dynasties, the 2 great sects, and the 8 great families. Together, they can quell even an Infinity Warlock. Although the huge blood blade could slay a Bright World Warlock, But under the siege of more than 20 bright world warlocks, it finally shivered and crumbled. When the huge blood blade crumbled, the steel crumbled. You will regret this. A helpless sigh came out at the moment when the steel shattered. Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. With a flash of greed in his eyes, a bright world warlock extended his hand and sent a mage hand towards the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. The broken sword placed on the dais may be a holy grade secret treasure, but it cannot compare to the divine grade beyond precious Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. For warlocks, a treasure that can enhance their strength is far more important than a holy grade secret treasure. Before the mage hand could touch the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, it was blocked by a barrier, and then all its power was swallowed by the strange barrier. Sure enough, there is a barrier set up. That is only natural. Without a barrier, the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit would have withered long ago. The bright world warlocks discussed. Their eyes shot with blood. At the same time, they blurred into motion and turned into streams of light darting towards the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.